amend this throughout the year. That's correct. Okay, just so we're clear on that. Okay. So can I have a motion to approve the proposed 2017 budget? Can I have a second? Okay, the motion has been seconded. All in favor of approving this budget, please vote yes by raising your card. Okay, thank you. Any opposed, please vote nay by raising your card. All right, that motion is passed unanimously. Thank you very much. Now, things get a little bit more interesting. The next order of business is a proposed bylaws change. Our bylaws can only be changed at a general meeting. This is a general meeting. We have a general meeting in the summer, our summer picnic, and in November. So the way our organization works is, I, as chair, I don't really have any more power than you as a member. We are a member-run organization. So our membership is in charge and the board works for you. One of the things that we did a couple years ago that's been very successful is we instituted a student membership policy. And these memberships have been free. And I believe since in the past year, we've gained, I think, over 100 student members, which has been fantastic. We have some concerns. It's been successful. We may want to tweak it a little bit, and so I'm going to turn it over to our vice chair, Mr. Jim Tassone, and he will brief you on the proposed bylaws change.
Thank you, Patrick. Good morning, everyone. There's a bit of an ambiguity in the bylaws as they're currently written, which talks about becoming a member once your dues are paid. And so it could be interpreted in such a way, well, if someone's not paying dues because they have a free student membership, that they're not technically a member. So we wanted to keep the bylaws consistent with what we're doing. And so we worked on a revised change to the bylaws. We worked it through the bylaws committee, got their approval. We published it in the meeting notice for this convention as required by the bylaws. And the bylaws revision is as follows. So, whereas the current practice of the New Jersey Libertarian Party is to provide free memberships to students, whereas this does not conform to the latest version of the bylaws as approved November 12, 2016, resolved that we would modify paragraph 5 of the bylaws to add the following text. So the text that's currently there says, thereafter such a person shall become a member upon payment of dues to the NJLP. We propose to add to that, payment of dues will be waived if the person is a full-time student at the time of joining or renewing. So that is the motion before the convention, and what we would look for is a second and then discussion on whether or not we want to approve this or not. And bylaws changes require 2/3 of the people voting in order to approve a bylaws change. So we'll start with second, and then we will open it up with discussion. I believe the way is the first speaker can be a person who can be opposed to the bylaws change. So let's start with first seeing if we have a second for the motion. Okay, we have a second. So who would like to speak to the motion? Jay? Jay.
So, I actually would like to make an amendment to the motion. Currently, the board is free to set our dues. And it's not in our bylaws, the actual amount of our dues. So this kind of says that the board has to have the membership be free for students. I would like to make a motion to change will to be may. That way it gives the board more flexibility that if they realize that free student memberships is not working out partway through the year, we can change it quickly. So that's my motion, is just to change will to may.
So we currently have a live motion, so I believe the proper procedure is to first make a determination as to whether or not we want to consider the revision. Okay, so Tom has seconded Jay's motion. So, let's have any discussion on Jay's modified motion. Okay, let's have a vote on Jay's modified motion, which is that we change will to may, therefore leaving it to the discretion.
Let's have a vote on Jay's modified.
Other membership fees and others, that they are set by the board, not by being embedded in the bylaws. All in favor of Jay's modified motion? All opposed to Jay's motion? This has achieved a 2/3 vote, so the modified motion will be the change to the bylaws. Oh, okay.
There's also an exception for people who have ran for office. I don't know, should that be included?
It's already in our bylaws.
Okay, so that's the same wording.
I don't know what the wording is.
I just would like to make sure that if somebody got a free membership because they ran, that they don't somehow lose their voting privileges.
It's already in our bylaws that we did a membership. A voting grant.
So we will then do a vote on the original motion, which was with the modifications. Okay. So the vote now is that the new language to be added to the bylaws is payment of dues may be waived if the person is a full-time student at the time of joining the renewal. Any further discussion on the modified? All in favor? All opposed? This is passed by 2/3 and will be added to the bylaws once certified by the secretary.
All right, thank you, Jim. And by the way, one of our most important committees is our bylaws committee. We don't have to change the bylaws often, but when we do, it's important. So if you want to serve on that, please feel free to find me or another board member today, and we'd be happy to talk about getting you on that committee. The next order of business is a related topic. It is a proposal to change the minimum membership dues to be a member of the party. So our membership dues were established with our party back in the early 70s, and the current minimum is $15. So adjusted for inflation, that's over $60 today. We've never raised our membership dues. And so this is something the board has been considering for several months now. The other states have membership dues ranging from free to I think up to like $60. So it's really a matter of discretion. And of course, unlike other political parties, we really depend on our membership for our funding. We need to do a better job of fundraising outside of membership, but that's where we get most of our operating budget from right now. So the board has been back and forth on this, and even though it doesn't require a bylaws change, it's up to the discretion of the board. We didn't feel comfortable making a decision that would impact all of our members if the members themselves didn't have a say. Again, we are a membership-run organization. We're not top-down or bottom-up. So we made the decision to bring this to you, our membership, at this meeting to help make a decision. So the proposal is to change the minimum membership dues from $15 to $20. It's a pretty modest change, but at the same time, we don't want to make this some sort of exclusive club that only rich people can get into. I mean, I don't think this motion would do that, but that's the concern. So, would someone like to make the motion to bring this to a vote so that we can then we'll discuss it? So, would someone like to make a motion? Tim, can I have a second for the motion? Okay, the motion has been seconded. Would anyone like to rise in opposition to this motion? Tom. Yeah. The chair recognizes Tom.
I think we don't want to put any barriers to joining the party, so I would prefer to keep as low as possible membership rate and membership fee, and allow any additional, maybe push for voluntary payments in addition to that, rather than forcing the higher membership fee.
Okay. Mr. Kaplan.
Ken Kaplan, point of information. What are the actual costs per member in terms of mailing out the newsletter and other, membership maintenance?
That's an excellent question. So when you become a member, here's what you get. You get a subscription to our newsletter, which Jay can speak to the costs associated with that, and then you also are able to vote here, and you're eligible to be a delegate at our national convention and help elect our national candidates. But in terms of the cost, Jay.
Yeah, I can do this. So we used to send out monthly newsletters, but today with electronic communication, we found there's no longer a need for monthly newsletters. It's a lot of work. So we basically do quarterly newsletters. While the price of postage has gone up, the price of printing has actually dropped considerably. I believe our newsletters only cost about 75 cents an issue. So actually the cost of someone joining a party to us is substantially lower than it used to be. The $15 back then was set based on the cost of printing 12 newsletters. Now that we only print about 4 newsletters a year, they're only about 75 cents each. So even at the $15 level, the cost of membership is still well covered. I guess the other cost would be renewal letters, although the party's never been billed for the cost of renewal letters, but potentially they could be. So that would be another 1 or 2 mailings a year.
Yes, in the back.
Brenda Bell. I've got two minds on this. One is that right now, even though people say the economy is still going up, I know those of us who are in the retail sector, a lot of us have been pushed back from full-time to part-time employment. It is difficult, especially with some of the healthcare and other things. So a rise in cost would possibly make it impossible for me to continue as a member the way finances are going. I'm sure there are other people in the same position. Also, I'm not sure if we would be required by law as an official party to accept all people who register Libertarian on their voter registration. On the other hand, Ken asked the cost of membership. Cost of membership is not just the newsletters. It's also doing things like being able to afford this room for this business meeting and things like that. And can we have some numbers of that as well?
So I believe Brenda's asking a question about the costs related to this convention today. Again, Jay is chair. First of all, let's take a minute to thank the convention committee. Jay as chair, Carol Acton for suggesting this location. We have Tim O'Brien with Dan Krause doing the audiovisual. So I would like to just take a quick minute just to say thank you to the convention committee for doing such an outstanding job here today. Jay. Yes. Point of information, Mr. Tissot.
I just wanted to make a comment about us being a political party, because this is oftentimes a source of confusion for people. The exact definition of a political party, I won't go into it, but the Democrats and Republicans are official parties recognized by the states. Therefore, their candidates participate in primaries that are run by the states. According to our bylaws, because we have not achieved the threshold in terms of the number of votes gathered in elections, is we are actually incorporated as a membership corporation without capital stock and we're incorporated for liabilities purpose. So the idea of an obligation to accept all members, which might be a requirement for those who have official party status, is not a requirement on us. So just to clarify that point, it took me a while to figure or understand the fact that we call ourselves a party and we operate as one, but in terms of the statutes that define political parties, we are incorporated in a different way.
That's correct. To be a political party in New Jersey, the Republicans and Democrats have to say you are. So,
Well, that makes one
no big
thing less
surprise, that
valid.
they're the only two. Jay, would you like to just give a quick rundown of the numbers related to the cost of this convention?
That's actually really hard to do because we roll the numbers into all the convention costs. So I mean, a lot of people are registered. Most people here are registered for the convention, so that typically pays for almost all of it. We sometimes lose some money on conventions, and we eat that because of the business meeting. How to quantify that, I don't know. It's probably no more than a few $100s. But Brenda is absolutely correct. There are other expenses we have that, even though new members won't increase that cost, there are other expenses we have. Just promotion, advertising, all sorts of other costs that we have that do come out of that dues. But whether or not raising the dues from 15 to 20 will really help cover that, because we have a lot of members that join at much higher levels than the $15 level, and a lot of donations as well. I wrote an article about it, and I said in it, I'm not adamantly against the crease. $15 to $20, I don't really think will break the bank for anyone, but it is a trade-off, and I think it's more new members that come in and they see a dues as a barrier to joining. It is a trade-off between a small amount of money and the loss of a small amount of members. I don't know what those numbers are, though, so I'm not sure whether or not to recommend for or against it, and I don't even know how I'm really thinking about whether or not we should support it or not.
And in terms of the convention, we usually break even. We usually don't make money on this. We usually spend $2,000 to $3,000, $4,000, and we break even. We don't make money. Ken?
By asking what the membership costs were, I wasn't trying to speak against it by indicating that we were already covering the membership cost. I think it's a good idea because we need that extra money for outreach and other party activities. So I am in favor of the increase. I mean, it costs $12 to $15 to see a first-run movie. Anybody who has the slightest commitment to political activism shouldn't have a problem between the $15 and $20.
And being a member of this party is way more entertaining than seeing any movie in theaters today. Believe me, you couldn't write this script. Yeah.
Just two other factors to consider as you decide how to vote. One, just to be accurate, the $15 was set in 1983, and if you translate that into current 2017 dollars, it's the equivalent of $36.
Thank you.
We're only asking to go from 15 to 20. And the second thing is about 25% of our membership are now free student memberships, so we are supporting a larger base of members without any additional increase in revenue from them.
Right, and thank you for that clarification. And one issue that we always have in this party is people want to know why we're not doing more. Why aren't we doing more outreach? Why aren't we spending more money on candidate support? And, well, this is why, because we can't afford to. So, like Jay, I'm pretty neutral on this, and I think this is really a decision for our membership. This is your party. So, unless there's any other discussion, I would like to move the question and bring this to a vote. Okay. All in favor of approving the change from $15 to $20, please vote by raising your card. I'm seeing 31 in favor. I may need you to do this again if it's close, so please don't change your vote or else you're going to drive me crazy. All those opposed, please do so. Please vote by raising your card. This is opposed. Right, okay, thank you very much. So I count 31 in favor, I count 7 opposed, so this motion has been passed. Thank you very much.
When will this begin?
I would think it would begin. Sure, that's a great idea. Well, yeah, that's a good, I mean, I think according to the motion, it would go in effect immediately because we've left the question to the membership and not to the discretion of the board. But who's to say that it might take us a few days to get the website up and running? You know, that's a technical thing we can't overcome. Brenda?
Would it be in order to propose a different start date for that? That would
Yeah.
take into account, okay. So then I would say, would April 1 say be a reasonable start date for that increase?
I think so.
Okay, then may I move that we delay that start of the changed membership fee to April 1, 2017?
Okay, very good. We have a Second, okay. Would anyone like to rise in opposition to this motion?
I believe it's already in motion, that's April first.
Oh, is it?
Yeah, I think the change of the story.
Well, actually, that's not the motion. The motion that we said. Those are going to make.
Well, we need to make it official. Yes, thank you very much. Okay, so we have a second. All in favor, please vote aye by raising your card. And this is, again, to make it go into effect April 1st. All right, thank you. Any opposed? Please vote now. Okay, this is passed unanimously. Thank you very much, Brenda. So the next order of business is our VPs and regional chair reports. So I sent out a request to the VPs on our board and each of the regional chairs to submit a report about what they've done in the past year, about what we've achieved, and about what we're planning to do next year. I didn't receive any of those reports. As often happens in a volunteer organization, when somebody asks for something, it doesn't always happen. So I would, in the interest of time, since we have some very important business to get to, considering who our candidate for governor is going to be, and since we have only a few minutes delegated for that, I would like to table this and move on to the election of NJLP officers. So I will make that motion. The motion has been seconded. Would anyone like to rise in opposition to this motion? Okay. To table this. Point of information. Okay. All in favor of tabling the regional reports, please vote yes by raising your card. Okay, thank you very much. Any opposed, please vote by raising your card. All right, thank you. That's passed unanimously. And again, we're going to have time for you to get with your region, so you'll be able to get up to speed on your local issues during that time. The next order of business is the election of NJLP officers. So you should have in your packet something on which a blue piece of paper that has the name of each position that we're going to vote on. So I suppose I will begin by trying to give a brief summary of what each person does. The first position is the chair. And sometimes it seems to me as if the chair does an awful lot. The chair technically is not a trustee of the NJLP, if that's important to you. The chair really is in charge of creating the agenda, suggesting the scheduled meeting dates, and presiding over the meetings. The chair doesn't really have that much power. The chair doesn't have the discretion to spend unlimited amounts of money. I try to not spend over $100 a month in discretionary funding to get you the sort of materials that we have at our table. So, but the chair, it's a big commitment, and serving on the board is a big commitment, mostly because we have meetings once a month, more or less. We have about 10 or 11 a year, so more or less monthly. They're usually in Central Jersey, So a requirement of being on the board is that you're able to attend these meetings, and it adds up to a big investment of time. You know, I've been on the board for, I think, going on 5 years now. Once a month for 5 years, that adds up to a lot of time. So if people want to run, that's great, and we really need people to step up and be leaders in the party. But just be aware that we need you to actually be present. We don't want people to sign up and then not do meetings and not fulfill their responsibilities. Because what happens is, when people don't fulfill their responsibilities, that filters up, usually to me, Jay, and Jim, and then we end up doing other people's jobs. Myself, I'm not doing that this year. I don't have the time or resources to do that. So we really need people to step up and be leaders so that we can be an effective statewide organization. So, the first election of officers is chair. Would someone like to make any nominations for chair? I think it needs to be verbal. Against my better judgment, I accept your nomination. Any other nominations, please don't be shy. Okay, I see, unfortunately, no other nominations. So, I believe, oh, great, Dan, yes, please.
I'd like to nominate Jim Tassone.
Mr. Tassone, do you accept? Okay. Any other nominations for chair? Hearing none, we can bring this to a more or less symbolic vote, I suppose. So, of course, let me clarify, the Libertarian Party, none of the above is always an option. Let me just remind you of that. You can always vote for none of the above. Yeah, so, Jay, yeah. Okay, you want to do it, so are you making that motion? Jay makes a motion to suspend the rules and do a voice vote so we don't go through the formality of writing out the ballots. Okay, that has been seconded. So, all in favor of Patrick McKnight being the chair for another year?
Point of order.
Yes, okay, thank you very much.
Suspension
Thank
needs
you.
to be voted on first.
Yes, thank you very much. So, all in favor of suspending the rules to do a voice vote for the election of chair, please vote yes by raising your card now. All right, thank you very much. Any opposed, please vote nay by raising your card now. Okay, so that motion has been passed unanimously. Now we're going to move on to a voice vote for the election of chair. Months. The only nominee is me, unfortunately. All in favor, please vote aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. I'm really hoping for a lot more from the nays.
Well,
Okay,
no,
so,
we were also looking for none of the above, was the other
yeah,
one.
okay, now, anyone in favor of none of the above, please vote aye. Aye. Okay, any opposed, please vote nay. Okay, so McKnight has a lot of votes, and none of the above only has one. So,
Yes.
that's right, so that, none of the above didn't even get one. That's rough. Okay. Well, thank you very much. I mean, it is. It is, you know, all joking aside, it is a privilege and an honor to lead this organization, especially at such a historic time for our party. But I really do encourage you to become a leader in this organization. If we all depend on our leadership, believe me, we're not going to get that far. Everyone can be a leader. So, but thank you, I guess. So, moving on to the election of vice chair. So, vice chair is a voting member of the board. The vice chair fills in for the chair if he can't make a meeting and presides over the meeting, which has happened a few times. It's a very important job, and so I'm going to remain neutral and say nothing more than that. So, are there any? And just for information, Jim Tassone is our current vice chair. Any nominations for 2017 vice chair of the NJLP, Mr. Warren?
I nominate
Mr. Tassone, do you accept? Okay, Jim accepts. Any other nominations for vice chair? Nick? Wise man. Yes, question.
Did anybody fill out the online thing for submitting for these?
I did.
I did. Like, so for this particular pair, people submitted online, like, what's that? Is that listed anywhere? Like, who submitted what?
I can put it online and look at it. That isn't a lot.
No. So we send out a questionnaire. We traditionally send out a questionnaire to all our candidates. And this year we also sent out a questionnaire to anyone interested in running for officer. And I believe the only officer submissions we got were from people already on the board, myself, Jim, and Rich. I'm not aware of anyone else submitting any. And the point of these is just to give you some information about who you're voting for. Jeff, you did?
I should.
Okay, thank you. Which position?
VP marketing.
Okay. So the idea is just to give you some information about who you're voting for. Luckily, we still have time, as I'm trying to get through this as fast as possible, that people can speak on their own behalf if they choose to, if there's a competitive race here. Okay, so right now, the order of business, there's nominations for vice chair. Any other nominations? Okay, I see Jim Tassone of Bergen County. Will the real Jim Tassone please stand up? Okay, last call for nominations. I hear none. So I would like to. Okay, second. Okay, so there's been a motion to suspend the rules and go to a voice vote. All in favor of this motion, please vote yes by raising your card. All right, thank you. Any opposed, please raise your card. The motion is passed unanimously. We'll now proceed to the vote. So this is a voice vote. All in favor of Jim Tassone as vice chair for 2017, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Any in favor of none of the above, please say aye. Okay, thank you very much. So, Jim, you're on the hook for another year. So, just as an aside, I really depend on Jim a lot. Jim has a wealth of experience, and I always value his insight, and I really appreciate the fact that he's always there for me to bounce ideas off of. Some of my ideas are better than others, and he usually sets me straight. So, Jim, thank you for your service and your part. The next position that we need to elect is the secretary. The secretary is actually very important. The secretary keeps all the notes and the minutes from every meeting. So as you've already gathered today, the exact wording of those notes and those minutes and those motions is very, very important. So this is an important job. Our previous secretary, Mr. Brian Pizza, has moved out of the country, so he's no longer available to serve in this capacity. So for the past couple months, we really haven't had anyone already serving in this role. This is a voting member of the board, so you get to vote on all the motions just like everyone else. Don't think that secretary is some sort of secondary role. It's not. It's a very, very important leadership role in this party, and it's a role that we definitely need filled in 2017. It's a great opportunity for anyone who would like to get more involved in the party and assume a leadership role. This is a great opportunity. So you see up here on the board the job description. The secretary shall maintain, record, and report minutes of all meetings, including the state convention, carry out other duties as directed by the state chair, and assume the duties of the chair of that person and the vice chair are both unavailable. So in the all-important Libertarian line of succession, you're third. meeting shall be posted as soon as possible on the website. Any questions about this position and what it entails, or any comments? Point of information, Mr. Hassan.
So as Patrick mentioned, we have had a vacancy for a few months in order to keep things going. The board, I volunteered and the board approved me as interim secretary through the end of today's convention. And the reason that's important was I've been doing the minutes of the board meetings the last couple of months. But most importantly, I need to both do the minutes of the convention and also certify the results of the election. So we wanted to make sure we did not have a gap in that as we went through the convention process. But I certainly look forward to someone else taking the responsibility of secretary for 2017.
So unless there's any other points of information, I would like to open up the floor for nominations for secretary. Hunter, do you accept? Okay. I have Hunter. Other nominations? Kevin, do you accept? Other nominations for secretary? Last call for nominations for secretary. Okay, very good. Now, since we have time, I would like to recognize each candidate if they would like to make a brief statement. I would like to recognize them for 60 seconds each. You don't even know those. So, since Hunter, you were nominated first, would you like to make a 60-second statement in support of your candidacy? Yeah, you could have.
Hello everyone, my name is Hunter Romak. I'm currently the Vice President of Marketing for the NGLP. I've been a member for going on 4 years now. I'm incredibly devoted to the party. Under VP of Marketing, we were able to secure several events organized and arranged. We were able to also supply several new marketing materials, especially those that accentuate our point on the Second Amendment. At these events, we were able to point out to voters what candidates are running for 2016 in our state and the locations where they will be running. I'm able to attend pretty much all meetings, so I'm incredibly available, and I am definitely ready and willing to follow any kind of structure that is provided for me, and I'm incredibly devoted. And, see your vote. Thank you.
Kevin, would you like to address the convention?
Good morning, everybody. Kevin Lowry, Cranberry, New Jersey. I got involved in the party about last year, started voluntarily showing up to our monthly meetings. Represented the Libertarian Party at the school choice event in January. And in Cranberry, I volunteer as the subcommittee chair for the Municipal Alliance Against Drug Abuse and Alcoholism, a rec commissioner for the rec board, and a volunteer firefighter. For 15 years, I've been working within municipal government and federal government, so I just really enjoy serving my community and looking at this as an opportunity to get back a little more to the party here, something I really believe in. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much to both of our candidates. So now we will move on to the vote. Since this is a competitive race, we will use the ballots. You should have a blue ballot that says secretary on it. Point of information. Yes. Always a strong contender. None of the above.
Do we have enough
So,
pens?
please, the names are up here on the screen. Please, on your secretary ballot, please cast your vote for either Hunter Romak, Kevin Lowry, or none of the above. And we will be around to collect your ballot. I think what we usually do is when you're done voting, you can raise it in the air, and someone will be around to collect it, and then we will tabulate. Thank you. So while we're voting, I just want to say again, thank you to everyone for coming out today. This is already the best attended convention in the history of our party. So as I hope you all already know, and which I will be mentioning again throughout the day, this has been the most successful year in the history of our party. In the past 12 months, we doubled both our paid membership and our registered voters. So from the first 40 years of the party to last year, we doubled our growth 40 years in 1 year. So that's fantastic. So thank you very much for being a part of this movement. Any other ballots out there that weren't collected? Okay, last call for ballots.
And Hunter and Kevin, if you'd like to assign somebody to come watch now.
Might be some hanging checks.
And I repeat, if you came late and you believe that you should be a credentialed delegate, just see me and I'll look into whether or not you're a credentialed delegate.
Okay, so while those votes are counted, we're going to move on to the next position, which is treasurer. You've already heard from our current treasurer. This is also a critical leadership position in our party. You are in charge of the checkbook, the lucrative NJ Libertarian Party checkbook in your possession. I don't write checks. I don't write any checks. I have no power over that. It's all the treasurer. The treasurer shall maintain and make available proper financial records and report them to all meetings and prepare and submit any government or other financial and tax reports as required. The treasurer shall prepare the NJLP annual budget to be presented at our annual convention. Any questions, points of information about the role of the treasurer? Okay, hearing none, I would like to open the floor up for nominations for treasurer. Is there any nominations? Okay, Mr. Bowen, do you accept? Mr. Bowen accepts. Any other nominations for treasurer? Last call for nominations. Okay, hearing none. Mr. Bowen is the only named candidate in addition to none of the above. So I would like to move to bring us to a voice vote. I don't see why not. Yeah. Okay. So, is there a second for that? Okay, so, right? No, I'm not. I don't make motions. Yeah, well, yeah. So the motion in front of us is to, would you like to?
Suspending the vote, ballot vote, any unopposed office.
Okay. Voice vote for unopposed offices. Okay. Anyone like to rise against that motion? Okay. So, all in favor, please raise your blue card. Okay, thank you very much. Any opposed, please raise your blue card. All right, so that has passed unanimously. Thank you, Tim. So we will proceed to a voice vote for a treasurer. And again, the options are Rich Bowen or none of the above. All in favor of Rich Bowen, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay. All in favor of none of the above, please say aye. Okay, Rich, you've got it. Congratulations. And thank you. Okay, we have results. Who would like to make the announcement?
The results are Hunter had 30 votes, Kevin had 15 votes, and none of the above had 1 vote.
Okay, thank you very much and congratulations. And thank you also to Kevin for your candidacy and your support of the party. You know, I hope to see you at many more board meetings. So we're going to move on to the final three state officer elections, and these are the VPs of membership marketing programs. We'll begin with the VP of membership. So the VP, okay, you see it in front of you. I'm not going to read it all, but the VP of membership is overall responsible for attracting new members and retaining current ones. So Jay is currently serving as our VP of membership, as well as wearing about 20 other hats for the party. This is an official one. Any questions about what the VP of membership does? Any points of information we can answer before we open the floor for nominations? Okay, hearing none, who would like to nominate someone? Yeah,
I'll nominate Tom.
all right. Tom, do you accept?
Can I postpone
I think you have to accept.
that? I'd like to.
Okay. Well, what my suggestion is you accept it and you can rescind it. Okay. Any other nominations for VP of membership? Yeah. J. Edgar. Mr. Edgar, do you accept?
I accept, but I would like to see if someone else does want to run against me, I'm willing to work under that supervisor. But at the same time, a lot of, they're gonna find themselves with not much. But they would be a board member.
Any other nominations for VP membership? Okay, so right now we have two nominations. We have Tom Maskowski and Jay Edgar. He did, and he has not. He's not rescinded. Do either of our candidates want to rescind their acceptance so that we may proceed? I'm hearing no one rescinding. So I would like to recognize each candidate for 60 seconds, if they so choose, to address the body. Tom, since would you like to address the body for 60 seconds?
Taxation is theft.
As always. Jay, would you like to make a statement?
No.
Okay. Love it. So we're going to proceed with the vote. You have a blue ballot that says VP of membership on it. And on that ballot, you're going to write one of three things. And for this, I think first names are sufficient. First option is Tom. Second option is Jay. Third option is none of the above. So please write that on your ballot, raise it in the air. Somebody will be around to collect it, and then we will tabulate the results.
Point of information here.
Point of information, Mr. Krause.
Who is the current member of marketing?
Jay is the current VP of membership.
Whether we have a current member. I'm doing filter. Thank you.
Thank you.
And while you're voting, I would also like to, I have so many thank yous today, and I know I'm going to forget a lot of them, so you have to forgive me, but one group of people I definitely want to thank are all our 2016 NJLP candidates. You are the face of our party. You are the face of our party. You spread the message of liberty to all your friends and neighbors. And I would like to ask everyone who ran for office in 2016 to please stand up so that you can be recognized. 2016, who ran for office. I'm standing. I'm standing. So last year, our NJLP candidates received a record number of votes. The official number is just under 123,000 votes. So that is a record, and we want to keep breaking. We broke a lot of records last year, and our goal is to keep breaking them this year. So moving on, the next officer we need to elect is the VP of Marketing. Marketing, believe it or not, is an area where the Libertarian Party has some room for improvement. And as a result, we have this position. The VP of Marketing has overall responsibility for promoting the party and its activities to the media and general public. The VP will create an annual strategic plan for marketing for review by the state board. The VP of Marketing will work with the regions to promote these activities within the regions, and will work with other officials listed in the VP Marketing section of the bylaws to achieve the party's marketing goals. Any questions or points of information about the role of the VP of Marketing? And as we already heard, our outgoing VP was Mr. Hunter Romack. So that means we have a vacancy. So I would like to open up the floor for nominations for VP of Marketing.
I'd like to nominate Jeff Hendrick.
All right.
Jeff, do you accept?
Yes, I accept.
Yes, Mr. Edgar.
Before you close the nomination, you might want to wait for the results are released.
That's a good point. Okay, so now I'll commence with my stand-up comedy routine to kill some time until the votes are cast. Now, I also want to bring you up to date on some other items of party business. I am, in addition to the chair of the New Jersey Libertarian Party, I'm also the regional representative for Region 8 on the Libertarian National Committee, which means I am a momentous, epic glutton for punishment. Basically, most people aren't aware of the role of the Libertarian National Committee, and for good reason. They don't seem to do too much productive to help our state affiliates. But the way the structure of the National Party works, there are 8 regions. We are in Region 8. Region 8 is New Jersey, New York, and New England. Each region has a representative, of which I am unfortunately one. And then there are also the officers, the trustees of the National Committee. The National Committee meets 3 to 4 times a year. We are not, like most people in the party, are not compensated. We have to cover our own travel costs. The next meeting is in April, and my job as representative is to be the spokesman for all the affiliates in our region. I've always felt like Region 8 is sort of, in the past, been overlooked. I think a lot of people think that the northeastern United States is not the place to concentrate your energy in terms of spreading the message of liberty and growing the party. I could not disagree more. This is where most of the media is. This is where most of the money is. This is where a disproportionate number of people are. And I think focusing on the Northeast would be a huge boon to our party. And I've been making that case to the National Committee, pretty much unsuccessfully. But if you have any issues of national import that you want to be brought up, I am your messenger, your conduit to the National Committee, so you can feel free to see me later. We have the results.
The results for VP of membership, Jay received 31 votes, Tom received 15 votes, one write-in vote for John Galt.
Okay, congratulations and sympathies to Jay. So we will resume the nomination process of VP of Marketing. So far, Jeff Trick has been nominated, and I believe he accepted.
Correct.
Okay. Other nominations for VP of Marketing, Joe.
I want to nominate Dan Kraus, the guy that set up this stage and all this stuff on campus.
Mr. Kraus, do you accept?
I expect to be the
Mike Ruffo, do you accept? Okay. Any other nominations? Last call for nominations. Hearing none. Pursuant to our previous motion, we will proceed to a voice vote. The options are Jeff Heatrick and none of the above. Jeff, I guess you can speak if you like. I can give you 60 seconds if you like.
You can play my little questionnaire
Okay. Okay, so you're gonna pull that up? Okay. Well, I think we'll just proceed to the vote. So all in favor of Jeff Heatrick for VP of Marketing, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Or all in favor of none of the above, please say aye. Okay, congratulations, Jeff. Welcome to the board. We have one final state officer position that we need to fill, and that is VP of Programs. VP of Programs is another voting member of the state board. The VP of Programs, and we'll bring up the official description here, has overall responsibility of developing educational outreach programs designed to educate the public to libertarian ideas and the Libertarian Party, and to develop programs to help us identify, recruit, and support candidates that run for office under the NJLP banner. The VP will create an annual strategic plan for programs for review by the state board. The VP of Programs will work with the regions to promote its activities within the regions, and will work with the other officials listed in the VP Program section of the bylaws. So, you know, what? Well, I don't want to make any comments about what I vote for from a candidate, because that's irrelevant. So, any other questions or points of information on the job of the VP of Programs? Sham is our current VP of Programs. Would you like to rise?
Okay, I'll be brief.
Sure, thanks. Okay, so
No problem. I'll be totally
I would like to open the floor for nominations for VP of Programs. Would anyone like to make a nomination? Tim? Sham, do you accept?
Yes.
Okay, I accept.
Nominate Kevin Lowry.
Kevin, do you accept? Other nominations for VP of Programs, Dan?
I'd like to nominate Claudia Delusic.
Claudio, do you accept?
I'm sorry, what was this again?
Good answer. No, you've just been nominated for a VP of Programs, Claudio. Do you accept?
Can I take Jay on with me and be assistant aide and be able to see the area of some
Jay's
sort?
already a permanent
I
aide to
know. I do have a lot on my plate and I do plan on running this year for office. So
Okay.
I respectfully decline. I do appreciate it. Thank you for the nomination.
Okay, thank you, Claudio. So he declines. Hunter.
I nominate Tom.
All right.
Tom, do you accept? Okay, very good. Other nominations for VP of Programs. This is a great opportunity to get on the board and become a leader in the party. Okay, last call for nominations. Okay, so the nominees I have are Isham, Kevin, and Tom. I would like to recognize each one of those and none of the above as always. He's speaking right now. So I would like to recognize each one of these nominees for 60 seconds if we so choose. Isham, would you like to address the body?
Hello, everybody. Thank you for coming. So this is the first year. We just concluded the first year that the VP of Programs has been made available. There's been a wide, leeway and latitude for coming up with your own programs, own initiatives. So that lack of direction has resulted in, a fair amount of difficulty in coming up with new things, new programs to bring to the table. That being said, we have I've seen what works, what doesn't, mostly what doesn't. But there's a few things that I have in the works that I'd like to see brought to the table, particularly including long-term fundraising. So if you plan on donating money to the party, if you'd like to, especially with a long-term goal in mind, whether I win or not, come see me afterwards. Other than that, I've invested a year into the party, and I'd like to see another year so that I can bring my vision to the table. That being said, the other candidates are very, very dedicated, and I'm sure they're just as qualified. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Kevin, would you like to address the body?
In addition to my little bio from before, the biggest thing is I didn't really know we had this until you came up here just now. But programs is what I've done for most of my career, from running youth camps to overseeing kind of game nights for kids, things like that in my community. That's what I enjoy doing. It helps, I think, move an agenda of an organization forward in an actionable way to say, hey, we don't just have this ideal, but we're actually doing this to achieve it and push it. So programs, I like to engage in those. It's fun. It's what I've been doing, and it's an opportunity for me to do so with the Libertarian Party. I'm kind of going to jump at it. And while I'm sure that he's been doing a great job for a year, it seems like nice to see he has a strategic plan too for the future. So, you know, if he is picked, good. But it's just something I'm passionate about. So hence I decided to run. So, thank you, everybody.
Okay, thank you very much. And Tom, would you like to address the body? Tom yields his time. So we have 4 nominees for VP of Program. We have Shem, Kevin, Tom, and none of the above. You should have a blue ballot with VP of Programs on it. Please write your selection on that ballot, raise it in the air, and someone will be around to collect it from you. And while you're voting, I would like to recognize one of our candidates from last year. This candidate received over 23% of the vote for Ocean Township Committee, and that is Mr. Michael Roche. So I want to say thank you to Mike was our most successful candidate by percentage in the party last year, so I wanted to take the time to say thank you to him. And I also want to let you know that our presidential candidate, Gary Johnson, received over 72,000 votes in New Jersey last year, which is another record for the Libertarian Party in this state. I want to thank everyone who participated in that record-breaking campaign. So, as we tabulate, last call for ballots. For anyone out there with a ballot that we did not collect. Okay, so as a procedural issue, I don't want to move to the next order of business and open the floor for nominations until all the votes are cast, because theoretically someone could want to run for one or both of these offices. But the next order of business is probably the most important today, and that is the nominations of governor and any statewide candidates that cross regional boundaries. So, besides governor, the way it works is we have 3 regions: North, Central, and South, and the regions will be nominating their candidates. And after this, we're going to have breakout sessions in each region. Each region will nominate its local candidates. The purpose of this is to not only select our governor, I'm sure that's what we're all here for today, but also select any candidates whose districts cross the boundaries of our regions. And I'm not aware that we have any of those here today. So I think, Dan?
we had one candidate that's not in the motion, cross-regional.
Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Can you?
I'm not sure who that was.
Anthony? Yeah, the Kunamiti.
Anthony Starr.
Yes. He's cross-regional.
So, as we're waiting at the final vote here, part of what we're trying to do is give more power at the local level. We don't want the state board to be micromanaging everything in this party. We want the regions to be more or less autonomous in your selection of your candidates. Along with that, we need the regional chairs, who you will also be selecting in your breakout sessions, to really step up to the plate and accept some responsibility. That is absolutely necessary. I mean, being a regional chair, if I were new to this party, I would probably want to be a regional chair, because you have a lot of free reign in terms of how you want to run your region, and you don't have to go to state board meetings. So that is like 2 for 2. Okay, but along with that, you have a lot of responsibility to really take charge of your candidates, of the membership in your region, and to establish a relationship with the members of the candidates in your region. So, okay, great, thank you, Jay. So, in addition to the elected positions in the party, there are also unelected positions that are very important and we would like to fill here today. Some of these are newsletter editor, so we all look forward to receiving a newsletter. Right now, that's something Jay does pretty much by himself, and that's not really fair to Jay. Jay already does way too much of this party. So we would love to have someone step up to the plate and be the newsletter editor. It's really not that much work. That's your only responsibility in the party. Another position we'd like to fill is social media chair. So right now,
in the camera now.
in terms of
We got to do
our
here.
social
Somebody
media
left their
presence,
glasses on.
pretty much most of the content comes from me and Jim, and we enjoy doing that. But as chair and vice chair, that really shouldn't be our responsibility. We should be worried about other things. We should have somebody whose sole responsibility is social media. I mentioned the bylaws committee. The bylaws committee is very important. They make recommendations to general meetings in terms of bylaws changes. And it's important that that committee is at least functional. They're not always busy, but they need to be functional so that if we need to do something, they're responsive to emails, they're able to go to a meeting, and they're able to take care of the business that we need to attend to. Because what's happening with our party now is we're grown. And our bylaws were designed originally at a time where we were not grown. So we're facing some new challenges, some new opportunities, and to be able to accommodate those, sometimes we need to consider bylaws changes. So that's very important. And finally, we have a platform committee, and the platform committee creates the official position of the party on issues. I know we as Libertarians all love to debate the issues. That's one thing we're good at, so if you're interested in that, please see myself or another board member if you'd like to get involved in, again, newsletter editor or helping with the newsletter, helping with social media, participating in bylaws or the platform committees. And I believe the votes have been counted for VP of programs.
Looks like we're going to need a second ballot.
Oh boy.
We do not have a majority of the votes cast. We have plurality. And there are rules around that, which I'll go over. Let me give you the results first. Kevin received 23 votes. Sean received 22 votes. Tom received 3 votes. 1, none of the above. 1 for Rand Paul. And 1 for all of the above. Because there were 51 votes, a majority is 26 votes. So the rule is anyone under 5% and the lowest nominated candidates are taken off the second ballot. So for the second ballot, the competition will be between Hisham and Kevin. You have in your packet another ballot called unspecified unspecified A, we're going to use that ballot to revote for second ballot.
Okay, thank you very much, Rich. So please go ahead and do that now. The options are Hashem and Kevin. There.
Question.
Question.
Some of the states on the first vote, they use the original ballot.
I think that may be a little confusing to people.
Yeah.
Now, I would
Yeah.
prefer to use unspecified A.
Yeah, yes, please make sure to use the unspecified A ballot. So please vote now. Again, when you're finished, you can raise it above your head and someone will come and select it. And as a point of information, we've adopted the national procedural rules for these competitive votes. So this is where we get the procedure of eliminating the lowest candidate and anyone under 5%, so that we may achieve a majority. That's how national conducts its nominations, and so that's what we've adopted. I can tell you this is much, much more competitive than any year since I've been a member of the party. And that's sort of what I mean is, as we grow, we have these new problems that we haven't had to deal with before, and they're all good problems. These are the problems we want to have.
Anybody else?
But it gives a lot of opportunity for people to get involved in leadership positions within the party. So, last call for ballots. Need to be appropriate. Okay. Last call. Great, thank you. And thank you again to our excellent candidates. So, at this time, I would like to move on to the next order of business, which is the nomination of candidates for governor. This is a very big race this year. We have more eyes on this party than ever before. Never before, in my memory, have we had people asking us in advance who our candidates were. I mean, that's... It may sound silly, but I think it's indicative of the fact that people are looking to our party for leadership in a way that they never have before. We are one of only 2 states in the country having statewide elections. The other is Virginia. So there's going to be a lot of attention on the New Jersey governor's race this year. And we want to make sure that we have our best possible candidate. It's a very big race. Running for governor is a big commitment. Anyone who's run for office, even at the local level, knows what a huge commitment it is of time, of energy. And I think that the results of this election will be a bellwether for a lot of people and how they perceive this party. Is this party legitimate? Are we the 3rd major party? Are we just a flash in the pan? And I think that people in New Jersey especially are so desperate for an alternative. We have some of the highest taxes, the worst business climate. We all know this. People are looking to us for leadership. They're frustrated with what they have, but they want something better. And those people aren't going to come to us. We have to go to them. It's our responsibility to put forth great candidates who are going to spread the message of liberty. So with that being said, I would like to open the floor for nominations for governor of New Jersey. You guys almost done? Okay, so the voting is almost counted. We're going to have a result here.
The results of the second ballot, Kevin received 29 votes, Sean received 25 votes. So Kevin, you are elected.
Right, congratulations, Kevin, and thank you, Hashem, for your service. Point of order, Jim. So, Mr. Tassone is asking whether the group would like a 5-minute break. I will only say that we have 15 minutes scheduled to nominate our gubernatorial candidate. I know we have a number of candidates. We only have 4 minutes each scheduled for each candidate. So whatever the feeling of the body is, that's fine. But we don't have a heck of a lot of time to deal with this very important business. So can I just get a sense of the body? Can you raise your hand if you would like to take a break? Right, that's what I like to see. Power forward. So, that being said, I would like to open the floor for nominations. And the way, just to clarify, the way this works is anyone can nominate a member of the party. The nomination does not need to be seconded. As with our other races, the nominee just needs to accept. Okay, so would anyone like to vote? Yes.
It is my honor to nominate Peter Roman for governor.
All right, Peter Roman has been nominated. Other nominations?
I nominate Ryan Manville.
Ryan accepts. Okay, other nominations for governor? I know we have other candidates here. Yeah.
I'm trying, but you don't have to nominate me if you don't want to.
Well,
Jason
you
McKenna,
can.
everybody. I'm new.
Can you identify yourself, everyone?
Yes, Jason McKenna, and I'm trying to run for governor.
You can nominate yourself. You can nominate yourself.
I'm James Martellino, and I'd like to nominate myself for governor.
Yes.
I'd like to nominate Chris Laguerre.
All right, Creed, you accept. Dan.
I'd like to nominate
Patrick McKnight. Nice try. Other nominations for governor. Currently, we have Peter, Ryan, Jason, James, and Carice. Last call for nominations, and then we will proceed to statements. Okay, so we're going to proceed in the order of the nominations. We have allocated 4 minutes for a candidate statement. If the candidate wishes, they can also include question and answer in that 4 minutes. Each candidate gets 4 minutes. So with that, I would like to bring up Peter Morgan to make his statement.
Good morning, everyone. Most of you know me already. For those of you who don't, allow me to refer you to some of my previous campaigns so you can get a feel for who I am. In 2015, I ran for Bergen County Freeholder. The focal point of that campaign was going head-to-head against a corrupt and powerful Bergen County prosecutor. I did not win that election, but the victory I took from that, I took that man's job. He is no longer a prosecutor of Bergen County. Last year, I used the debate stage to put forth an agenda suggesting over $200 million of cuts from the county budget. I am a libertarian. I am anti-corruption, and I am for small government. You know my record. I'm running for governor here today. My campaign is based on 2 points: victimless crime and taxes. If I'm elected governor, I will no longer tolerate the incarceration of our people for victimless crime. Therefore, if I am elected, on Inauguration Day, I'll be issuing mass pardons, proactively and retroactively, for everyone in this state for cannabis-related crimes, for anything Second Amendment related. All my friends, in the Second Amendment community, you can count on me. No longer will we ever have to hear the stories, the horror stories of people like Brian Aiken or Shaneen Allen, or God rest their soul, Carol Bone. My tax plan is revolutionary. It took me 18 months to develop it. It is called compulsory volunteerism. This tax plan will do away with all of your current tax forms. No more property taxes, no more sales tax, no more gas taxes. In fact, you won't even have to pay for vehicle registrations. The way this program works, it's still a tax, still an income tax, but you'll be given the option of where you can place your funds. If you like your school board, you can place your part of your compulsory payment into your school board. If you like your library, put it there. This creates competition for your tax dollars. As we know, in the real world, competition makes a better product. Right now, government does not have any competition. This creates competition for your tax dollar. It'll create a smaller, more efficient government. If you have any questions about this, please read the handout or grab me later on. Now, my competitor, Ryan Manville, his tax plan is called zero annual property tax. And if he had it his way, what he's proposing is, instead of paying your property taxes annually, you'd be paying them up front. I don't know, again, supposed to be how many years? Probably 8 to 10 years or so up front. Now, those property taxes, it's going to be anywhere between $80,000 to $100,000. Many people won't be able to afford that. That's going to have to get rolled into a mortgage. You're still going to be paying your taxes, but in addition to paying your taxes, you're going to have to pay interest on that over 30 years. I don't see this as a very libertarian plan. On the other side of it, too, I see it as creating a tremendous housing crisis on the supply side. You've seen the differences between our plans. I'm proposing no more property tax. He's proposing maintaining with the added feature of paying interest on it. This past week at debates, a point came up about the National Guard. I said I would zero it out if I could because I'm against the government's monopoly of force. Ryan took the other stance. He's in favor of keeping the National Guard around. I don't want to run because it could be used against you. Ryan's advocacy for maintaining the government's monopoly of force isn't libertarian at all. It's close to statism. Thank you.
Pete. Pete's time has expired. We'll now move on to Ryan Manville. Ryan, you have 4 minutes to address the body. If they lose time, if the candidate leaves time, there can be questions and answers.
Thanks, Packers. I'd like
to
stand on my own qualifications. Fellow libertarians, imagine a world of liberty. A world where the nation's eyes will be upon New Jersey in 2017 as the only state that will likely run a libertarian candidate for governor. Envision a world where the right candidate could capture the governorship and dramatically shift New Jersey towards its original intent of liberty and prosperity. Picture a world where the libertarian candidate garners at least a double-digit general electorate vote with a puncher's chance of an upset. My name is Ryan Manville, and I'm the candidate for the Libertarian Party, and I just for the New Jersey governor in 2017. My very background, unique qualities, and full-time focus on the right issues will usher in the start of a new era in New Jersey politics. The New Jersey Libertarian Party is in a position of positive momentum after the 2016 general election, and we must capture it. My candidacy will be known for out-of-the-box thinking, high energy, and will capitalize on our party's forward movement. For the past 15 years, I've lived in Union County with my wife and 2 children. After being raised in Westfield, I went to Tufts University on a Navy scholarship where I received an electrical engineering degree. I proudly served in the U.S. Submarine Force for 7 years, while simultaneously obtaining my MBA from Northwestern University. Coming out of the military, I was a consultant for the New Jersey office of McKinsey & Company. And I served executives and corporations which served as models towards my approach in addressing tough problems. For the past 13 years, I've worked in a variety of financial services leadership roles at American Express, First Bank Chief Operating Officer, which is a billion-dollar bank out of Hamilton, New Jersey, and most recently Capital One. Serving others for a higher purpose was my calling as a naval officer. I look to proudly serve as the Libertarian candidate for governor. 100% of my energy and focus will be on this race, and I intend to lead the Libertarian Party in New Jersey to heights never achieved. Fellow Libertarians, it is time I became your full-time candidate. I have the qualities that were best suited to capture this opportunity. Number 1, my personal philosophy is a complete fit with libertarian ideals. This is wholeheartedly demonstrated with content posted on my website, deep individual conversations I've had with many of you within this room, and in the recent 3-hour libertarian gubernatorial debate held last Saturday. I will communicate a platform that not only speaks for the party, but with a message that resonates across the millions of voters in New Jersey that are libertarians at heart, but just don't know it yet. A compelling candidate, credible candidate is required. Number 2, the stakes for this election are higher than they ever have been. The Libertarian Party needs the highest level of commitment from their candidate. I will devote my full energy into this campaign, taking leave from my career to push the libertarian ideals throughout the state of New Jersey, full time. The Libertarian Party needs someone who can put 100% effort towards professional run. Critically, the ability to achieve major fundraising goals and be invited on the same debate stage with the Democrats and Republicans will only be possible with a full-time candidate. And finally, the governorship is the highest executive office in New Jersey. We need a candidate that has executive experience at a commensurate high level. This will be a tough journey. We need to pick a candidate that has been exposed to a variety of challenges in several world-class organizations and has demonstrated success. The time for me to become your full-time candidate will focus on the right issues, what I call the 3 Ls. Number 1, lessen burden of taxation. This will entail a reduction in the state budget of 20% by 2020, with 2% per annum decline in perpetuity starting in 2021. Elimination of the sales and corporate tax and major property tax reform. We'll have an option, but we will get rid of annual property taxes from New Jersey for good. Number 2, lower intrusion of government into our personal lives. Our firearms laws are amongst the most restrictive in the country. The third thing is legalization of marijuana, which I think all of us here are throughout. Finally, I make the following pledges. I pledge to promote the Libertarian brand first. I pledge to work directly with the many candidates that are here in the room today to help them with their candidacy. I pledge to hit 500 municipalities within New Jersey and to raise at least $400,000 to get on the debate stage. It is time, fellow libertarians, to have a proven leader and full-time candidate to make our dreams of liberty and prosperity a reality for New Jersey. Our party needs to vote for someone who will commit full-time to the campaign that libertarians deserve, and we need a candidate with deep executive experience for the highest New Jersey executive office. Let's make the first step towards regaining liberty and prosperity together. Vote Ryan Mandel for Libertarian.
Ryan. The next candidate to be recognized is Jason McKenna. Jason.
Well, how do you follow that? I'm new to the party. I came in last year. So let me give you a quick synopsis of who I am and where I work. I was born in Michigan in 1972, which is the birth date of the Libertarian Party. My father ran for Congress in 1976 under the Libertarian ticket, and it was 1976 and he was a Libertarian, so you all know how that happened. I've spent my entire life as a Libertarian, small L, only becoming big L after moving to New Jersey and realizing, whoa, New Jersey has to move in a different direction. I planted roots here. I believe in the state. I believe in the people in the state. That being said, I think if I were to get the nomination, I would work as hard as humanly possible to try and teach people that we need to. There is a third way. It's not left. It's not right. It's what you want. You do not need to have the government in your way. You do not need to have the government in your face. Ever. Its only job is to protect life, liberty, property. The end. And I would work in every possible way to make that happen. If I were to become governor, I would use the tools of the executive to stand in the way of the federal interfering with the state. I would stand in the way of the local interfering with the people. I would use every possible tool I could have at my disposal to eliminate as executive positions as possible to reduce the budget. I mean, many people don't understand there's a difference between law and regulation. And one of the biggest problems that New Jersey has, I think, is over-regulation. One of the things I think the whole nation has is over-regulation. So if we can reduce that regulation, we reduce cost, we reduce interference with the people, and we all get to make our own choices and live our own lives if we see fit. It shouldn't matter. Your personal choices and how you live your life should not be mandated by anyone, so long as you're not hurting anybody else or taking away their personal rights. And I have lived my entire life trying to live by that principle. I've tried to avoid government in every branch of my life. I was a nomad for decades. I worked as a stagehand. I've traveled the entire country. I've worked with blue-collar people all over this nation. They all say the same thing. They just don't know how to get there. And I think that we, as libertarians, can help show them the way. That's the best I can do for now, so thank you.
Thank you very much, Jason. Next, we'll hear from James Margatulio.
Well, 4-minute lightning round won't be needing this. I've been in public service since 2007, started as a water treatment plant operator for County, New Jersey, currently corrections officer for the County of Ocean County, and I've been a fly on the wall for the past 10 years of government, and I've seen exactly how the top waste money through nepotism and just wasteful spending. Now, for the last 8 years, we have a governor that's divided the working class by public worker and private worker. How's that worked out for us? We're all just as broke as the other guy, so apparently that's not working. Our property taxes are only going up. So I could go on and on and on about policy, but one of the problems is, I feel with government is they dictate too much to us what they want, and they don't listen too much what you guys want. So let's do some questions and answers. Anybody? You, sir.
You said that one of the problems is nepotism. How would you address that as governor?
Well, first off, we'd find out who's got the same last names as the guy running the company or the public service or the department, find out exactly what their qualifications were, find out why they're more qualified than the last guy, and if they're not, they get fired and the person put in that position is prosecuted for corruption. You, sir.
What would you do for the unfunded pension system that we own the contract to adhere to?
Well, first of all, I stopped using it as a piggy bank. Second, I'd probably pay it, like the governor has, even though the public worker has been paying more towards their fair share, and he refused to put money into it. And I'd also cut back on the double dipping, which is also prevalent at the top, not so much as the guy digging the ditch, making sure the water's flowing. So that's probably the best we can do for right now. You, sir.
Would you cancel debt, government debt, bonds?
Well, that's a tricky situation because that affects the entire economy. If we could do that without crashing our economy, we could definitely explore that. If it looks like that would form bread lines, probably not the most responsible thing to do. You, sir.
What are you going to do to bring business back to New Jersey?
Well, first we'd probably cut the unfair benefits that corporations get, close the loopholes, and bring down the regulations that large business has influenced our politicians to put on small business to make small business effective and more profitable. You, sir.
How can you communicate liberty to the public any differently than the other communities?
Well, basically through large social media presence. Don't know how much effective we'll be with the mainstream media because they're going to ignore us at every possible turn. But if we can make a big enough social media impact, which of course is now eclipsing your mainstream media, the mainstream media have no choice but to finally recognize us. You, sir.
What's your position on public schools and how would you change the way public schools are funded?
That would probably take up more than the time I have, but once again, we have to re-examine the role of people up top, like the administrators, such as the Board of Education, and the superintendents. A lot of superintendents, they make over $100,000 a year, but what exactly can they do? Got more time, anybody else? Yes, sir.
Will you pursue the prosecution of current government officials for corrupt documents?
Absolutely. If you are in a position of public trust, you betray that trust, that's probably the worst offense you commit against the American people. Going once, going twice. Taxation is theft, and your body, your choice.
All right, thank you, James. And now we're going to hear from Carice.
Good morning. All right, good morning. My name is Carice Laguerre, and it is a great pleasure to be here with you today as we embark on the year that the Libertarian Party finally puts an end to bipartisan elections in New Jersey. In all things, we know that timing is everything. This is our year. As the bipartisan politicians will fight through the discourse created by their historical mismanagement of government, we will carve a path to, sorry, I'm a little nervous. We will carve a path to revival. Historically, revolutions occur when there is discourse and a courageous leader who is willing to empower the people, downtrodden, disillusioned, and disgusted by the established system of lies and abuse, political tensions rising like the high tide, washing out the belief that bipartisan politics have their best interests in mind. The state is full of minds ready to embrace the libertarian ideas and take charge of their own lives with less government intrusion. This movement is not one that can be forced upon them. It must be their own idea. Empowered by the ideal of volunteerism, based in a citizen-led government, I am certain that we can reduce government naturally by legislation inclusion. The people, ordinary, hardworking people, involved in every aspect of decision-making and laws, helping to write and reform laws that will assist in the legalization of marijuana, restoring Second Amendment rights, reducing taxation, and improving education. We should have always had a government that required our input. Our tax contributions are our hard-earned cost of admission into government. Therefore, we must break down the establishment. Collectively, we must lead if we don't want to be misled. My campaign is not here to make a bunch of promises of things that I will do for you. Instead, I'd rather empower you. That way we can work together to get this state on the right path. My campaign's appeal, is that this is real for me. New Jersey, as a lifelong resident, this state has always been the backdrop of my dreams and the unrequited love of my reality. Our failing economic growth, suffocating debt, and the outstanding high cost of living is chipping away at my family, as well as many other working class families here in New Jersey. The timing is right for us, but we need the right motivations to encourage others to vote for liberty. And while a full-time campaign is noble and ideal, what would garner more respect and relatability from thousands of people who are out there working overtime or multiple jobs in order to make ends meet than a candidate who is also hard to provide for their own family as well as working hard to improve the state? I'm not in this race because I want to be. I'm in this race because I have to be. We, and when I say the term we, it is an all-inclusive term that stands for the fed up, the underrepresented, the minorities, the working class, the immigrants, the oppressed, the libertarians. We are never going to get the respect we deserve unless one of us stands up for all of us. Now is the time that I encourage you to make a decision that ends complacency as a third party in what is normally a two-party race and begin making strategic movements. Because if we want to see big change, that requires a really big move. Thank you.
Can we get a big round of applause for all our outstanding qualified field of candidates, and I just want to say thank you on behalf of the party to everyone who's running. You're all qualified as far as I'm concerned to be our governor. So, with that being said, the time is currently 10:54. I know we would all love to debate and discuss the merits of each individual candidate ad nauseum. However, we are already behind schedule. So I would like to ask for someone to make a motion to bring us to a vote. Okay, do I have a second? Okay. We can proceed with the voting for governor. So you should have a ballot that says gubernatorial candidate. On that ballot, please write your selection for governor. Either Peter Norman, Ryan Manfield, Jason McKenna, James Marcatulio, or Carissa Guerre, or none of the above. All right, when you've completed writing your selection, please raise it in the air and someone will be around to collect it.
Yeah.
Okay, so just to remind everyone how this works is we're going to count up the votes. The nominee needs a majority of the ballots. So if no one gets a majority of the ballots in the first round, we're going to eliminate the least successful candidate, lowest percentage, and anyone who's under 5%. And then we will proceed to another round of voting, and we will continue that process until somebody has a majority of the vote. Okay, so are there any ballots out there that have not been collected? This is the last call for ballots for governor. One.
Again, if anybody wants a representative live while we're counting, more than welcome.
Okay, this is the last call. Okay, so we're now going to begin the counting of the first round of ballots. Now, we're already behind schedule. I do want to keep things moving, so just to let you know, once we conclude this vote, we'll move on to lieutenant governor, and we will briefly nominate any candidates that transcend regional boundaries. Then we're going to break out into our regional meetings. I'll give you 1 second. And during the regional meetings, that's very important that each region select their chair and their other leadership positions for the next year, and also that each region select their local candidates. And the region rep, thank you, Jay, which is the regional's representation on the board and who's responsible for coming to the board meetings and representing the interests of the region. Question, Dave? Okay, so the motion has been made and seconded to proceed to the nomination of candidates across regional boundaries. So first, I know we had, I believe, a gentleman in the back. We need these candidates to identify themselves, or else we're just going to move right along. Yes, sir.
Anthony Starr, 12th District Assembly. I nominate myself.
Okay, Anthony, thank you. 12th District Assembly.
I nominate Dave Brown.
For what?
12th District.
Oh, 12th District, okay, thank you. Just a general nomination. Okay, got it.
Or whatever.
Yeah. Damien.
I nominate Jack Hedrick for the 27th District.
Okay.
I'll nominate Damien for 27th District.
27th District.
Correct. But I think that's actually northern, so we do that in the breakout.
Right, this is only for districts that go beyond the regional boundaries of the party. I'm sure everyone has their regional boundaries committed to memory. We'll be quiz. All right, so since we have a contested race for the 12th Assembly, oh, it's vote for 2. That's right. Okay, very good. So we have a full slate of Assembly candidates in District 12.
Right.
Would either candidate like to make a brief statement before we move on to the vote?
Anybody doesn't mind?
Okay. How's 60 seconds, Dan? Are you good with that?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Okay. The 12th Assembly District is Monmouth County, Ocean County. Is it part of Mercer too? Okay.
I'm done.
How you doing? My name is Daniel Kraus. Hoping to be approved for 12th District Assembly. Many of you may not know me. I used to run the campaign for Liberty for about 5 years with my good friends Gloria Lustig. Anyway, first off, taxation is theft. My goal in the Assembly would be simple: to cut back regulation that is hurting our lives in this state. We're seeing a mass exodus from our state. At the same time, we're seeing a mass entrance of immigrants. We need immigrants, but we need to stop the mass sending away of people that have been here for generations that simply cannot afford it because of overreach of regulation and taxation. Send me to Trenton, and I'll do the job that apparently the Trentonians don't want to do, which is hold our life and our liberty as the utmost thing that we need to protect in this state. Please consider me, and I look forward to hopefully getting your approval. Thank you.
Yes. Okay, Anthony, 60 seconds.
I'll just be real quick. The last time the Libertarian Party nominated a candidate for Assembly in the 12th District was 1991, which is before I was born. But I'm here now, and 2 candidates, and that's extremely exciting to me. It's a fantastic opportunity. I'm ready to go, and I'm ready to make New Jersey fall in love with liberty again. Please consider me. Thank you.
Question from Dan.
As has been vetted, the Central Jersey Nomination Committee would like to support the nomination of both of these candidates.
Okay, very good. Thank you, Dan.
As membership chair, I do say they're all members, because that is one of the requirements to be a candidate, is you have to be a member. All 4 of the candidates are members.
So, since this is technically not contested, pursuant to our previous motion, we can proceed to a voice vote on these 2 candidates. So, you've heard from them, Anthony and Dan. They're running for a 12th Assembly. I would like to go ahead and do this as a slate. I see no reason not to do it. We don't need to nominate them individually, unless someone would like to. Anyone object to nominating them as a slate? Okay. Hearing none. All in favor of nominating Dan and Anthony, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, thank you very much, and congratulations. Jeff and Damien, I believe you guys are just in the north, right? So we don't need, we can proceed. Again, there's going to be more local nominations in your regional groups. Now, I have the results of the voting for governor. There were a total of 54 votes cast, which means that to win a majority, a candidate must have received 28 votes. The results of the voting is as follows. None of the above, 0. Jason McKenna, 0. James Marcotulio, 2. Carice Laguerre, 8. Ryan May, 12. Peter Rorman, 32. Peter Rorman has won the majority. I just wanted to say once again, thank you to all our candidates. All our candidates were outstanding. I would have been very proud to support any of you as our nominee. And I would like to remind you that we still have an election for lieutenant governor coming up. And I hope that all of our outstanding candidates for governor who didn't make it will consider running for lieutenant governor.
Chairman?
Yes.
Can I move to suspend the rules for a 5-minute recess to convene with all the possible lieutenant governor candidates? 5 minutes.
We're behind schedule as it is. Can you do it in 2 minutes?
We're bargaining away these minutes.
2.5, it's a compromise, it's a split.
I think because they will be running as a ticket
Yes.
rather than separately, it's important that you be comfortable with the lieutenant governor candidates that they're both on the same page. So we really got to talk to them.
Okay, so I would like to suspend the voting for lieutenant governor for, I'm going to say 3 minutes, to give Pete an opportunity to meet with anyone. Well, I'm not sure that it matters. I mean, I think they need to be interested in running.
Anybody interested in running for lieutenant governor? Ryan, I'd like to speak to you too as well. Mr. Vice Chair, if you can join us too as well, Mr. Vice as well. Please, we can meet in the back room. Anybody interested?
Okay, it's backroom politics going on now. Welcome to New Jersey, people. You know how it works. All right, so we're going to hold off on voting for lieutenant governor for 3 minutes. And as we're waiting, I want to prepare us for the next order of business, which is the regional caucuses. So we're already behind schedule. It's currently 11:06, which means we're cutting into our time for other business. So what's going to happen is each region, I'm going to suggest north in the back, central in the middle, and south to my left, your right. You're going to get together and you're going to conduct the following business in rapid fire succession. You're going to elect your regional chair, you're going to elect your regional rep, and you're going to nominate any local candidates that are strictly within your region, township committee, mayor, state assembly, state senate, that's strictly within your district. So we're already behind schedule, so that's going to have to go fast as soon as we conclude the voting for lieutenant governor. And while we're waiting, I'd like to give you a quick update on our progress in the realm of social media. As has been discussed, we're having great progress online and in social media. And just like we've doubled our membership and our registered voters, we've also doubled our reach on social media. And the NJLP Facebook page is regularly reaching over 100,000 New Jerseyans every week. So fantastic. And thank you very much to everyone who's been sharing our posts, sharing our content. Really appreciate it. And I don't know if you've ever been just really bored and you've looked at the social media presence of Republicans or Democrats in the state. There's nothing going on. There's no enthusiasm. There's no excitement. There's no interest. But our social media is absolutely on fire. It's really incredible how much we've grown and how many people we're reaching. I mean, I'm looking looking around, I don't see any members of the mainstream media here today. I might be wrong. But when you go online and people get to actually vote for themselves what they're interested in, the Libertarian Party is dominating. So I think that's very exciting. I think that's a great leading indicator of where the sentiments of the people of New Jersey lie. So at this time, that's been 3 minutes by my watch. So can someone please enter the smoke-filled room and bring forth Lieutenant Governor candidates? Dan.
How do we wait? The Central Jersey chair is wanting to give a rapid-fire report as we wait for the candidates to come out.
Fantastic. Yeah, we're just running out of time. I'd like to kill 2 birds. I don't think we're ready. Okay, it's been 3 minutes. We are now opening the nominations for Lieutenant Governor of the state of New Jersey. Anyone like to make a nomination? Audio.
Carice, please.
Carice, do you accept? All right, fantastic. Carice has been nominated. Other nominations for Lieutenant Governor? Dan.
I'd like to nominate James.
James, you accept? James accepts. Ken, do you accept? Ken declines. But thank you to Ken for being our previous gubernatorial candidate in 2012. Other nominations? Jason, you accept? Okay. Other nominations for Lieutenant Governor in the back? Yes, ma'am.
Ryan Manuel?
Ryan, do you accept? Ryan declines. Other nominations for Lieutenant Governor? Dan, do you accept? Dan declines. So far we have Carice, James, and Jason so far nominated. Do I hear other nominations for Lieutenant Governor? Last call for nominations. Once, twice. Okay. The candidates are Carice DeBlair, James Marcotulio, and Jason McKenna. And of course, none of the above. You've already heard from all these candidates, and since we're behind schedule, I don't think we need to hear from them again unless somebody objects. So yes.
Unspecified B ballot.
Yes, we're going to use unspecified B for the ballot to vote for Lieutenant Governor.
For 10 seconds to give my vote.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All in favor of suspending the rules to allocate 10 seconds for Pete to make a restatement? Please raise your blue card and vote aye. Okay, thank you. Any opposed, please raise your blue card and vote nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Pete, you have 10 seconds to make a brief statement.
Endorsing Carice. We spoke, we're in agreement on a lot of things. I endorse her, I ask you to vote for her. Help us unify this ticket. Thank you.
Okay, we will now proceed with the voting. You are using the ballot that says unspecified B, and you are voting for either Jason, James Marcotulio, Teresa Blair, or none of the above. When you've written your selection, please hold it up in the air, and we will be around to collect it. Spelling does not count. You're like public school.
Maybe public school today. Not in some of us.
I went to public school, so that explains why.
Yeah, but when? That's the other question.
So we are burning daylight. I want to try to make sure we get out of here on time for lunch, which means we're cutting into the regional caucuses right now. But this is the same procedure. So we're going to look for a majority of the votes. If a majority is not obtained on the first ballot, we will eliminate the lowest vote gathering candidate and anyone under 5%, and we'll continue doing runoffs until someone gets the majority of the votes. So please make sure that your ballot is collected so that we can count. We want to make sure everyone votes. Last call for ballots for the Lieutenant Governor of New Jersey. So the plan for the rest of the day as we wait the results, after we have lunch, we have an outstanding lineup of speakers to address you. Most of you probably already are familiar with them. One of them is standing in the back of the room, Mr. Larry Sharp. Larry is my colleague on the National Committee. Larry was the runner-up for vice president at the Orlando Convention and lost by a very slim margin. We're very happy to have Larry here with us today. Also attending is Julie Borowski. Most of you probably know Julie. She's a YouTube superstar. You've probably seen her there. You might have seen her speak at other libertarian events across the country. We're excited to have her. Also scheduled to speak is Bob Bowden. Bob is fantastic. I don't know if you've seen the movie The Cartel, the documentary about the New Jersey public school system. Bob helped create that. Bob was a leader in the school choice movement. He was kind enough to invite me to speak at School Choice Day last year, and I believe it was Kevin represented us there this year. That's a tremendous effort, and he's a real leader as a documentary filmmaker. We're very happy to have him here. And then we're also going to have Michael Maine, who's going to speak to us about libertarians in law enforcement and libertarian issues in law enforcement. So we have some really great speakers. We have a couple surprises coming up. Thank you, Ken. So if anyone is interested, people accuse libertarians of not caring about charity. My band is having a charity fundraising event for Elijah's Promise Soup Kitchen right here in New Brunswick. March 22nd at the Court Tavern. We're having 4 or 5 local bands. We're donating all of our proceeds to the soup kitchen. So please feel free to come out and support a good cause. I can't guarantee good music. You might have to just tolerate the music, but I can guarantee it's for a good cause. Okay, I have the results for Lieutenant Governor. None of the above has 1 vote. Jason has 1 vote. James has 1 vote. Carice has 48 votes. What's going to happen now may be a little bit confusing to some of you who haven't been to one of our conventions before, and maybe some of you who have. But what's going to happen is we're going to break out by region. These are our regional caucuses. Each one of you is in a region, north, central, and north, south. I'm going to suggest north meets back there, central in the middle, and south over here. Your business is to elect a regional chair. So you already have one. That person should assume control of this process. You need to elect a regional representative to the board, and you need to nominate your local candidates and then report back to us with your findings. You have 13 minutes to do this. Okay? So, real quick, point of order, Dan.
This is a general point of information as we're about to approve our nominated candidates. After the candidates are approved, we'll be offering them the opportunity to be interviewed by our video staff. So please, once you have your slate together, give the list to either myself or Tim, and we will make sure that process goes as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. So, north in the back, Central in the middle, south over here. Please get with your regional chair. They will lead you through this process.
Central Jersey, we're first in line for the food.
Central Jersey.
Awesome.
You're saying Mercer County Central, correct?
Yes, Mercer is open and south.
Central New Jersey, the Civil Road.
Oh, thanks.
It was by like 30, I think, or like 20.
Okay.
Personally, I thought
Yeah, that's what I thought when they walked out, but I somehow missed hearing the details, so I just took a second. I was like, wait, what's this happening?
Honestly, I thought Mandarin was going to do a little bit better than you.
I mean, I enrolled too late to be credentialed.
That's right here.
That's because I was originally going to go to the Republican convention, but I changed my mind after.
Choice.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a libertarian for long enough to know not to trust the Republican.
Central Jersey. All right, let's make this quick. Chair. Right now, I am chair. Do we have nominations for chair?
I nominate you.
Thank you. I accept. Any other nominations?
These nuts.
Okay. These nuts. All in favor of Dan Heitkamp, say aye.
Aye.
All in favor of these nuts, say aye. Aye. All in favor of none of the above, say aye. All right. Thank you very much.
I'll tell you more about that later.
Our representative to the state board is currently Joe Baratelli. How you doing? Nomination. You can if you want.
Oh, so
Want to stay?
I would like to.
I nominate you.
Thank you. Second. Any other nominations to the state board?
Who else wants it?
I'm just a fake.
I love it.
Absolutely nothing.
It costs you money.
That's true.
Tom, over here. I nominate Tom.
Nomination for Joe, nomination for Tom. Y'all want to say anything about it?
Yeah, the past year, I've helped organize some events. We recently did the candidates forum / debate, and I have hopefully a co-a-thon going on next month. I'm ironing out that now, and I love working with Dan. I like to keep working with Dan. So, you would?
Tom?
I ran a campaign, very successful campaign in my town. I also have a lot of free time. I did work, basically full-time to work on stuff. And I've been actually much more, I actually started attending the North branch, because I've been in the county, which is on the border. So I've been much more active with the North branch, but I have a lot of time to spend on this and I have a lot of energy, and I think it's a great. No.
All right. Let's do this one by hand. All in favor of Joe, please raise your hand. Yes, you can.
I'm not a credentialed delegate. I cannot vote. So.
Well, all in favor of Tom, please raise your hand.
Respect that.
Nice. I count 12 to 9 in favor of Joe. Anyone contest this? You need a second vote. Anyone voting for none of the above? All right, Joe. Congratulations. You're going to continue the state. All right. So for our regional candidates, we're going to do this in 2 rounds. Ryan headed up our nomination committee. We vetted 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I have 7 candidates on the list that we vetted and approved. So if we can nominate them, and then if anybody else would like to run for any other officers, we can take those at that time. Right after we do the
names that we didn't actually vet. We can read the names of them.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Camp for Hunter County Freeholder, Andrew Pearson of Flemington for the 16th Legislative District State Senate, Brendan Maroney for Brendan. Where are you? Are you running General Assembly or for Monmouth County Freeholder? Evelyn Brownstein will be running 13th Legislative District State Senate, Good to meet you. Hisham Ahmed is looking to run for, I can't say that, Town Council. This is where things get fun.
Motion to remove the chair.
Please don't, I'm standing on it. Valerio Bruscianelli for Westfield County. And Tom, for the life of me, I cannot say your last name. Chesky? Sure. For Berkeley Heights Town Council. Is there any discussion about these candidates? The 16th district, I don't think he's present. He was responsible for his kids today. I personally vetted him. If you want to see any of his plans for like about 7 different things that he sent me, you're more than welcome to.
And he's got a Kenny question there?
Yes, he does.
Okay. So that can also be made available to anybody?
Absolutely.
For the assembly or for the Senate?
State Senate is what he's looking to run for.
Did Glenn, I know somebody voted for Ben Glenn and then he dropped out.
Glenn withdrew his candidacy.
Because he was, I spoke to him also, he said it's going to be a first paper next year for Senate. There was an empty slot.
Okay. So we'll get back in touch with Glenn, figure out what he wants to run for, and our regional meeting. We can do a vote on that and then send that up to the state board. Yes? We'll do this and then we'll look for additional candidates. So for this slate of Daniel Heitkamp, Andrew Pearson, Brandon Maroney, Evelyn Brownstein, Hisham Ahmed, Valerio Bruscanelli, and Tom Majewski. Sure. All in favor? Please raise your hand. Any opposed? Please raise your hand now. All right, congratulations to our candidates. Woo! At this point, we'll take nominations from the floor. For state senate?
I want to go first.
State assembly?
20 seconds for General Assembly? Cool. Beautiful. Anybody else looking to run for General Assembly in the 22nd District?
Was it vote for 2?
It is a vote for 2.
There's like some minimal.
Wait a second. I think Westfield is at 21.
Yes.
What about Senate?
I need to get in there.
You have to be in district for Senate. Senate is 1 seat. General Assembly is 2.
Yeah.
Sure.
Nominate Michael Brown or whatever. Scotch Punch. That would withdrawn.
So
You for General Assembly? General Assembly.
Sorry. Can I nominate myself also for General Assembly? Let me choose last name. There's a situation in Berkeley Heights where I may not run, and so if I don't run there, I would have a free slot. I could get the signatures myself and get the decision. Last one, I'm just like, yeah, but then this is
Okay. Is it okay if I make that a separate motion? Cool.
Well, I'm not. Go back and get more.
Are there any other nominations from the floor? Even if it's just sticking their name on the ballot, nothing else.
It's a great experience. You're married to the chair.
Come on.
I nominate you.
I am more than ready to do any candidate websites or running materials. I've done that for many, many years. So I'll happily do it for free. But I just really.
Cool. Let's talk. Let's talk. I like that. Cool. Any other nominations from the floor? Can we do this in one sweep for Ryan Manville, Amanda Ayers, and Michael Brown, all for General Assembly in their respective districts? All in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations, Ryan, Amanda, and Michael for General Assembly. The next motion is to have Tom run for General Assembly should he decide not to run in Berkeley Heights. Any discussion?
When would this decision be?
I'll know by the Republican, in the middle of that Republican primary.
That'd be like June.
It'd be close, but I'll get the signatures for both, and then I don't have till the actual. You have till primary day. I have till primary day, yeah.
I can speak to Tom's like fervor in doing these things. If he says he'll do it, he'll do it.
Absolutely. Yeah. Could you run for both? No. I don't know if I can submit both signatures. I'll get both signatures.
Okay. Any further discussion? Those in favor of allowing Tom to choose later, please raise your hand. Any opposed? Wonderful, Tom. You have additional freedom. The chair, I can't make motions, but I would like to give a recommendation that the any additional candidates that step forward between now and April 15th, as the filing deadline is June 7th, to be approved by the regional board and sent to the New Jersey board. We have a motion for such. Second?
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Beautiful. Thank you very much.
We need to start wrapping up these boxes. Let's do 2 more minutes.
We have Dan and Sarah. We have one more order of business. We need to finalize our bylaws.
Yes.
Okay. The only rough spot we have is the nomination of candidates. The bylaws that we use to model our new bylaws say that the party shall not endorse anyone unless they have the nomination of the state party and run under the Libertarian title. And under nonpartisan, any candidate to be endorsed by the Central Party must have in writing their agreement to the non-aggression principle. The proposed change was to make it so that the Central Party must endorse anyone nominated by the state in the Central Jersey region. And an additional clause was added that in any race where there is not someone running under the Libertarian Party nominated by the state, the Central Jersey Party may endorse another candidate. Yes. Okay. Okay.
Essential. We did not have the appropriate time to dispel to make a binding resolution at that meeting.
Okay.
The sense of the meeting was that the party, the Central Jersey Party, should not be permitted to endorse non-libertarian candidates.
Okay. So it is currently that the Central Jersey Party may only endorse candidates nominated by the state party. Any discussion? That is nominated here or later by the state board and is running under the tag Libertarian Party. Any further discussion?
Yeah. So I would. Is there potential for us to vote on this later?
We can always kick it down the line.
We can kick it down the line. This has been being kicked down the line since December.
Now, I will add something. I know that we had for a while a Yahoo list for discussion. I noticed there's another list here I just noticed recently. But if we can we run that stuff online as an online and then do something like surveying on people?
My thing is they would have to actively endorse policy positions that make it easier for libertarian candidates to run. For example, and not limited to, instant runoff voting, stuff like that. Otherwise, I'm uncomfortable with the idea.
If there was a candidate who run and really promote libertarian viewpoints, that was a long time libertarian candidate, but saw that the only chance to get into a position was to use one of the major parties. That I see both sides of this, but I just want to bring that up. That there may be a pathway to use a major party in a similar way that Gary Johnson sort of did to get into things.
So building on that, we can make it such that they have to satisfy at least one of three conditions. Either they're not libertarian at all, but they're willing to endorse things that would make it easier for libertarians to run, or a demonstrable history of, participating in the party or something like that, and so on and so forth. If they can demonstrate one of those conditions, they can take it.
First clause, but not the second. The second clause.
So the first clause will read that the Central Jersey Party shall endorse candidates that have been nominated by the state board running in Jersey under the Libertarian Party.
Yes.
And we're going to table the second clause.
Yes.
Which is what?
Whether or not we can nominate or endorse non-libertarian candidates.
Okay, point of information, we cannot table something without picking it up from the table before the end of the meeting. So we need to postpone it to a future meeting.
So the second clause will be postponed until the future meeting, I believe is April 8th. So we have a second for the motion. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? So moved. Thank you very much. Unless there's something else someone wants to bring up right now, it's time to try to get us back to our seats. Go ahead.
Good showing. Because if there was a candidate that was running the Republican primary that is here now, we can't vote on it because it's not legal.
Right now, yeah. Cool. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dan. I got it.
Thank you. All right, thank you. Please return your seats.
Sorry.
Sorry.
Has really grown. Here's what needs to happen.
Don't congratulate me.
The chair of each region needs to, at the appropriate time, address the body from the podium, announce the results of their caucus, including the election of their regional officers and their local candidates. What also needs to happen is they need to submit a written summary of their nominations to our acting secretary, who is Jim Tizone, and that will make everything nice and official. Okay, so once everyone returns to their seats, we're going to wrap up the last orders of business before lunch. At this time, I'm going to ask the South Jersey chair to approach the podium and make a report about who was nominated for what. And I also need a copy to be submitted to Jim, our acting secretary. He stepped out. Maybe we should move on to Central. North, are you ready to give your report? Okay.
Results for the northern region, scribbles.
chair is going to be Damien. Our representative will be Dorit. Our secretary will be Gail Kenny. Our vice chair will be Ken Kaplan. We have approved the following candidates in the 27th district. Damien and Jeff will be running for assembly. Claudia will be running for assembly in the 37th district. In the 39th district, for assembly, myself for Senate. West Milford Town Council is Mike, and I don't believe I missed anything, correct?
Okay, thank you, Jim, for that report. Central Jersey, Dan, are you ready for your Central Jersey report?
South Jersey's ready. They got up off on
Okay, South Jersey's ready?
Are they? Cool.
Looks like.
Are you ready? Cool.
I'm Tim O'Brien. I'm the rep for South Jersey. The new chair is going to be Dan Fian. Rep is me. Secretary is Mike Rufo. Interim treasurer is Rich Bowen. Sorry about that. And we have one candidate, John Ordale, is going to run for his city council.
Okay. Now we're going to hear from Central Jersey.
Central Jersey has selected Daniel Heitkamp to continue as the chair of the region. Joe Baratelli to continue as the state board representative. And for candidacy, we have Daniel Heitkamp for Hardin County Freeholder. We have Andrew Pearson for the 16th Legislative State Senate. Brendan Maroney is going to be running for Monmouth County Freeholder. Evelyn Brownstein is running for the 13th Legislative District State Senate. Hisham Hamed will be running for Manalapan Town Council. Valerio Bruscanelli will be running for Westfield Town Council. Tom Makewitz, Tom will be running for Berkeley Heights Town Council. Additionally, Ryan Manville will be running for 22nd Legislative District General Assembly, along with Michael Brown running 22nd Legislative District General Assembly. And Amanda Ayers will be running to leave the 21st Legislative District General Assembly. Got to make sure that's the right district. Thank you very much.
So thank you very much to all our candidates. And if you still want to run for office, it's not too late, but please get with your regional leadership, and we need to get that ball moving right away. Now, if you have been nominated, congratulations. What we all need to be thinking about through the first week of June is getting in our signatures for ballot access. That's our focus as a party for the next couple of months. If we don't get the signatures for ballot access, our candidates won't be on the ballot. Luckily, in New Jersey, the burden is not that heavy. If you're running for state assembly, I know you only need 100 signatures. You want to get 150 to make sure, because the Republicans and Democrats will challenge us and try to get us off the ballot. And also Senate is 100. For governor, it's 800, so we want to get closer to 1,500. I'm looking for 500 from each district. What happens every year is people say, oh, that's not too bad, that's not many signatures. So what happens is we're a week away from when I need to turn them in, and we don't have them. And then we need to not only spend our time, but more importantly, we have to spend our money to get them turned in on time. But if we all just do a little, there will be no problem, and we won't have to spend any money, which is always our goal. Also, at the table where you entered, I have a whole bunch of Libertarian Party materials. If you're a candidate, please take them. If you're not a candidate and you intend to spread the message, please take them. Updated literature and other branded materials. Feel free to help yourself.
Get into the bread.
All right.
I know it's a pain.
That's all I want to say about candidate support right now. I will speak with you individually probably later. Dan, you have something you want to say?
any candidates that have been approved by the region or by the state in some cases. If you want to be interviewed today by your candidacies and get on Facebook Live and also have archival video for your run, please see me for a sign-up sheet, and we'll get you turned through the interview process. Let me know.
Thank you, Dan, and thank you to everyone. If you're a candidate and you'd like to be interviewed, please see Dan. Dan's putting a list together, and we're going to get all our candidates interviewed and have some nice media footage to start out your campaign with. So, once again, our focus as a party through primary day is getting these signatures. The way it works, for those of you who don't know, the Republicans and Democrats are on the ballot pretty much automatically, and it's just a matter of who their candidate is. That's how it works in New Jersey. We're not considered a major party, so we need to get signatures to attain ballot access. And we need to turn them in by primary day, which is usually the first Tuesday in June. So it sounds like it's a long ways away. Believe me, it's not. It's a time-consuming process. We want to be proactive and get it done now so that we're not running around the state at the last minute, as often happens, to turn them in on June 5th. So we have our next meeting planned. It's April 9th. It's going to be at the Golden Star Diner in Ringo's, where we've been meeting, having our state board meetings. So that's taken care of. In terms of announcements, I think I've already made most of my announcements, but in terms of recognitions, I just want to say I have a lot of people to say thank you to. First of all, everyone is here today. Thank you for coming and supporting this party. It really means a lot to us. This is more people than we've ever had at a convention before. So thank you very much. And thank you to everyone who joined the party over the past year and making this our most successful year as a party ever. This is extremely exciting. And if we can maintain this level of growth, we're going to start making things very interesting in this state very soon. I also want to thank everyone who served on the board during the past year. I don't run the party. I want to reiterate this, and nor do I want to. Really, the board is the leadership, and the board represents you. So I want to thank everyone on the board for their hard work. It's a big commitment of time and energy. I want to thank all the regional leaders, and I especially want to thank the convention committee chaired by Jay, also Dan Krause, Tim O'Brien, everyone who helped make this day possible. I know I'm forgetting people, you have to forgive me, but thank you so much. It's been a great day. So can we have another round of applause for the convention? We are a couple minutes ahead of schedule. I'm gonna do something risky. And I would like to open the floor briefly for anyone who has any announcements or recognitions before we adjourn for lunch. Does anyone want to speak briefly? I'm going to recognize people for 60 seconds each. Yes, sir.
Are the petitions available for the governor to sign here? And if they are, can we pass them out?
We don't have them yet, and part of the reason is we try not to start circulating them until we have a candidate, because it needs to be the nominee of the party. So we can.
You know you're going to have a candidate at the end of the.
Yeah, we'll try to get that circulating this afternoon. Correct. Excellent. Yes, Tom.
Hi, my name's Tom Chesky. I've been working with John Papp on Faulkner Act initiatives that we're trying to get the Libertarian party behind passing these Faulkner initiatives. And if anybody wants any information, please come and see me. But basically, this Faulkner Act allows people to have the same power as the council members in their town. It's a very powerful tool, and if we don't, even though that we're not in office, we can still have a say, make our own laws, as well as revoke things like bond ordinances and that type of stuff. So I'd like to see the Libertarian Party get more behind the Faulkner Act and use the Faulkner Act to our advantage. Thank you.
And that reminds me of someone who always needs recognition at any NJLP event, which is John Papp. For those of you who don't know, John Paff is a one-man wrecking crew for liberty. John Paff files untold numbers of Oprah requests each year, being a general pain in the neck for the establishment, shedding light on things that prefer to happen behind closed doors, like settlements, when there's municipal settlements, when there's municipal wrongdoing from the police force or other agencies. John exposes it. John has been recognized nationally. John is incredible, and he couldn't be with us here today, but I know he's a very committed leader in this party, and I would be remiss if I didn't thank John here in front of everyone. So, John, thank you. Mr. O'Brien.
The most important thing we have to do now is get petitions signed for our candidates to be on the ballots. In years past, it's been difficult to get people to go out and do it. It doesn't take any time at all. An hour, you can get 30 to 100 signatures. What I want to do this year is put together small groups of people to go out to parking lots, shopping centers, and just wander around the parking lots and just approach people to get them to sign petitions. Before our picnic last year, I think Rich and Hunter and I got over 100 signatures in about an hour, just standing in a parking lot. So anybody in your districts who wants to get together with me, we'll start putting together groups of people to go out and get these signatures. I'm willing to go to other parts of the state to help out. It is an extra expenditure of time, but it's really important that we get these petitions signed rapidly. I want to do it way in advance of June 6th. I want to have like 10 times what we need so far in advance that we just relax and just start campaigning. So if anybody, I should say, everybody's willing to do it, right?
Yes.
Okay. I don't want to hear anybody chickening out at the last minute. Okay? So just get with me or anybody, Patrick, can disseminate the information out. We'll put this together.
Yes, Mr. Tassone.
I just wanted to build on that to say if you're doing collecting signatures for Assembly or Senate, make sure you have a list of towns that are in that legislative district. Because a lot of times people don't necessarily know the district they're in. So this way the signatures you're collecting aren't going to be disqualified because someone from the town from an adjacent district has filed.
That's a good point of information. To be a qualified signatory on one of these petitions, you need to be a registered voter of that district who has not signed someone else's petitions. Now, again, just to give you an example, when I ran for township committee, Republicans, Democrats needed 5 or 6 signatures, Libertarians needed over 60. So chances are they haven't signed someone else's because they don't need signatures. Quick point of information, the next general meeting will be our summer picnic. Summer picnic is a lot of fun. It's usually July, around Independence Day. It's usually in Jay's backyard. It's a lot of fun. It's very informal. If you haven't been to one before, I highly encourage you to attend. And unless there are any other announcements, recognitions, points of information, if you have a question, like what are we doing here, this is the time to broach it in an official capacity. All right, hearing none, I would ask someone make a motion for us to adjourn for lunch. Do I hear a second for the motion? Second. Okay, all in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed, please say nay. Okay, thank you very much. We are adjourned for lunch.
Let's be interviewed for the Please see for sign up. Anyway.
Are you ready to eat?
Not everybody. Great time like that. Professional crew. Good life.
Something is here. Something is under the table. Sorry. You can go this way.
Does Diamond still exist?
Oh yeah, Diamond still exists. They're a shell of their former self.
Yeah, but they're not really. They're not selling me 3D effects anymore.
No, they're not making the monster in 3D anymore. Look at that, an HP Scream 7. Aw.
Oh.
This isn't the annual. Those people with all the black on it.
I read it. I heard. Because they have a much stuff under the table. Yeah, be careful, yeah. And I was looking the other day if it was missing. I was looking on the table.
Oh, yes, we would know.
I just
Sure, there's a
Right.
trap.
So what do you think I should get ready to bring out? I'll need a chicken. Chicken has to go walking other side, not this side. No, come around the other way. This is not going to be safe for us to walk back and forth.
So how you doing? Isn't it great the numbers of people here? There's so many new faces and young faces. And then we got women now.
Oh, you were thinking about it.
It's not too late. There's time.
I like to talk about foreign
Like anybody's going to stop you.
Yeah, right.
Chicken?
Realize the last one I went to was in 2012.
Yeah. Oh, right.
But I think I take all my friends when I agree.
Congratulations, yeah, sorry. Finding out something, right? Yeah, but I had to find something I don't know if we'll be able to work at one place. I'm thinking now that the whole group wants to actually work around on with the stuff in the parts. And also find, say, like high school English classes and maybe some college classes come over as well. So it's kind of it's something they can discuss as extracurricular content, whatever. So As you call, I there's some sort of like meta blog on the website, on the NPW website, so people can post things on what we're writing content, elsewhere, where we basically have round content writing, and also on the other side. Yeah, definitely. We really need to also have some of the discussion forums. There's one on the website that wants to pretty much been,
They're making that distinction. They
Oops, sorry.
I'm like, Peter can get all of his signatures today.
Both cameras off?
You don't see that here. So you know, they kind of, it's a different flavor. It's hard to put it into words, but it's naturally sound, even though it's right it sounds more traditional.
Probably gonna have to get used to seeing it. You're probably gonna get used to seeing it. I have a lot more free time. So, yeah, I work from home. I'm pretty older online, so I can just skip work whenever the hell I want nowadays. It's nice.
So I did. I like seeing your face.
Yeah, I've been like, I always perceived myself as too busy until this year I was like, I don't go to school anymore and I only work one job for like half. So I used to work 2 jobs and go to school full time. That makes it a little more. Yeah. I'm going to concentrate. I'm speaking for the majority of the time. You mentioned the thing at Elijah's Promise. I used to work at Elijah's Promise. So I was like, that's quite the coincidence.
Oh, yes, we can get it
It's abs no meat over there. Got something.
Got anything yummy or what?
It's all vegetarian. No, I should not.
Maybe you need some more.
No, that's not vegetarian.
Well, that means potatoes are
vegetarian?
No.
I didn't understand why. You're gonna win your race, right? Here, you gotta get in.
Take your time.
And then I was like, I don't
Okay.
So like obviously,
What's better?
I think it should be chicken.
Every time it comes up, and I like what ends up happening is libertarian
That's me. Oh, you couldn't see it. Yes.
Stereotypical Dutch Roger. Oh, ginger ale. No, I wouldn't do it.
But people rebel in the other it's an art I can think about there's no teaching subject it's also very difficult. I have this problem. I don't know, but I know everybody else I don't know, but I trust
Your attention for a minute, please. Hey everybody, hope you all enjoying your lunch. Hope you're all enjoying your lunch. I'm going to grab your attention just 1 second, if you don't mind. I want to talk a little bit, a couple of seconds about Peter, our hopefully next governor. Some of you probably know him well, probably better than I do. Some of you don't. But Peter was savvy enough that actually last year when I was in Orlando, he came up and talked to me. I met him then.
The elevator.
Yes, he was actually thinking about the party. He went down to Orlando. He cares. He's serious about what he does. And I'm very happy that he's running for governor. So thank you for that, Peter. Thank you. We know that he's dedicated. We know that. We know he's a true believer. We know that. We know he has a lot of ideas and he thinks about stuff. He's thoughtful. He wants to actually put things into play. Now, I know a lot of us think, well, can he really win? Maybe. Maybe not. But here's what I'm sure of. He can and will make impact. People will notice what he's talking about. They will think about what he's talking about. And he will affect the conversation. And that's what we need here in all the Northeast. I'm a New Yorker. I need it. New Jersey, you need it too. If we can get people to think differently about taxation, if we can think differently about how they pay to the government, we can think differently about that, we can change the conversation and make real impact. We can do that, can't we? We have a good spokesman, and I'm glad. We have someone who's forward thinking. We have someone who picked a great lieutenant governor, so thank you for that also. I'm happy about that too. But there's one more thing that he needs. Actually, there's two more things. There's two more things that he needs. The first one is he needs volunteers. He needs people like you to help him out. He can't do it by himself. So when he picks up that phone or sends that email or asks you for help, I need you to do your best to give him that hour or 2 hours or 3 hours or afternoon or morning or evening. Whatever you can give him, he needs your help. Volunteering matters. Picking up the phone, knocking on doors, all the things he's going to need. In addition to that, the time he needs is not just physically doing, but also talking, letting him know what you think, letting him know what's important to you and what matters, making sure you can hone his message to be as powerful as possible. Are we okay with that? Yep. Can I get you guys to commit to that? Excellent. Now, he needs money. We need money to move forward. You can't do this just because we love each other. That's awesome. I love that. We should love each other. But that's not enough. We also need money. So I'm going to ask you all right now to think about something. Would any of you like to do something really amazing, and that is to purchase this amazing shirt? This shirt is a legalized shirt that has his signature on it. It is the only shirt that is legalized with his signature on it. The only one. That makes it unique. Now for this amazing, unique t-shirt that you can now wear, and you will remember this amazing event and the man who was the star, that's awesome, who will purchase this shirt for the low, low price of $50. $50. That's one. I love that. $50 for this shirt. Who would see the value of this shirt and thinks it's worth more than that? Maybe 75. $100 for this amazing shirt. He knows the value of the shirt. He knows the value. But I have a feeling that this shirt is worth even more than 100. See how fast he said 100? That means it's more worth like 150, isn't it? 100 bucks for this amazing shirt. I love that. That's the back, and this is the front. Two sides. Come on. And if you ask him nicely, he might sign the back. He might even sign the back. That's worth at least $200, isn't it? $200? Isn't this worth at least $200? This wonderful shirt with not one, but two signatures. Not one, but two links. $200. Who will pay $200 for this shirt to help out this campaign, to get us kick-started, and to show the support that we have to move this campaign forward? Who will pay $200? I'm sorry? Credit card, absolutely yes. Credit card or check or cash doesn't matter. Credit card. Credit card, $200. I love that. I'm sorry, say again? Are we doing Bitcoin? You're doing Bitcoin? You're doing Bitcoin, yes. Bitcoin also. Right now they're going in for this awesome shirt. In Bitcoin too. Or credit card. $250. Look at this amazing shirt. There is only one of them. It is unique. Not just that, I'll take a picture of it and I'll put you on Facebook. There you go. 250 it is. It's 250 for the shirt. I know someone will do 300. If someone will do 250, someone will do 300. What's the difference? It's $50. Come on. What you must get here? $50. Come on. Someone else's meal. Easy day. I'm sure someone here will be happy to pay $3 for this amazing shirt. Look, you can wear this when you're at his booth. You can wear this and your friends will say, who's this geek guy? And you can now have a conversation. This means you'll make more friends by having this shirt. Come on. What's friendship worth to you? That's invaluable. That's at least $300. Am I right? Is a friend not $300? What kind of human being are you? Is a friend not worth $300? Just $300. Will someone take that plunge, $300 today, to help out the party, to help out our gubernatorial candidate, and to be the coolest guy on the block, and on top of it, to be on Facebook. Come on. Facebook even. $300. $300. 300 going once. This is going away, guys. If you don't take this now, it's going away. Was that hands up? Was that waiting for 300? You sure? No? 300 going once? You're going to lose this. There it is. $300. Awesome. Look at that. $300. Who will go for? Who will go $4 for this amazing shirt? Look, if someone wants 3, someone will pay 4.
What kind of blend is this?
It is an amazing blend of Libertarian and New Jersey. An amazing blend of those two. One that is really hard to get. An amazing blend of both New Jersey and Libertarian right together in a beautiful green and yellow shirt. What's the signature? Who will go 400? 400. 400 once. 400 twice.
Another.
No 400. We're going to 300 now. This shirt's going to be this guy's way. He's going to own this shirt. You're going to be so jealous of him. You are really going to be angry at him. He's prepared to lose friends over this. Are you? 300 going once. 300 going twice. So, there you are, my friend. Thank you so much. Thank you. All righty. Good to go. Good to go. Whoops.
Oh, yeah.
I have 2 more things to talk to you about. One of them is, anybody here happen to be a John McAfee fan? Here is a very special card. John McAfee's picture. With firearms and all. With firearms and all. Signed yet again by our brother Pete. Yes, signed by him also. This amazing photo that was given to him. Again, please tell me the story behind this.
Here, John Adams here. Instead of being a picture back now, it's talking about everything. His cough it up, get it up. Now, we drive around this thing all the time. It's my son. It sits in our supervisor. And every time we get to our neighbors, just in the fucking face, and look at that and say, hey, John,
Look at that. You can now go, hey, John, every single day you have this photo. And what also happens is when you have this, you become very lucky, you get to run for governor. That's how this works, the magic power of this photo. Who will take this amazing photo, again, one of a kind photo on the left and signed. Who will take this photo for the low price? Come on, not $10. I'm only asking $50 for this. $50 right there. You know, easy day. If we'll go 50, I know some people go 100. 100 is right there. He's still got the 100 in his pocket. He's left. You still got it. Who had the 200 in their pocket? Does somebody have that? The same amazing picture to support our party, to support our governor? Is anyone prepared to go $200 for this great picture to support our governor, to support our party? Who will go $200? I'm seeing people in the back talking. I know you paid $300. That's okay. They might want to pay $2. Does anybody want to pay $200 for this amazing picture? $200 for this picture. $200 support the party. Love that. If someone said they were going to pay $250 for the shirt, will that person pay $250 to support the party for this photo? Who will pay $250 to support this photo, support our party, our governor? $250. $250. $200 going once. $250 going twice. Gone. $200. You guys are going to be upset. Going once. Going twice. So $200. Thank you so much, sir. And now my last piece, and I will stop talking. I know you all want to hear me talking forever, but I'm only going to ask one more thing of you. As always, we still need your help. On your tables should be a donation form where you can write down an amount. If you can help us out, you can write it down for a credit card or put a check if you like. It doesn't matter. I'm going to ask the question: is there someone in this room to this day? Is there someone here who could donate to this party $100? Is someone here who could do that? There is someone. Is there anyone here who could donate $250 today to the party? Is there someone? Bingo, $250. Thank you. Is there anyone? Two people. Can anyone donate $500 to the party today? Is that possible? Is anyone here can swing $500 today? $500 today. I love that. Excellent. That's $500 today. Can anyone match $500? Match. Boom. Two. That's two. Two people can match. Three will match $500. Will anyone else match $500 today? Three are matching it. Who will match? If someone else will match, I will match. If someone else will match $500, I will match. Boom. $500. Boom. That's 4 $500s. Is that 4? And me is 5. Excellent. We have $500. Excellent. Anybody else can touch $500 today? Anybody? $500 going once. Excellent. Please, if you would, guys, commit right now to that $100 and put it down right now. You choose another one? 500. There it is. 6. Please commit right now to $100. Put that down. Commit that 500. Now I know that everyone can commit 500. Can someone commit $250? Can someone who couldn't swing 500? Okay. Can you swing $250? Is that possible? Can you do it today? To support us, to move us forward, to put some money in the coffin so we can get those signatures, so we can get the press we need, so we can get the support we need for our candidate. Can someone do $250? $250. Two $250s. Can anyone else match their $250s? Can anyone else match theirs? They did it. Can anyone else match $250? Excellent. Thank you so much. You can do it right now if you would. That $250 right now. I appreciate it. Thank you. Who can do 100? Bingo, 100. Another 100. Excellent. Anyone else? 2 people, 100. Anyone else? Who else can match $100 to help us out, move us forward? Who else can do it? Another one. That's 3. Is that it? Just 3? Only 3 of you can swing 100? Excellent. Please commit to that 100 right now if you would. Thank you very much. You have the sheets of paper there. Please commit right now to that $100. If there's anyone else in this room who could swing $50, please do so right now. If you can, grab that piece of paper, write down your commitment of $50, credit card or check. We would love that tremendously. When you're done, please bring it forward up to Patrick. Sure. Bring it up to Patrick once you're done. Bring everything to Patrick. In fact, I'll walk by and I'll help collect. Thank you very much, everybody. I appreciate all your help. This is how we move the party forward. Thank you.
Another one is 23rd.
Yeah. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Nice. Thank you. That's awesome. Thank you, guys.
Where's your 300? Where's your 300? Come on. Where's your 300? Where's your 380? Why throw 300? Yeah, it just went up now. Yeah. This is New Jersey. That is New Jersey. That's not New Jersey. This is New Jersey. So there. Yeah.
I don't know the protocol yet.
I know, exactly.
Legitimate businessman, so.
Oh, okay. You can get a signal like the people. It's an email.
John Oscar.
That would be, now, if I could get it. But, that would be a real.
Sense of the meaning.
And he was on. What year were you born? He was only, huh? 1944? No, I was 48.
Nick, yes sir. Are you able to do a quick interview with this gentleman? Let's do it. All right. Ready to go? You ready? Let's do this thing.
I'm living in Colorado.
He was a writer in New Jersey. I'm finding my food. No seconds.
Need a fork to get it first.
I don't believe in leadership. I said, I'm a poor man. Everybody I've worked with have 35 years. So don't be blind to me not because they're white. Oh, look at me. I said,
My kind of music was popular in the early 90s. Like heavier music. And that's I believe that. I watched this when you asked me, he'll do whatever. That's not that's what he yes. My story is that's the impression I got. Actually, it's much more conservative, but it's like I don't know. days long. Oh, for whatever reason. Well, I remember that whole thing that leaked out. Oh, maybe he's seen something. I think that's the worst secret. Like Tim Cook and Apple for ages, everyone was like, you know. Everybody knew about the green. People told me that I have a little science teacher. Yeah. Taking around that harrow and guys
Let me ask you, you got the camera. Getting this cycle where no matter who's in there, no matter who's in power, I hate him plus him. Right. You know, I mean, that's why, very much from growing. As soon as you have somebody you can rally behind, parties start sort of like, wait, why does this guy want to be fucking passive? Fuck this guy. You know what I mean? Like, you know.
You're kind of just like power. It's like to get anything done, you kind of need someone. It's the same thing as talking about things like flat structure. Flat structure sounds like the same thing as a great job. And all these companies that think I mean, they might traffic and such, but they're just like, oh, I'm just going to take over. People still really had a better process, cultural, like, liberal. Just like the companies that say you're something crazy. But we have a court. It's just done in different ways. Well, you can see it's getting blocked out, but yeah, we still got to get this up. In IT, especially on security, I always know what vectors of attack. How do you get in there? Who's going to attack that? You know, maybe there's that one kid out there in my mind. Why would everyone attack that? You want to get too overly paranoid and cynical.
So we go. Why did you want to get involved? So you know, we're not electing a career politician. Maybe if you can pick well, look, I was in the 4 years. I'm this county guy. What you go? You know?
Always judge based on individuals.
Anecdotally from I think I was reading so one of the underlying, hits that they were going after, why does the young guy want to and they prove consistently. So the powers that be don't want to hear this, but 20 years ago, you couldn't be elected anybody access to say those guys have to change. You need to be elected yourself. You got to be elected what is there really like? Get out of that! Look at the sexy! You want to rock got these great
Just to be true, I didn't agree with a lot of things. I think one dude published like here's a guy who's still well educated. You have to put his actual life in. He's not an extension of education. He has, the trappings of look at the best speaker. But just in terms of free pass, because again, it's the head guy. I get what buys into certain things. So the fact that you would be harsh on someone else, that's not Muhammad's.
There was a time now, the last election was like just not amazing. Will not vote for them. Want to vote for their buddy? I think they can have a beer with their beer. That's what's great. A bunch of Bus farmers. This guy, billionaire.
Nobody should actually listen to some of this. In like Midwestern references and stuff like that. Listen to everyone. You don't agree with all this. Which one? You like bringing school in your head? Oh yeah, yeah. He's open-minded, and that's open-minded. Which Trump came and you'd be like, that's great. It reminds me of a John Deere tractor. Yeah. And then also a blah 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 tractor. I'm like, I don't know. What the fuck? I never had one. Got a helipad. Got more alive, but there's a lot of you see that with like, I got the same tractor. How about you? What do people want? And whether it's you have a gift and you use that gift so you're something you're still working and you're not going to but again, it's in your mind. So you got to see you're an entrepreneur. Everyone wants to say, I built this, it's not enough that I made millions of dollars so I make whatever for you. No, I have a vodka line. Sure, it's actually just rebranded someone else's stuff. I'm saying that this notion that taxes in America. It's just like this, entrepreneur that class and a habit, just 8 hours here, 40 hours with somebody else. It's a psychological thing, But it's not glamorous. It's not necessarily to make these things. You have a lot of this. We're so hard to write. Richard Branson to that point. Richard Branson actually built the Virgin up back
Yeah, that's it. Nobody's ever said
turns out when you alienate your constituency,
turns out your constituency will turn and drop the dime when that magic sweet insurance money starts flowing into them.
The first time they get a bill for $6,000.
What was that? $6 million? It's alright. Hey man. Market value for your ethics. Fair enough.
Wait, what? Yeah, what about the roads? The roads, who will build the roads? Well, actually, doesn't anyone ever finish that statement? Build the roads? Yeah, just build the roads anyway. I've always my tools. Yes, that's not money. doing a lot of contracts, especially for education. Those sacred cows, I'm not contrarian so much as I hate sacred cows.
Yeah.
When I see people talking about sacred cows, so my opinion is, I'm just going to ask them, like, no way. And everyone talks about it like, oh, we don't care. There is no alternative. There is no, it's just, oh, it's an owl. I'm like, of course I can't say anything. It's like, of course not. I started not saying anything. I completely agree. It's something. And that's power. Power is the NJA.
Most takers.
Great.
SEAL Team 6.
They have their own army, right? They're a paramilitary organization. Yeah.
The army and attorney.
That's not legit. It's for the kids. It's their whole joke. We're doing it for the kids. We're doing it for the kids.
Legal fast. 25 billion instead of 30 billion. You want kids to be idiots.
And we'll see all the stuff. They're bringing these initiatives. Well, we need to get this technology, even though it's out of whack with everything else, they don't have basic infrastructure. But we need this basic remote operating technology for the kids. And guess what happens to them? 3 years later, they spent $500,000 on just fucking television. And cobwebs on it.
You assume they have parents?
Yeah. Oh, no. You assume they have meals at home. You assume pretty soon it's going to be we should put them up. House them, bring them.
Like plug them in at night after school. Like the Matrix. Unplug them, go into school day, plug them back in.
Make sure no one from the community actually hears this right now, because they will use that as a place to get more power. Find a full-time turkey solution.
All we need is $70,000.
This year.
That's it. Brooklyn. Right?
I've seen wonderful It's wonderful. In your head, that's where lives come from. Generations of he gets pretty much okay. I'm really getting flattered. Have you ever read the CIA? My older back. 100 like you asked people, like honestly. No, but if there's CIA, bro. But the CIA, but the CIA rolled back. It's a dossier of every country in the world that touch those versions. So they say literacy rate, Cuba, 100%. I look at this and I go, how many Americans are honorable? Sure, Calgary, yeah, we have 100%. Same thing in my country, Romania. 100% literacy, no poverty. The population of poverty is like 100. It's like, and everyone voted for George Bush. Democratic.
New York whole life. Place is Fury Road now. There's no way. You know, just because you don't arrest criminals doesn't mean crime is going down. I mean, you kidding me? I mean,
that means you should find your down here. Huh? I'm coming here and voice crime is out. In Manhattan, in like Midtown Manhattan, crime is down. So that means there's so many cops that it doesn't matter.
Like, hey, I was mugged, and they're like, you mean you left something behind? No.
And it gets reported as such a way.
Was mugged.
Some guy asked me for my money and I decided
There's a voluntary exchange. That's what it is.
You know, I gotta tell you, these things take a long time. You're gonna have to come in, fill out a bunch of paperwork, and never get stopped for it. Okay, thanks.
Yeah,
right, yeah. When it was like we can have a pretty hard now, unfortunately, it's got yeah. You can't it's hard to go after. Taking me down? Are you kidding? Like, I'll be honest with you, bro. I respect you all. I'm not gonna give you any money. Yeah, I'm just like you. Really? Should have taken $1. Of course. I got it. Oh, I don't know. I can't yeah. You know what I mean? Like,
I kept saying sorry.
Oh my God!
The same 7-year-old woman asked me
See the guy how they
Like up to dances. No, touch.
I saw him like 2 weeks ago. I went up and he was like standing there.
Well, then.
That's one must do thing too. He said about 10 years ago, a good panhandler in New York City could make upwards of about $70,000. A good panhandler. That's again tax-free. Tax-free. That's tax-free. 120 in regular dollars. So you think like 80 hours a week. There's one union structure and so you can work overtime and seniority gets you work for some artists. There's one guy who was clearing $250 a year, $250 that's overtime. And from the Port Authority worker as a submariner in the San Francisco in the Bay Area Rapid Transport. And it was just maintenance because he was thinking of the job anyway. It's that notion of entitlement, it's that notion of it's amazing. It's amazing. We're entitled to that. We're entitled to say that. So again, because contracts are immutable with the Constitution. Always. All the time. It is. They don't need to be different.
Hello. Can I have an empty cans, please?
The taxpayer has no one.
You know what? If you make your case, you get your stuff the balance.
Just want to introduce myself. Thanks, O'Neill. I graduated especially online in the evenings. So I got plenty of time to work out.
Big.
So I'll find your email
My Facebook site or whatever like that. If I don't get copies,
you'll get my email is my name at gmail.com.
This is the most like, civil political conversation is usually Find my son. This Weasel, please go off. That is wonderful. That is pretty awesome.
Yeah, that's me? Yeah, I do. I got it.
Tell you the truth, I thought we were going to get protested. Then we're on record. I got sleep bombs in the car, I'm ready. We're on record.
I took my wife for her birthday dinner to a restaurant at Trump Tower. There, they're all dressed up nicely. I'm like, oh man, we're gonna get stuff done on this. God bless you, sir, right? But social media is against that. What are you actually protesting? We quote something that my friend posted, you know? Me, this is what Nazis look like, folks.
We're all Nazis.
Imagine that.
Yeah, I mean, Government people, actually the socialists. That's what I told him all the time. I said, Libertarian, capitalist from lowercase L liberal. What do you mean? I said, what does that mean? It's not. It's a crazy problem. It's a panel on its seems I love watching it change and move and so on. People take advantage of that. Fascinating. It really is a fascinating watch. But it's also horrifying to see these people. There's a phenomenon that's fascinating me ever since I have a bunch of my most militant left-wing far left, like, Cash Brothers and leftists and whatever. Almost all of them unanimously are trust funders. Unanimously. At least 3 of them live in multi-million-dollar places in New York City. And left-wing ideology is perfect. It's amazing. It's amazing. I'm like, you don't have to produce. I have a right to exist. Endlessly fascinating. By the way, you have the same information as my business partner. My business partner is. No. Idiot is a strong word. He is well-intentioned and an idiot. That's a nice word. But that's the thing that actually well-intentioned. We talk about privilege. I'm like, you are incorrect for you that you're referring to this wonderful, well-confident pursuing awesome. But it's not. It's never. You have money, you want legitimacy, you have legitimacy, you want power. Tripping. Seriously? Thank you. No, I saw this was the first one. Freaking hanging out drinking. Yeah, I watched it. Yeah, right.
Just 1 second. So we have the petition going around for you to be listed on the ballot. So if you're registered in New Jersey, and if you could just use the address that matches your voter registration. I've been walking it around, and then I realized that you guys can probably just pass it table to table. I don't want to do that.
No, it has to be written. So have to walk it around.
No. So if you see it sitting on a table, just pick it up and hand it to somebody and ask them if they signed it yet. That's all.
I saw the card, I was like, oh. Yeah, I'll read the back.
Yeah, I know people saying how they call it
Also from New Jersey. There's Mom Bell's Melville. Middletown, HCD. It was. My girlfriend lived with her parents. Yes. What's your disappointment? Yeah, like 5 dinners. I gave up a lot. You can date me if you want. I gave up a lot.
So you have a meeting with the mayor?
Yeah.
I remember
we're looking for wine cellars. Oh, I don't know that. No, we have
Good question. Yes. So, Congress. Yes. I never filed anything for it. Oh, really? I got a bank account, an EIN, did all this stuff, but never like reported what I got. Yeah. Yeah. You think they're ever gonna come after me? I looked at like what would happen if I filed late. Penalties and shit, but I just didn't do anything at all.
I know you should be okay with.
It was under press. I think it was only
Yeah. I know you should be okay with the feds. Did you ever file a D1 with the state? I don't think it's going to be an issue, but I don't know what you could do now anyway.
Yeah, I figure at this point, if they come asking, I'll be like, oh, I mailed it, you didn't get it, or something like that.
Yeah. If they haven't contacted you yet, I don't think they're going to. But I would definitely keep whatever paperwork you have.
Spreadsheet of who's doing it and what.
Yeah.
Yeah, cool. I think we'll find it.
Hopefully that just went out on the live stream.
Okay, great. Yeah,
That's a little. Oh, it was priceless. I'm going to do it. Happy to.
Go to Korea, signing it is there. It's a whole different country. Oh, wow. Different country there. Where's Korea still?
It's upstate New York. Monticello, right?
Muncie's the other. That's where I'm from. Yeah, some great Jewish food there.
This is something to say.
Yeah, it's like part.
Where are you showing?
Yeah, she dressed up in all black when I was seeing them. That's okay. Tony's? Tony?
As far as like New York City, it's totally keep doing that. Never switch to yeah, Tony himself, so long as we catch right, everything.
Right, okay.
So I think every time
I didn't say anything bad about Mal.
nobody started fighting.
You're just pointing at yourself.
Yeah, so I had this, I don't want to really, I like to
contained both cities. And, about a year and a half ago, people were like, then as we got into the election cycle, Google just and then I went down to North Carolina and I toured North Carolina and I toured Tennessee, and they were, and they just couldn't even entertain the punchline. I want to kill the joke. Punchline. And they couldn't even entertain it. They were like, like, dude, it was crazy, you know? Yes, so eventually, what I wanted to do, I started throwing out like little feeler jokes, real small stuff. Yeah, social stuff.
What's the deal with airplane? You know, I have to say, I met a lot of celebrities. Jerry Seinfeld was the most friendly celebrity I ever met. I haven't met them at all. Jerry Seinfeld was just like, boom. What did you do? I wasn't. You know what it is? I mean, celebrity. Oh my God, I'm like, I want to talk about cars. I'm a Porsche fanatic like he is. He has the greatest Porsche collection in the world. And I want to talk about a specific car. I wasn't even like, oh, sir, you're so great. I was like, oh, there he is. No, I'm not. Oh, you're famous. Oh, yeah, no.
Yeah, man. Yeah, sounds good. You want like friends? Like
Any direction or?
No, but
thanks, man. Terry McGreely.
It's got a special now. Really weird. Probably nailed it.
That one is back there. You guys good?
I really like
They solved their own problem.
Are these going right now?
I just paused
Lots of money not running the world too, you know what I mean? There's certain there's that wonderful meme that's going around. Here we are. Here are our freedoms. Yeah. How do you kind of strap it down?
That's the subject that people don't understand that we can join somebody who's got and then
So I got so my buddy Mohammed was a refugee from Syria 20 years ago. Working with him, awesome. His thing is that, bro, you look at fixed Middle East like this. And his parents, Coptic Christian, his parents named him Muhammad.
Attention, everybody. We're going to be starting at 1:30, so when we get ready, please be in your seats. Attentive. Also, if you want to ask questions when you do Q&A, I will be standing over here with a microphone. I'm not going to run to you. You need to come here.
I don't respect your authority. Said that way too loud. Sorry, wait, yes.
Okay, we need to get our statement moving along.
Yeah. I'm already started. All right. Left on my phone.
Put this one down.
Good afternoon, everyone. I just wanted to announce that the donation total for today from this room amounted to $3,140. The window is not closed. I will take donations as long as I am standing here and sitting here. So we will take any amount, small, large, medium, whatever you have. We appreciate it. Just come see me at the table if you do want to donate. And I just wanted to thank everybody again. Thank you very much.
So our first presenter is actually not in the program. It was actually a surprise. He emailed us, asked if he could present. He's actually a comedian, Gerard Horan. Gerard Horan is actually well known in the baseball circle. He was minor league and major league, I believe, right? No, just minor leagues, okay. I don't have a presentation for him, so I can just make stuff up. Is what I think. So he's a comedian. He plays all around. If you Google, you can see him at various places. He's been in various shows, Red Eye, various things. So why don't we bring up Gerard Horan?
Thank you, Jay Edgar. Libertarian named after like the greatest statist in American history. Fantastic. Awesome, guys. So I'm here to talk to you today about the value of taxation and why Bernie Sanders was right. Taxes are the prices that we pay for a civilized society. Get it together, hippies. All right. No, good afternoon. This is really awesome, guys. This is really cool. Appreciate you guys having me. I really appreciated Larry Sharp. I've been following him on Facebook. I didn't know. I would. How much money would you actually pay to see Larry Sharp against Rick from Pawn Stars? Yeah. Right? That would be great. Right? This shirt's worth $500. I got a guy who says it's worth $1,550. Right? That was pretty cool. I'm gonna hit him up online and tell him next time he wants to get some more donations. Maybe you don't come to a room in New Jersey with a free buffet and offer a medium t-shirt. I mean, I wanted to buy the shirt. But I also don't want to show my belly button to a room full of strangers, so that's good. But yeah, so I do comedy now, and I do comedy in New York City and all across. So it's really great to not be in a incredibly far left progressive room trying to talk politics. That's honestly, it's a luxury for me. And I look around the room and a couple things I noticed. I mean, way more packed than I thought it would be. So the organizers, really, congratulations to you guys. This is outstanding. It shows, we talk about, you know, the free market. It shows that there really is a market for this ideology now more than ever. I think that is something that I think we can all agree on. And honestly, this room smells nowhere near like the amount of marijuana I thought it would smell like. I thought, you know, when they were like, the conference room's upstairs, I'm like, I don't smell it upstairs. I mean, sure? I came up here and I saw flowers and a buffet. I was like, I thought I was going to see drugs and, you know, somebody talking about the existential benefits of LSD, as opposed, you know. But it was really cool, man. So, you know, a few things, like, you know, when we talk about comedy, and the guys asked me to talk a little bit about, you know, how we can use comedy to branch out and spread the message of liberty. And I think all of us understand the value of social media, right? We're probably all social media addicts. We go to, you know, liberty.org and all that other stuff, right? And we sit there and we, you know, we have political arguments with the kid that used to sell us Xanax in high school, right? I mean, is that pretty much, yeah? No, not really? Not Xanax, sir? No? Something else? Fair enough. Yeah, but we sit here, and I think one of the issues is that we're always trying to be right, because we always are right, right? We sit here and we don't blindly accept what, you know, our demagogues are telling us to believe. So we come up to our own conclusions. And that ruffles a lot of feathers, right? Because free thought is very dangerous to people that don't want to have that burden of free thought, right? Not just me, I'm the only one that argues with people on Facebook, really? I'm going to Facebook friend every single one of you, and every single time you say something needlessly contrarian to somebody that's a teacher posting an NJEA thing, I'm going to be like, wait a minute, you didn't laugh at my joke, you don't get to have this argument. And it's great, too. My sister's really nervous about me being here because she works for the school. She actually works in the Women and Gender Studies program here. She's on her way up the ladder, you know, and you know, she's like, Gerard, you're not a libertarian, you're a Republican with a weed addiction. All right? Which is so weird because my ultra-conservative grandmother's like, you're just a dirty hippie with a job. You know? They don't understand us, you guys. I'm trying to explain to my sister, I'm like, no, look, just because I don't believe somebody is entitled to 40% of my earnings, right? If they didn't take my money, I could have bought Larry's shirt. You know what I'm saying? Like, the wheel goes round, guys. Free market. You know what I mean? So, well, I'm trying to explain to her. I'm like, but we are socially liberal. She's like, you're not socially liberal. I was like, absolutely. We're a free choice. And she's like, then why aren't you coming to the marches with me? I said, because being socially liberal doesn't mean I need to go to Lesbian Comic-Con. I go to a march. Little does she know, I've been going to the marches. I haven't been marching. It's the only place I can sell a $100 vagina hat. See a market, fill a market. You know what I'm saying? And it's beautiful because I can sell it for $100 to the guys and $77 to the girls, and it works out. You know, fight the patriarchy. You know, it's great stuff, guys. But you see, you know, and when I have these conversations with my sister, you know, one thing is she's a tough nut to crack, but when we use comedy, right, as opposed to just being right, as opposed to saying, this is why you're dumb, this is why we're right, right, we're able to actually engage with them. So, you know, some lessons that I can show you from comedy, not from nutrition. I have nothing nutrition-wise to teach you today, but as far as lessons from comedy, a few things that I think each and every one of us here can do. Because if you're here, if you're engaging in the process, I think one of the things that as a libertarian, we have to understand, and I know that the leadership is probably going to hate me saying this, but all of us aren't positioning for leadership roles right now. We're positioning for sales and marketing. We're positioning for 20 years from now. We're positioning for 15 years from now. Maybe things happen quicker now with social media, with grassroots, right? The message of liberty is something that I think people are coming around to. You know, the idea of thinking for yourself is something that people are very reluctantly coming towards. Like, I just listened to CNN my whole life. Maybe you shouldn't do that. 5 years ago, they would have been like, screw you, CNN's great. And today they're like, all right, so what's this free thinking thing that you're talking about, guys? You know, You guys, so when people talk about analytical mind and all this stuff, when we talk about learning from comedy, the first thing that you learn as a comedian is you learn to read the room, right? Read the room, guys. When you guys are having a conversation with someone, when you want to spread the message of liberty, when you have these great ideas that you've spent your entire adult life cultivating, you want to tell people about. But in my experience with dealing with people and speaking with individuals, they don't care what you have to say. They care what they have to say, right? So one of the things that you want to do is read the room, guys. You know, one of the cool things about libertarianism when you're having these conversations with people is that you can connect with anybody on anything. There is an issue that you can find common ground with. Unfortunately, we're all born contrarians, so we're going to find something to argue with first and foremost, right? You like roads, right? My roads, my roads. And I used to say dumb things like, we had roads before federal tax extortion became legal in 1913, which I was totally right about. But they could care less. Because they're like, who's this smarmy, that guy trying to talk at me? A lot of people that have political points of views, especially in New Jersey, they're more emotionally tied. It's a cultural thing. Their father was an iron worker. Their grandfather was an iron worker, right? But that being said, my godfather, I mean, he's to the left of Trotsky, right? He's vice president of Local 3. This was the very first election in his entire adult life, 40 years of voting. He didn't vote Democrat. Just didn't do it. And I said, why? And he voted Jill Stein. I couldn't get him over Gary Johnson. He voted Jill Stein. And I said, so what was the deal? He goes, the Democratic Party's left the working man. They've left the working man. And again, like I said, to the left of Trotsky. But between Obamacare, right, and between, they're having this existential crisis with sanctuary cities and not understanding how that drops down the cost of labor. You see what I'm doing right now? This is me reading the room wrong, and this is me trying to show you how smart I am and not telling jokes like I'm brought up here to do. But anyway, long story short, he didn't vote. He didn't vote. He almost didn't vote at all, but he ended up voting for Stein. He wanted Bernie Sanders like all the other people, but he didn't vote. So right now, when you talk about vagina hats, and you talk about seeing a void and filling a void, that's a void, man. That's a guy for 40 years that is open to new ideas. And that's something where when you have a room full of people like this, you can double this room, triple this room in no time whatsoever. As long as, once again, you read the room. You find something to connect with people about as opposed to arguing with people about, right? Like we were talking in the back there, and, we're talking about how, the presidential debates went. And I was like, what's really messed up about me is I really like Austin Pearson. I really like him. But then the more I heard him talk, the more I was like, why does this young guy want to be a politician? Screw this guy. I don't respect his authority, And I think that's one of the things where we run into, it's like, you listen to Larry on Facebook, it's like really, really great things. And then Larry's like doing his due diligence. You have to raise money. And it's like, no, this is a political party. I came here for the buffet. What the heck? And it's this weird infancy step that we all have to get over. Like, what are we here for? What do we actively want to do? And I think for people like me, I don't know about, out there, I think one of the things that I've had to overcome is the need to be right and the need to be seen as smart and handsome and good looking and gorgeous and, all those other things. And yeah, outstanding khakis, right? I didn't know that this was a suit and tie affair. I would have worn my good sneakers. But yeah, again, I thought that there was going to be drug runs and babe circles and stuff. I didn't think that this was going to be as formal as it was. Forgive me for that. But yeah, so I mean, again, connecting with people is understanding, about, for example, like Jag, cool dude, right? So if I went up to Jagger, right, you would say, I love you as the scientist in Independence Day. And then you say taxation is theft. And you guys would be totally friends from now on. You know what I'm saying? He's like, I love this guy. No, but, and understanding your role, understanding where you are. Like where you are right now, $500 donation, that's awesome, guys. In comedy, there's a hierarchy. You start with bringers. Does anybody know what a bringer show is? What's a bringer show?
You gotta bring 5 people.
You gotta bring 5 people for 3 minutes on stage, and you're normally terrible, and you don't know what you're doing. Your value to the club is that you help bring seats. There's people here that you guys are young. This is your first foray into this sort of stuff. Your job is a bringer. Your job is, hey, there's these really, really cool ideas that I'm kind of young at knowing, but it really interests me. You guys should bring other people to. You understand what I'm saying? So bring people to have the access to the things that interest you. That's how I got started in this stuff. One of my friends looked at me and said, dude, man, you should check out this guy, Ron Paul. I was like, I don't know, he's supposed to be some crazy guy from Texas, right? And he's talking about gold standard and all this stuff. And I'm like, what the heck is all this stuff? I have no idea what it is. But the more I listened to him, the more I watched him, I got hooked, right? So that guy brought me in, and now I've brought other people in, and that's your role at the bottom of the rung. After that, you become a featured act, right? A featured act is the person that no one's ever heard of, and they bring you on stage, and you're like, he's played minor league baseball, and you know what I'm saying? And now, so you're a featured act. And now it's your job, now that you've brought people there, is to show people that, hey, look, this is young, this is cool, this is popular. You know, these are things from a marketing perspective. You look at a guy like Justin Trudeau, right? Everybody here like Justin Trudeau? No. Yeah. He's an idiot. I mean, let's be honest. The guy's a complete total contrarian, but he is gorgeous, right? Looks great in a suit. He goes out there, he's got that little Gaston smile. He looks at the ladies, he's like, hey, you know, you should give me your money. And they do, right? So I think that, again, that's something that we can all do. As I sit here and I lecture people on appearance in my khakis and non-tuck shirt, right? This is the type of thing. So you're representing, you know, a movement that's pretty cool, guys. And I think that that's really the thing that we want to get across, is that we are trying to educate you on how to be free. You know, how this became an extreme perspective, how this became an extreme point of view is crazy to me, right? I sit, again, with my sister. I sit there and I have arguments with her, and she talks about how we should move towards socialism in Denmark and all these other same old tiger tropes that you can read off a slate word by word, right? I sit here and I'm like, you know, if this was the 14th century, you would be sitting here arguing with me, and I would sit there and I'd be like, you know what, Emily? Our feudal lord sucks. This guy's terrible. And she'd be like, yeah, but where are you supposed to get the farms? Right? What happens if somebody else comes in? Where's our army going to come from? And we're sitting here like, unbelievable. People are really, really happy in their captivity. So again, going back to reading the room, you have to understand, right? We're all weird, right? I mean, is that fair? We're all weird. Everybody else reads something and they're like, all right, so I got to vote for this. What line am I voting? This is boring. I want to go back to watching the Kardashians. And all of us are sitting here like, whoa, whoa, whoa. Let's read this line by line. You know, on page 16 of the what was it back there? What were you saying? What were you saying?
CIA World Book.
The CIA World Fact Book. The World Fact Book. Fact Book. Yeah. I love that dude. He turned to me and goes, you know, you ever read the CIA World Fact Book? And I was like, yeah, I got it right next to the toilet. I do. Yeah, you know, that's such a libertarian thing when I first walked in. You know, it was such like a you know, have you ever tripped over the CIA World Fact Book? I perused it. You know what I'm saying? You know, and it's like, so if you're talking to like a waitress at Applebee's and you want to have a conversation with her, and you know, you connected with her on such a small level, and she's like, oh man, I can't believe the taxes went up. And you're like, yeah, well, you know, let me tell you about page 16 of the CIA World Fact Book. They'll be like, all right, sir, here's your check, leave me alone. You know what I'm saying? Now, that doesn't make you wrong. That makes you awesome, right? But in the beginning, there might be like some better ways to like, you know, get in there a little bit. So again, getting back to connecting with the room. So I was talking to the guys in the back about how they're like, how do you do, you know, political comedy in New York? Like, what do you do? It's very far left. You know, I follow like unabashed Marxist up to the stage. What do I do? I say, I don't do comedy. I don't do political comedy. I find another way to connect with the crowd. I talk about awesome stuff, but then little tiny, after you win the crowd over, you get them in. You say, so, you know, how do you explain the free market? I say, Nintendo DS. Nintendo DS explains everything you need to know about the free market. And they're like, why? It's like, why would, for those people, does everybody here know what Nintendo DS is? Yep. Yeah. You see how you whistled, right? You know why? Because you, like me, probably lost your virginity to a Nintendo cartridge when you were 12 years old, right? So now that we're all 30, 35 years old, right? Everybody's like, why is this 8-bit console popular again? It's popular again because when I was a kid, you know, to make those things work, you had to get in there and, you know. You know, so you do that like 30, 40 times. It never calls you in the morning. It has a special place in your heart. You know, it has a special place in your heart. So now, you know, understanding that bad technology is now popular again, right? That's understanding the market. People will never understand when you talk about totalitarianism, utilitarianism, and all this stuff. They don't understand the humanity of this, right? You want to donate to charity? Donate to charity. Go for it. Spend every dollar you have. Don't spend my money, right? Don't donate my money to charity. I know that makes me sound like a jerk, but that should be my prerogative to do, right? I love when people talk about, you know, what would libertarians do as far as foreign policy is concerned. Libertarian, that's another one that I hear all the time. Libertarianism can only work on a local level. Can't work on a federal level. Plus, it's an unrealistic federal policy, right? I just don't see, when people are arguing about should we go sanctions in Iran or should we bomb Iran, as if those are the only two ways to go about this. Now, I don't know enough about Iran. I just know that there has to be a better way of blowing up a cave than with a $280,000 Javelin missile. You know what I'm saying? And when we're talking about, and again, some of my best friends are servicemen. I don't want to sound like I'm ripping on the servicemen, but I have a very hard time believing, the company line that we are protecting freedom 14,000 miles away from our shores, right? So again, if I lead in with this conversation, reading a room at Applebee's, and say, I really miss my boyfriend. He's been out in Iraq. I understand that that's a great opportunity to say, yeah, we really wish he wasn't there. He shouldn't be there. This is garbage. But leading with, he's not protecting our freedom 14,000 miles from our shore is not really the way to go, right, guys? So again, understanding exciting times. The last thing, something that happens in comedy all the time is you don't eat yourself, right? And I know that doesn't mean what you think it means, but you don't eat yourself, guys. So when somebody gets popular in comedy, everybody loves the underdog. Everybody loves the person that's struggling, right? When your best friend, you're doing these comedy shows, you're staying in a Red Roof Inn together, you're bonding over your bed bug bites, right? It's awesome stuff. Then that guy gets to play the comedy seller and you don't, and you're sitting here like, immediately your first reaction is, screw this guy, he's a seller. You know what I'm saying? I see that in politics and in lower level politics more than I see it anywhere else. When you're commiserating with somebody, when you're having cocktails with them and you guys are connecting over awesome stuff, right? And then that person gets a little popular. Everybody comes out of the woodwork to rip them down. I see it talk about, Facebook guys and popular social media guys. Anybody here follow Eric July from Backwards? Yeah. Well, I gotta be honest, I thought there'd be a little less white people here, but a little less. But Eric July is a great dude, funny dude, African-American guy. He goes after some real tough issues and he comes at them with real talk. He doesn't mince words. He's not always right about anything. He's fighting the good fight. And now I've watched him over the course of the last 2 years, his rise in popularity, went from, oh my God, you're a libertarian rapper, you're putting it out there, that's sick, that's awesome, to now he's pretty popular. He's got a Facebook page, he's got like 100,000 views, and if you go to his comments, it's like shopping at Walmart, it's the worst stuff you've ever heard in your entire life. As you see, you're not a real libertarian, you're not this, you're not that. So, you see this all the time, I think, with libertarianism, at least online, at least in the media, right? In that we build people up, we allow them to get to a certain level, then it's like, wait a minute, these guys want power, screw them, we hate everybody that wants power. You understand? So in the comedy world, we call it don't eat your own. You understand what I'm saying? When people get the national, they get national coverage, when they have that platform, we have to do everything we can to support those people that have that platform. They're fighting a good fight. Are they going to agree with everything that you say? Absolutely not. There's right-leaning libertarians, there's left-leaning libertarians. There's, anarchists that don't have anybody else to hang out with, so they hang out with you guys. You know what I'm saying? So there's people that aren't allowed to speak at their holiday parties with their family. This is the type of stuff, right? That we need to support one another when people have these platforms. We need to do everything we can to support them. Whether it's spending $500, whether it's coming to a comedy show in New York or Atlantic City, March 11th, March 18th, March 22nd, April 4th, whether it's doing that or whether it's just, showing support and saying, you know what, I may disagree with what you're saying, but I appreciate your willingness to say it, as opposed to, screw you, you're not a real libertarian, you know what I'm saying, guys? So I think, in closing, again, I just want to thank, all you guys for having me out here today. It was really awesome of you. I think that this is really, really cool. A full room in New Jersey. This is really, really a great start. I wish we could have got to that 5% level in this past election. It would have been nice to have some money. We wouldn't have to go selling T-shirts at 1,600% markup. To have some fun. That was awesome, man. Gotta get 700. Gotta get 650. Next time we're gonna get him a cane and a top hat. It's gonna be sick, man. It'll be awesome. But yeah, I gotta tell you guys, it's really something that I'm very passionate about, and I do appreciate the opportunity to speak and tell some jokes, and you know, something that each and every one of you, just by being out here, it shows your commitment to the cause of freedom. And I can't think of any more noble cause. Right? I may disagree with, you know, what you do, but I support your right to do it. And I think that that's something that all of us can agree upon. And you know, again, if you take those lessons from comedy, if you learn to read the room, if you learn to connect with people, they're going to be more receptive to your ideas, right? It's talking to people, not talking at them. And I think that as I speak at you, literally, directly, but I think that that's something that we all can take from my time on stage. And going forward, I wish you all the best in liberty, and taxation is theft. Thank you guys very much.
Give us a second, we got a brief setup.
Did a great job.
Hey, thank you, man.
I'm also a comic.
Oh, you really?
I played a rebel casino.
Oh, really?
They pay me so much money doing things. I asked the governor, what are you going to do about unemployment? He says, what unemployment? All my friends have jobs.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, this is my card.
Oh, cool, man.
And on the backside, I wrote down some songs that might be humorous for you.
Awesome, man.
Yeah.
I
I'm trying to do a
appreciate it,
video of I don't want to exercise, so I want to volunteer.
Yeah, I'll
catch up on
Oh,
Jim Tissot,
Jim.
Vice Chair, and also Second City Training Center.
Get out of here, bro.
Graduate. So I actually do a private improv now. I work with companies that teach them improv for creativity, collaboration. Actually, just a couple of years ago, I did improv for Liberty. Did technically a series of exercises. And the idea was to become about central command and control, spontaneous order.
Yes, sir, absolutely.
And I do a, just to keep up with the performance stuff, a weekly show.
Oh, yeah?
Called Electoral Dysfunction.
I was a UCB guy, man, so I mean, I don't know if us pit guys are
You don't get that many brands of whiskey in there anymore.
Yeah.
And I'm talking about the players, not the
Not kidding.
So we do a 1 hour show. The first half hour is still more half.
Okay.
Don't like the Libertarian Constitution guys. Oh no. The second half of the show we do it based on
We find a conservative Republican to do it.
we got one. We have Robert George actually works for
Oh, really?
Whatever the latest cost of celebrate is, that's all you do.
Sometimes I still remember
Yeah, there you go. Exactly.
That's what I remember. I don't remember
Just you remember that one flash clip. They also like to, it's just maybe it's a younger generation, but all my libertarian buddies, you know, they want to jump out there and say they're world first. They never connect. People never take it in. You know, so with crowd work all the time. With young comics, they want to do crowd work, but they don't know that. You've never seen it from loud. They're either rip her apart. Did you know this? Rip this one girl, and she's, you know, she's looking at her. They're losing the entire crowd. They're going to think you're bullies. You know what I'm saying? So I think that you know, that's one of those things where it comes down to speaking. It comes down to presenting yourself. You know, and it's something that everybody can really learn from. And like you said, it takes years of practice to understand. You know, some of the best communication is not verbal.
what's important to you. And then you go find out something as a common, establish discards or bond, then you can take it. I did a lot of work with Bernie supporters this time around the millennials. I got them on non-intervention sponsors. And the surveillance.
Don't just let us know.
Legal marijuana. All I have to do that I can pay them on the difference between chronic capitalism.
I'll put a blank on that before I get
But
they were open, to the conversation. That's the important part.
Etc. So for a lot of people, things like that is
really understand.
That's just so a guy that lives in that
I think something where
Oh, yeah.
Cute.
I almost took a picture of it.
Quick to talk back.
Yep.
You know, Sanders does a great job of identifying problems. All of these solutions are dogs, but you know what I'm saying? So that's one of the things where again.
If this to get to the mic,
So you understand that I do a lot of people say like, okay, this is my Bernie Sanders asshole. It's like, you know what? Bernie knows what the problem is. He just has bad ideas. So it's that initial step back, an initial connection, and I think understanding that by and large, 99% of the people you're going to talk to aren't as emotionally or intellectually immersed in the topic as you are.
I think the thing here is
yeah.
No, I did. I say, look, the goal is to reduce innocent people getting killed by guns. 30,000 deaths.
Great job. I loved it.
Oh, cool.
Great.
Thanks, man.
You a couple
Nice
of
job.
pros.
Oh, cool.
Here, give me an email too, maybe we can.
Cool, man. For sure. Thank you. Here, I'll give you my cards up front. Let me give you guys some cards. Can I,
You guys have a lot to talk about. Yeah.
Andre, it's fine. Good job.
There you go. Thanks.
Great.
Good.
Where are you going to be next?
Still here?
Oh, yes.
Yeah. I guess that's my main residency.
Friday nights?
Fridays and Saturdays.
Yeah. We're ready for our next speaker. Our next speaker is not a stranger to the New Jersey Libertarian Party. He has been a member, but I'd like to publicly shame him and point out that his dues aren't paid. Bob Bowden has been a television producer, reporter, and commentator for the past 15 years. Is it still 15 years, or is this information? Yeah, that's right. It's probably like 40 years now. His varied career is set in conducting in-depth on-camera interviews, anchoring newscasts, producing nationally syndicated TV shows. He's been on the Onion News Network, currently the executive director for Choice Media TV, which is an investigative video website dedicated to education reform. He's a champion of school choice, school voucher birthday, and many other kinds of education reform. In 2009, he directed which is a documentary without further ado.
I'll come back for that stuff.
Everybody, thanks for having me.
Thanks for Jim.
Yeah, that's very old. I did work for the Onion. Since I'm following Gerard, by the way, it looks like he's almost on the way out now. Now he's having a seat. I have a little bit of a comedy background, having worked for the Onion News Network for about 3 years as an on-camera. Thank you. As an on-camera reporter of fake news stories. And actually, when I did a movie about corruption in public education called The Cartel, and the NJEA was attacking me, one of the things they said to trash my character and demean and disparage me publicly was to say that I had worked for a fake news site called The Onion, and therefore I was not a real reporter, journalist, etc., thinking that this would make people like me less, when in fact their own press release made people like me more. So I took some pride in that. And of course, it's hard to follow the comedian, so I just wanted to say I'm pissed off. I'm recommitted to the goal of eating your young. I really want to just eating your own. I guess that's a term. But anyway, so that said, my role has been education reform and school choice, and I run a group called Choice Media, which is about this issue. And so we have, by the way, a brand new smartphone app that is out on both Android and iOS platforms. It's not really been promoted yet, so you're getting kind of a scoop with this. But I wanted to talk to you guys about where this movement is, and in terms of reaching out to other people in the movement with ideas that people who may not think of themselves as libertarian or freedom oriented in their public policy points of view and principles. This is one issue that is perhaps the best. Maybe it's one of the reasons I was attracted to it, but I mean, it's great to be in a room with my base, because all the time I'm with people from all kinds of different political persuasions, because the issue of school choice does seem to resonate with a much broader group of people, and we're trying to expand that. So, that said, I wanted to get into some of the specifics, and I have both, I guess, good news and bad news. I can satisfy optimists or pessimists. I can talk about the glass half full or half empty. So I wanted to survey the crowd here. And how many are more interested in hearing about the glass half full? Raise your hand.
Full.
Oh, okay. Look at this, all these optimists. And how about glass half empty people? All right, I think the glass half full won. So let's start with that. And where we are in this movement. So, and feel free, we'll do Q&A at the end too, but if I use some terms or whatever. So in general, school choice is a broad term. It means lots of things, and it means different things sometimes in different states. But writ large, it means different kinds of things like private school choice can be vouchers, it can be tax credit scholarships, and it can be education savings account, the newest version of what's been dubbed as Vouchers 2.0. That's all under the category of private school choice. You also have movements like homeschooling. You have movements like the charter school movement, which are public schools. And you have magnet schools, for example, which is a form of school choice as well, and that's also within traditional public school districts, happens to be kind of a unionized form of school choice. So the glass half full. So my basic answer to the question of what's going on that's positive right now, I got to go back a little bit to about a year ago and how depressed I was. January of 2016, I and my staff, we took the train to Washington, D.C., because there was a Supreme Court case that we wanted to be a part of, we'd already been a part of, called the Friedrichs versus California Teachers Association case. How many people know about this Friedrichs case? Raise your hand. Okay. If you're not really deep in the school choice world, you may not have heard of that. What this was a group of plaintiffs in California who said, you know, if you want to join a union, that's fine with us. Go ahead and pay part of your salary toward union dues. But if you don't want to join a union, you shouldn't be forced, coerced to do it, right? The union takes political positions all the time, so all kinds of subjects that have nothing to do with education even, by the way. But even within the realm of education, they take political positions all the time. And these plaintiffs said, if we don't agree with that, why are we paying money to sponsor and promote political positions that we disagree with? It's a violation of our First Amendment right to have to subsidize messages that we think are wrong. So they had this case and went all the way to the Supreme Court. I actually got into the U.S. Supreme Court oral arguments and listened to this. And it was stunning because there was the potential of a swing justice that may have gone either way. It turns out it was, once you listen to the questions, sometimes when you're at Supreme Court oral arguments, you can tell by the questions how some of the justices are going to vote. It suddenly became clear that there was a 5-4 majority for the plaintiffs to win. We have 25 states in America with compulsory union dues for school teachers. Huge population states, New Jersey, of course, being one of them. Add to that New York, Pennsylvania, California, Illinois, Massachusetts. All these big population states where if you want to quit the union, too bad, you have to pay still 80%, 80 to 85% of the union dues. They have this old court case which allowed you to reduce a little bit of your union dues if you wanted to quit. You still have to pay most of the union dues anyway. So this would have actually freed all of these teachers who wanted to quit the union from having to pay these compulsory dues. This was an incredible, like in places in states that had gone right to work in the past 5 years, Michigan did. What are the odds of that? The UAW state becoming a right to work state? It happened. Wisconsin did under Scott Walker's leadership. And what did they find? They found that half of the teachers just quit the union that year. Once you had to actually proactively write a check to the teachers union, half of them just said, you know what, screw it, we're not going to be the teachers union anymore. So, all right, so this case is saying for the 25 states where the union dues are compulsory, suddenly there's this potential to say, like, it's no longer compulsory. You only have to write the dues check if you feel like it. Everyone was very excited about this on our side of the ledger. And then I'm driving in my car and I hear about then, 2 months later, the sudden death of Antonin Scalia, U.S. Supreme Court Justice, the 5-4 majority now became a 4-4 split now that Scalia died, surprisingly, and everyone at the time was predicting a Hillary Clinton win. She would pack the court with her people. This would be gone forever. We were this close. We were weeks away from a decision that could have made teachers' union membership voluntary, and because of this death of Scalia, it was all gone. And I was depressed as shit. It was really, I'm telling you, it was awful. Just as surprising then as the Scalia decision was the Donald Trump victory. Okay, and I didn't vote for Donald Trump, I voted for Gary Johnson, just to let this room know. Thank you. But that said, if we're looking at the potential Supreme Court composition, and it was, Hillary versus Trump, if you believe that union membership should be voluntary, which probably everyone in this room does, this Trump victory was a really good news for that issue. And so now suddenly we have a whole new possibility in that realm. So that's why the glass half full is my map of the United States. We have in a number of ways, Betsy DeVos, who is the Trump education secretary, advocates. I think there's like a drummer in the next room. Oh, let's have a round of applause for that. Okay, so the glass half full is on a national front. We're seeing both renewed interest in the issue, even just the coverage. I feel like the more media coverage, and it's kind of the premise of our Choice Media Group, the more media coverage of this issue there is anyway, the more hearts and minds we tend to change and convert over time. And because of Betsy DeVos and Donald Trump, and this just talk about vouchers and private school choice and education savings accounts, it is fostering huge new discussion about the issue that the unions hate this. The education establishment hates this kind of discussion about choice because they lose. The more people that talk about it, the more people that think about it, the more they lose. So that is an incredible kind of glass half full scenario. And there are other things the federal government might do that I'll get in a second, which is less clear. But yes, this is what I was just talking about. The Friedrichs 2.0 one. Now, this is the issue I was talking about. This is a new case. It's called the Janus case. You see, we published this just a few days after the election. But there's a brand new case. This one's Illinois-based. It's these Chicago area public service workers. They're not teachers, but it's the same exact issue. They don't want to pay compulsory union dues just because they're public employees. And so now there's a new case. It's a brand new case, and presumably it could make its way to the Supreme Court, and so we could have success in that realm. Now this is what I wanted to show you about the federal stuff that is less clear. This is introduced by an Iowa congressman named Steve King, H.R. 610. It was introduced a couple months ago, actually, with very little fanfare, even in the education reform world. And this is a federal voucher initiative, you might call it. And it has split us. The people that believe in school choice are of different minds. I don't even know where this room is going to be on this. Because on the one hand, it has this block grant program that could offer a lot more school choice and financial incentives for states to let parents send their kids to private schools, breaking the monopoly of public schools all over the country, and destabilizing this kind of union control all over the country sort of instantly. On the other hand, you could argue, there are people that said the federal government should get out of this realm completely. And there should be no U.S. Department of Education. That Betsy DeVos' most important initiative would be to stand at a podium and say, here's my plan for how we get rid of this department, and it will be closed in 3 years. So, I don't know, guys. What makes more sense to you? Did we do something right now that basically kneecaps this establishment so we can kind of do a reset button on education in the United States? Or is this fraught with peril? Because as soon as you do this, the next time there's a new president, and maybe the president is a Democrat or some sort of other left-leaning president, Republican or Democrat, that they will then say, well, now we're going to start attaching all of these federal rules to the voucher program. So anyway, so this is the HR 610 issue, and so that's up for us to kind of talk about. But that's if not this, there are lots of other proposals that the federal government could introduce that could add more choice right away. But there are libertarians who say, even if it is good short term, don't do it because it sort of brings the camel nose into the tent of kind of a federal mandate. Let's talk about the glass half empty, and for that, surprise, surprise, I have the state of New Jersey. All right, so let's see. What are we talking about in the state of New Jersey? Well, let's talk about that already. I'm going to go to my browser right now and show you guys some news stories. And this, I think, would kind of tell it a little better than a lot of things. So that's this. Okay, so first, you know, you could say that there is some good news in New Jersey. You know, New Jersey has no private school choice program, unlike over 20 other states around the country. And even in the last 5 years, brand new school choice initiatives in Ohio, North Carolina, Arizona, Wisconsin, Nevada, the list goes on and on. Brand new programs in all these places, but not here. But what we have is a charter school movement. That's basically the best New Jersey has to offer right now. As you probably know, it's only in certain towns across the state. To the overwhelming majority of parents in New Jersey, there is zero access to charter schools. Not even access to a lottery for a charter school because you don't live in the right town. So this is what we have. But nevertheless, we do have this, which is, you know, look, Newark charter school parents flooding the State House saying, you know, to support our schools. We have, geez, I have to load one at a time. After a lot of controversy in Princeton, they have approved, and the ads are killing me here. They have approved the expansion of the charter school there. And then we also have a lawsuit that you guys should hear about in this 1-minute video.
Parents, did you know that some of New Jersey school districts are facing a terrible budget crisis that will force them to lay off teachers? Did you also know that state law mandates teachers must be laid off based only on seniority? The law is called last in, first out. It prohibits school districts from considering how good or bad teachers are. This law is bad for students and unfair to some of New Jersey's most qualified teachers. In Newark, under the current law, 85% of teachers who stand to lose their jobs have been rated effective and highly effective by their principals. That's hundreds of our best teachers being taken away from our children. But if schools were allowed to consider how well a teacher teaches, they could keep their best educators in classrooms with students. We have the power to change this. With great teachers, students learn more, are more likely to graduate high school, attend college, and earn a higher salary. New Jersey's education law should protect students first. Support the families fighting to keep great teachers in public schools. Our children deserve the best.
This lawsuit to stop this is on Flagpost last in, first out. This and justice for some of the most learned scholars in the Ed Reform movement, some of the most knowledgeable people in the Ed Reform movement are actually unaware. In many places, last in, first out is part of a deal that the teacher's contract, the teachers do in contract with the district, that's part of the contract. New Jersey's really weird, and we actually have a law that says you cannot consider how good, or just what the video said, how good or bad a teacher is. If you're laying off, because say enrollment drop happens, and a district has to lay off teachers, they have to do it purely on seniority. I mean, it's madness. It's madness. By law, you can't get, I mean, imagine running a business this way. You have to lay people off, but you would lay off this incredible, great worker who has 5 years of experience and keep the lousy one who phones it in and is drunk every day who has 6 years of experience. And by law, you have to, it's madness. I mean, setting apart the fact that you have to pay all teachers the same, the really hard to find AP math or chemistry teacher who's awesome, has to be paid by law with the same years of experience, exactly the same as a mediocre middle school gym teacher who phones it in and doesn't care. That, I mean, no one would run a business that way either. It's crazy. If you want to have a debate with anybody about the education establishment, just bring that up. Just ask them, say, like, if you ran a business, I have one question for you. Say, Would you pay every worker exactly the same based only on years of experience? And if you ever had to lay anyone off, would you ignore how good they were? Because that's what we have today in schools in New Jersey. If they want to defend the establishment, ask them about that. Anyway, so this is a lawsuit going on, and so I don't know if you want to call this optimistic or pessimistic. Optimistic that we have a lawsuit fighting it, or pessimistic that it's been around for all these years. But we have this. But then at the same time, in the charter movement here locally, we have the governor's Department of Education, which is in charge of authorizing new charter schools or shutting down ones. And we have basketball at. We have stories like this. And this is a question I ask charter people all the time. I talk about how I deal a lot with a lot of the education establishment, some of whom consider themselves reformers and reform-minded. And you'll ask them, well, if there's a C- charter school, would you shut it down? And a lot of them are like, yeah, we need to be for quality. We can't let our movement become associated with malaise and poor performance. A D-rated, C- rated, those schools have to be shut down. Oh, you really, what if the kids then go to an F-rated district school because you've shut down that D-rated charter school? And they're like, well, that's not my, it's not my issue. We gotta be for quality. We gotta shut down. So in other words, parents make relative comparisons on schools, whereas oftentimes the charter authorizers, particularly in New Jersey, don't make relative comparisons. They will just look at the charter school, and if they don't like it, they'll shut it down, ignoring how bad the district school is that the kids are sent to instead. And drives me crazy. In a free marketplace, no one does this. People basically maximize their own benefit as consumers when making a choice. So that's part of the bad news about the state. And we also have things like this. Now, let's start a video. Will the Trump administration, will the DeVos Education Department federally?
I'm gonna rock right now. I'm gonna y'all come down and sit down. I got the long story talking and know that I'm
Musical interlude there. So in the New Jersey charter movement, while it's true that Chris Christie has overall increased the number of charter schools, it's still less than 100 schools in the state. It's in the 80s, I think it might be. It's 88 or 90 charter schools in the entire state of New Jersey. We have over 550 districts in the state. We have thousands of school districts. So having 80 charter schools even just on an enrollment basis, it's about 2.5% of the statewide enrollment of students are in charters in New Jersey. Nationally, it's 5%. And that's with 5 states that don't even have any charter schools at all. The national charter school enrollment footprint is 5%. And in our state, it's 2.5%, and we have no private school choice programs like vouchers or education savings accounts. So our state is nowhere in this movement. If you wanted to make an argument for a federal voucher type program, you might say, well, what about a parent today who's in this state, whose kid is getting not only maybe a terrible education, but maybe they're getting their ass kicked every day in a violent school with gangs and drugs and guns and knives. And I've heard these stories. I've had students weep to me on camera, a 10th grade girl, talking about how every day you have to know what it's like to walk into that school and those kids who hate you, those mean girls, the other girls that hated her, she'd have to walk into that classroom every day. And there's nothing else she could do about it. And she would get berated and humiliated and shamed. And she eventually got a private school, just a private scholarship to a Catholic school down in Central New Jersey. So she called it a new opportunity in life. The 10th grade, 15-year-old kid basically says she has a new chance at life. But many don't get that scholarship she got. So if you're a parent today in one of these broken, awful schools in some of the worst towns in our state, you might say, hey, I'll take the federal voucher. Let's worry about encroaching the federal footprint later. And I'm sympathetic to those people, because I talk to them all the time. So that's part of the glass half empty stuff is New Jersey. We're kind of nowhere, and there's not a lot of people predicting that the next governor will, whoever that is, Mr. Murphy perhaps,
Keep rolling, man.
I stand correct. So that's kind of what I wanted to talk to you guys about. Mainly, I wanted to then just also take questions and stuff like that and see what you guys think about the issue, kind of take your temperature on it. Get back to here. Yeah, my glass had question mark. Oh, one other thing I want to get to quickly is this: just if you guys can help us too, help us message, right? Because we need you in the movement. I like to say everyone in this room should be a part of education reform, whether you have kids or not, because it's the future of the country. It's also your money. A marketplace of education is much more efficient and effective than any kind of one-size-fits-all. And so, I like to give quick messaging tips. If you help us message about the issue of school choice and education reform, one message frequently. Let me put this up here. Play slideshow. Help your friends when someone else or another group like us, like Choice Media or njschoolchoice.com, has messages. Help them. 3, ask do what I'm doing now. Ask people for help. Don't just assume they'll help you and then you get so many retweets and I guess that's it. No, please go proactively ask people you know to help you with your message. Try to remember not to just message to people that just look and sound and act and think like you. Try to be demographically diverse. Tonally, I have this 4-quadrant concept for messaging that different people are moved by different things. Some people are moved by facts and figures and numbers and statistics and dollar signs. Other people are moved by righteous indignation if they're made to feel angry. The cartel would be a little like that. Some people are moved by crying, weeping, sympathetic stories, sad stories, not anger and righteous indignation, but sad stories. And some people are moved by number 4, comedy, satire, irreverence, right? Probably this group is probably the 4th group. But all these different tones. So don't just, in other words, we get in our own silo of thinking we're going to message only in the way that we would be best spoken to. If you're trying to actually change hearts and minds, think about other styles of communication that may not be how you would be best attracted. Think about that. Using pictures, please do that. And then also think about platforms. You may like 1 or 2 social media platforms and just kind of that's your favorite. Well, force yourself to kind of grow and do other platforms too. So there's that. So that said, I wanted to then just talk about just a conversation about school choice and education reform and what you guys think. Go ahead, sir. Ben.
What do you think of the current school choice program in the state?
So I said school choice means different things in different states. New Jersey is the only state in the country that has its own. The term school choice is often understood in New Jersey to mean inter-district school choice, where of the 600, 570 or so districts, about 130, 140 have agreed to take kids from neighboring districts. Yeah, they get paid for it, by the way the law was written. But that payment then has been now capped. The program has been, the people that run the program are pretty pissed off at Christie right now for not growing that program. But yeah, a lot of school choice is not always about getting out of the chronically failing, dangerous, urban ghetto school. Like, sometimes it's just a better fit. Sometimes it's just a student may want a performing arts high school, or they might want a high school for STEM, science and math, or they may want a high school with a good vocational program. Maybe a great district for sending kids to like Ivy League is not so great at helping kids who may benefit from vocational education. Why shouldn't their lives be valuable and treated as important too? There are all kinds of reasons. Schools for autism, schools for high disciplinary environment for kids that need that. So I think the New Jersey inter-district school choice program is great. It's great. So I'm a big fan of it. I mean, is that what you were asking about?
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, well, why not? Why shouldn't? In fact, interesting. This HR. Go back to this. I don't know if you guys saw, but they actually have. I was really surprised to see this. Well, it's not in here, but it's in the. If you actually go to the web page for this HR 610, part of the write-up explains that to be eligible for this block grant, you need to have a state where. Look at this. Make it lawful for parents of an eligible child to elect to enroll their child in any public or private elementary, secondary school in the state. They're writing that into, I don't know if you're for this or not, this is not passed, this is just a bill in Congress. But they're actually writing this, inter-district school choice, into their federal initiative. Okay. Go ahead, sir.
Hey, Bob, outside of property taxes, I think this is probably the second biggest issue, kind of in, at least from my perspective, in New Jersey today. What's your view on means-based voucher programs, meaning that if you're highly affluent, you would get zero, kind of from a voucher perspective. If you were below the poverty level, you know, some full voucher, and maybe in the middle, kind of halfway. That's something that I have looked a little bit about, but I'd love to get your viewpoint on that as well.
It's a real political calculation question of how to build the largest. Part of it has to do with each state's, you know, where the politics are. You know, a lot of times people design programs to just be means tested, just for low-income parents get this voucher. If you make too much money, oh, no voucher for you. By the way, lawyers like to, I don't think lawyers in the room. Lawyers love like cutoffs, like, you know, this it cuts off. I mean, I was trained as an engineer. Like, why isn't there sort of a sliding scale? You know, why isn't it like a curve? Why would it be just like some sort of threshold? You know, it seems ridiculous to me. Anyway, so if you look at New Jersey's history, there was the Opportunity Scholarship Initiative, which was a statewide, but a voucher initiative about almost 10 years ago. They made it highly targeted to just these districts. The thinking is you won't threaten our suburban school funding because I'm a state legislator from some town where our schools are good now. Those other bad schools, they need school choice, but we don't need it here. We want that guy's vote. And you say, all right, well, don't worry, you know, guy from a decent district or better than average district or gal, don't worry, you, because this won't affect you. It won't hurt the jobs in your little town and therefore get people pissed off who are your constituents. This is just for the bad towns. So they'll limit these school choice programs to just be means tested, just low income. But what that also does is limit the constituency that's for it, right? So that's what Christie did in his whole 10 years, like make it smaller. They're like $2 million, like tiny drop in the bucket programs that just apply to Newark or something. And then there's no constituency for it, so they fail. Nevada passed a completely wide open education savings account. The reason it's called Voucher 2.0, by the way, is it's people actually get debit cards. I mean, imagine getting a debit card that you can use on private school tuition, you can use on online learning, you can use to hire tutors, you can allocate the money as you want, unlike a voucher a voucher is the government setting the tuition, where there's no then pricing pressure between the private schools, the government set the voucher value. So education savings account says, why do that? Just have a flexible amount that the parent can use for tuition or say for college. Nevada did that with no means testing. Open to everybody, every kid in the state. Yes, it's more for special needs, but but apart from that, it's a set amount. It's like it's between $5,000 and $6,000.
You personally think that would be a good idea.
Yeah.
For me, my people are the ones that say, hey, you know what? It's school choice for all, not just school choice for just individual districts.
Yeah. Well, that's right. In that, like I honestly, you know, sincerely believe it's not just about failing districts. It's also about just a better model for if there's already a good school somewhere. Someone has just a better model, but maybe that model doesn't appeal to everyone. But yeah, absolutely. I mean, it should be. Look, once it's a marketplace, then it become efficient. And the places where school choice are, some of the time school choice is attacked. They pick places where there's not scale, and markets need scale to be efficient. And what you're talking about would bring scale. Okay.
Hi, thank you for your speech. As someone who wants to go into education, it was very informative. So my question is, with President Trump nominating Neil Gorsuch to the Supreme Court, if he were confirmed, do you think that would be a good opportunity to for school choice and like ending the compulsory unions? And do you think he's good at least on that issue?
Oh, no doubt, no doubt. That's a slam dunk. I mean, that's why I started with that, because that might be, you know, kind of the most important aspect of this whole thing, is that if we can you know, teachers unions spends millions of dollars in this state, handing it out to candidates who run for school board, handing it out to state legislative candidates, paying these people off. I mean, they paid off the NAACP last year to pass a moratorium to stop charter school growth. And everyone, you know, the news media covered that like it was some sort of, hand-wringing, like, the NAACP. And this year they're holding, like, forums around the country. They're having one coming up in New York. They just did one in Detroit. Oh, well, they're trying to decide. It's such a complicated issue. Like, the news media almost never mentions the fact that the National Teachers Union wrote checks to the NAACP before they passed this moratorium. And then they did it over the cries of people who were there in Memphis at the NAACP meeting, screaming, who were parents of charter school people and driven to be there anyway. So, yeah, I think that the teachers union, in other words, they just write checks to these candidates all the time. I've been in meetings with state senators in this state who I can see when the switch turns off, once they realize that what I'm saying will piss off the union and cut off their checks. If you cut that money, even in half, it would make an enormous difference. It's this is, you know, a form of legal bribery in this state, and so many others. I think a new decision, a new Friedrich's decision, Friedrich's 2.0, we're calling it, whether it's the Janus case or one of the other new ones, would be a watershed. In the back. All right, one more. We'll do one more. Okay, go ahead, man.
Well, and that brings up a good point, and I just thought about this, but sorry. Then isn't it special? It's special interest when a teachers' union pays off a politician. So perhaps
Definition of special interest.
right. So perhaps the resolution is to pass a law that says they can't do that.
I mean, in what state? In New Jersey?
In every state. No, what I'm saying is if there was a way to make it that you can't pay off a politician for your teachers union because it's not in the public interest.
Oh, let's do it, everybody. Let's come along. I mean, no, yes. I think it's legalized bribery. I think it's, how else could you get these stupid rules that say you cannot consider how good a teacher is if you're firing teachers? How else could you, no one in their right mind would think of that. It's indefensible at every level. The only way that gets passed into law, actually into law in this state, is people are paid to pass it. So I'm Bob Bowden. Please follow Choice Media. Get our smartphone app. Thank you for listening.
Probably pay to go to that one.
That's exactly like college, and it's, you know, there's teachers making millions of dollars. You know, the concept of brick and mortar school seems
I guess
You guys there? How about now?
His brother's 35 grand there.
and you're guaranteed, right? This one, you put your time in, and then you get a advanced degree.
Thank you very much, Bob. That's a fantastic presentation. School choice is something I think that is going to help propel this party into areas and into communities that we've never had a presence in before. And it's important for a number of issues. I'm very passionate about it because my first job out of high school, or out of college, was as a charter school teacher in Camden. And what we're talking about when we're talking about school choice is not just an academic, intellectual issue. We're talking about people's lives. We're talking about children's lives. Children who have no opportunity to succeed in the system as it currently exists. They are forced to go to a failing school. They don't have a choice. And I think it's important because something we can learn from this issue is, like Bob said, we can't just hit people over the head with logic and facts. We've cornered that market. It's a very small number of people whose brains think that way. Only a couple percent of the population. Most people make their decisions based on emotion. This is an emotional issue, and this is an emotional issue that we need to own as a party. So I'd like to bring up next, we have a very special guest. His name is Michael German. He is a 16-year veteran of federal law enforcement with the FBI. He left the FBI in 2004 after reporting continuing deficiencies in their counterterrorism operations to Congress. He was also a senior policy counsel to the American Civil Liberties Union. His first book, Thinking Like a Terrorist, Insights of a Former FBI Undercover Agent, was published in 2007, and a film he co-wrote, Emporium, starring Daniel Radcliffe, premiered in 2016. He's also a fellow with the Brennan Center for Justice's Liberty and National Security Program. Please help me welcome Michael Jordan.
Thanks, everyone, and thanks, Hashim, for inviting me out to speak to you all. I will start with a confession that I am, in fact, one of the dirty hippies that Gerard talked about on the other side of the river. But I am also a glass half full kind of person that Bob talked about. And it's funny when I think about a glass half full because I'm in a mixed marriage. I'm a glass half full kind of guy, and my wife is, won't you please put that glass in the dishwasher kind of person. But we've learned to work it out. And because I am an optimist, I know that there are many Americans who were shocked and distressed about the Donald Trump rise to power, and particularly for me, because in 1992, I joined the FBI in 1998, and that was during a period of the savings and loan crisis, and worked in high dollar fraud and bank fraud. But then in 1992, a fellow agent came to me and said, "You have blonde hair and blue eyes, and I need somebody to go undercover in a Nazi group, and you fit the model, so wear a t-shirt tomorrow." And I spent 14 months undercover in neo-Nazi and white supremacist groups. That started basically the next 12 years of my FBI career was spent undercover. A lot of it in counterterrorism. I was also undercover in anti-government militia groups in the late 90s. And when, in 1992, I had been asked to go undercover as an FBI agent in Nazi groups, if somebody had told me that 25 years later there would be a presidential election in which white nationalist groups and the FBI would play important roles in that election, I would have thought you were crazy. But frankly, by the time I left the FBI in 2004, I could see it coming. And I was concerned that the way the federal government was reacting to the 9/11 events were creating a situation that was going to increase divisions within our country in dangerous ways and empower the intelligence community in even more dangerous ways. And so what I'm here, and again, thanks so much for inviting me, but what I'm here to talk about is the opportunities we have, because I am an optimist, in this very unusual presidency. Because what we have had since 9/11, and really going back to what Dwight Eisenhower warned us about, is the growth of the power of the military-industrial complex, right? And he later said that he had intended to call it the Congressional Military-Industrial Complex. And certainly what we've seen post 9/11 is there's another element on top of that, the surveillance complex, right? There's this huge domestic surveillance enterprise that has been built that includes not just the foreign intelligence agencies, but the FBI, state and local law enforcement, even private companies are involved in creating products that now monitor and track and record much of our daily lives, right? And I firmly believe that while we're facing a lot of different issues, and it's so great to come here and see the variety of issues that you're working on, that the largest threat to liberty, in my perspective, is a state of perpetual war, right? This creates a need for secrecy within the military and intelligence agencies that removes any public accountability. Great sums of money are being spent, very little opportunity to see how that's being spent, to see whether these new techniques that are being used, these new surveillance programs, are actually keeping us safer or not, right? And what risks are there? And typically, you know, particularly early after 9/11, obviously a horrible event that had a deep impact on many Americans and many people around the world. You know, what I would hear often when I would warn about the power that's being accumulated secretly within these agencies is, well, if you're not doing anything wrong, you don't have anything to worry about. And so I'd like to talk to you a little bit about a friend of mine named Eric Garris. I don't know if any of you know Eric or know his work. He's a long-time libertarian and political activist. But in the late 90s, he started a website called antiwar.com. Anybody know antiwar.com?
Yes.
So antiwar.com was actually, Eric and his partner Justin Romando created it during the Kosovo War because they felt that there was not enough coverage of what our tax dollars and our policies were doing abroad. And it comes very much from, believe it or not, for a website called antiwar.com, kind of from a peace perspective, that maybe there are solutions to these problems other than increasing violence and increasing conflict around the world, and we should approach these problems that way. So he had the website up and running for a long time. He was a well-known person in these political circles. And after 9/11, obviously, there were a lot of tensions everywhere, but they had written an article, and you know, the march to war was on, and they had written an article that challenged some of the establishment thinking on how we should address these problems, and somebody didn't like it. And they sent him an anonymous email that said, we really don't like what you're producing, and we are going to shut your website down. So he's a little freaked out about that and didn't know what to do, so he called his local FBI office and said, hey, you know, I got this threat, I'm not really sure what to do with it. So they said, well, why don't you just forward the email to us, let us take a look at it, and we'll see if it's something that we can act on or not. So he forwards it to the FBI, doesn't hear anything back, assumes, okay, this was probably something they determined wasn't a real threat, went on with his business, didn't really worry about it. But, you know, one of the things people don't understand about the FBI is, you know, we learned very late that that the FBI's management was not so good, right? that the way it managed information was problematic. But having worked there, of course, for especially in the counterterrorism field for 12 years before 9/11, I was the least person surprised about that. But what I saw after 9/11 was rather than trying to remedy the information management problems, they just tried to aggrandize power, right? We saw the Patriot Act passed, we saw changes to the Attorney General guidelines. And what I saw as tools that not only protected innocent people, even innocent Nazis, right? I was undercover with people who pretty much every word out of their mouth was something that horrified me and disgusted me. So if I was targeting people because they were saying things I didn't like, I would have been very, very busy. But I worked under guidelines that required me to have a reasonable indication that somebody was engaging in criminal activity before I could investigate them. And that required me to sit down literally with a piece of paper. The FBI's middle name is bureaucracy, right? So sit down with a piece of paper and write out what the evidence was against the various people I was meeting. And you know, for many agents, they saw any kind of obstacle as unnecessary, right? We're the good guys. We're trying to catch the bad guys. Any red tape that slows us down from catching the bad guys is a bad thing. But what I learned from that experience was it actually helped me be a better agent, right? That if I had to have the discipline of actually writing out the evidence of wrongdoing, I knew who to focus on, right? So believe it or not, neo-Nazi groups and white nationalist groups have meetings like this with lots of people in the room, and you can imagine how hard it is as an agent. Where do I spend my time? How do I focus on people who are doing harm? Well, I had this methodology, right? Reasonable indication. It wasn't a high standard. It was a standard I could work with that helped me focus on people who were actually committing crimes and help me be effective and find the people that were actually doing harm while leaving alone the people who were expressing themselves, even if the way they were expressing themselves was awful. So I knew after 9/11 when they changed those rules and made it much easier for the FBI agents to do aggressive investigations against people they had less evidence of wrong, that they were involved in criminal activity, that would invariably create a situation where people were being targeted for things they said rather than because they were doing things wrong. And Eric's story perfectly captured that. And it didn't come out until just a couple of years ago. But there was a Freedom of Information Act request, completely unrelated to antiwar.com. But when these documents came out, there was a document that seemed to indicate that antiwar.com had been under investigation. So I worked with my colleagues in San Francisco at the ACLU. We got in touch with Eric and said, we'd like to represent you to find out what this investigation is about, and Eric agreed. So the ACLU engaged in a Freedom of Information Act lawsuit to try to get these records. And it was fascinating because he and antiwar.com were under investigation for years. And it would all be based on something he published on his website that some FBI agent or analyst didn't like. And they would gather up all these materials, look at what he's writing, look at what they're publishing on their website. This is dangerous stuff. How can we do an investigation against it? And they would always come back to this erroneously reported threat. He threatened to shut down the FBI's website. Even though if you read the email he forwarded, it was very clear that he was threatening to shut down the anti-war website and that was being forwarded to the FBI for assistance. But it just showed how easy it was for an FBI agent and analyst over and over again, because what would happen is they would open these investigations, collect a lot of information, realize this threat was not really a threat, and they would ultimately close the investigation. But then 2 years later, something else would be written on the website. Somebody would see that and say, no, we have to investigate this guy again. And look, he had threatened to shut down the FBI website. So it created this pattern of behavior at the FBI where they were continually monitoring their website and collecting information. And when this all was made public through the previous Freedom of Information Act, it created a problem for Eric and his website, right? Because if you're a funder, what do you know about funding or assisting or providing any material support to somebody who might be a terrorist? That itself is criminal, right? So it creates a situation of fear where they don't know what the FBI might know. So maybe the FBI's investigation is justified. Maybe we shouldn't provide as much support. Maybe we shouldn't publish the kind of information. And in talking with Eric, it also made him doubt what he should report. If I get something sent to me from somebody I don't know, should I publish their material? I don't know who they are. It creates this chilling effect that suppresses our ability to challenge the viewpoint of the national security establishment. So his is just one of many stories that I'm tracking. But it's a perfect example, especially for this community, and a perfect opportunity, I think, because whoever you liked or didn't like in this election, I hope that you find it extremely troubling that the FBI would violate decades-long policy to talk publicly about an investigation that did not end in an indictment, right? So when FBI Director Jim Comey came out and said disparaging things about Hillary Clinton on the eve of the election, that no doubt had some effect on some voters. And the only way they had that information is because they were giving these very intrusive tools to investigate threats to our democracy. So using those tools to actually affect our democracy is an extremely dangerous power to give. And to the extent you dislike Hillary Clinton and were completely happy to see her not win the election, whether the FBI helped that or not, you should be concerned about what happened almost immediately after. Because almost immediately after, we start seeing leaks from the intelligence community, leaks from the FBI, that are disparaging the newly elected president and his staff, right? And these aren't allegations that are presented in public through an indictment. This is leaked information that suggests some shadowy activity that is at least, it has cost at least one national security advisor his job, right? And we don't know whether these allegations are true. We don't know whether that there is a simple explanation that could justify whatever was done, because there is no public trial, right? That's how we understand the government's powers or control, right? That was the genius of the founding fathers, was when they created this nation, they limited the police powers, right? At least half of the first 10 amendments, the Bill of Rights, limit police power. And that's because we all recognize that the most significant threat to liberty comes from those police powers, right? They're the only ones that can lock you up. But now, post 9/11, these agencies claim intelligence powers that go beyond law enforcement powers. And those powers are completely free from any kind of check and balance. To the extent that what we're now seeing is this strange civil war going on the front pages of the paper every day, where something leaks out saying one thing, something else leaks out saying the other, and this animosity going on. And I believe that that is every bit as dangerous to our democracy as anything Donald Trump can do. And that's what we have to get control of, and that's where I see an opportunity for building a coalition of civil libertarians on the left and libertarians on the right to challenge the national security state, right? What we have seen over the past 20 years is a bipartisan consensus about how our national security and intelligence agencies operate, right? We had the President George Bush, who many considered a neocon, followed by President Barack Obama, who many considered a liberal, and yet their national security policies were absolutely identical, right? In fact, there wasn't even a change of personnel, right? Robert Gates remained, John Brennan remained, Robert Mueller, Jim Comey, these were all Bush administration security officials. So because we have such a disruptive election and a disruptive president, I think that we have a unique opportunity to challenge that bipartisan agreement on national security policy. And when I worked for the ACLU in DC, we often worked closely with a lot of libertarian groups and had some success, right? You might remember after the Ed Snowden leaks about the NSA programs, a bill to shut those programs down with John Conyers from Detroit and Justin Amash almost shut that program down, right? And that was, again, against this bipartisan consensus for these intelligence programs. So because I think we have a situation where the establishment Republicans are not necessarily completely on board for Donald Trump's agenda, if anyone even knows what Donald Trump's agenda is, you know, at least now we can start pulling people on both sides of the aisle together who might question whether we want to have our national security and foreign policy being done completely in secret, and whether we want to give these agencies power to collect information on us, retain it, share it at will, and potentially leak it. And, you know, it's hard enough to imagine that the courage that it takes to go out and run for office in this country, right? To put yourself under that kind of close scrutiny, and to the people in this room who are doing that, I commend you. But think about what it's like when you have this domestic intelligence enterprise collecting information about us every day, and the access they have to electronic records, the access they have to all kinds of information. And maybe you think that that you've lived a life of purity, that there's nothing out there that can embarrass you to put you away. But then I would encourage you to think of Eric Garrett's. It doesn't have to be true, right? False information that gets into this intelligence system can be just as damaging to you and your future, and to all of us, and to our public discourse, as true information. So, again, in my goal to be as optimistic as possible in a situation where I think a lot of us are very concerned about the direction of this country, I encourage you to work to help build this big coalition. And I'll give you one success story already. When I was still at the ACLU in 2012, some activists in San Francisco discovered that the FBI and the San Francisco Police Department had entered into a secret agreement regarding their participation in the Joint Terrorism Task Force in San Francisco. And this agreement required the San Francisco Police Department to basically go by the FBI's rules, right, rather than San Francisco police rules, which is troubling because you guys all, I'm sure, know the statute that gives the FBI investigative authorities, what they call that? Because there isn't a statute that gives the FBI authority. The FBI was created through executive fiat by Teddy Roosevelt back in 1908, and there never was legislation that created the FBI or gave it any authority. After J. Edgar Hoover's reign, when he died and everybody realized the abuses he had been engaged in, Congress finally started to write a legislative charter, but the Attorney General of the time, Edward Levy, stepped in and said, no, I'll write our rules and publish them, and that way everybody will be confident that the FBI is governed by strong guidelines. And those were the guidelines, essentially, that I operated under that required me to have a reasonable suspicion of criminal activity to investigate something. After 9/11, those were changed at least 5 times. The last time in 2008 created a type of investigation called an assessment. An assessment has no outside time limit and requires, this is a quote from the Attorney General guidelines, no factual predicate. Right? It was interesting after the recent bomber in New Jersey and Chelsea, again, who had been under investigation but somehow slipped through the cracks and was able to do these bombings, knock wood, nobody was hurt. There was a call to expand the FBI's powers. We need to give the FBI more power to investigate people for longer because, we have this weird concept of national security. I call it the national security ratchet. When national security works, see it works, give us more. When it doesn't work, give us more. It's the only institution that gets more power the more it fails. And so I talked to reporters and I said, well, so right now the power they have is to investigate anyone they want for no reason with no time limit. How do you get more than that? They have to investigate people they don't want to investigate? It just doesn't even make sense. So in San Francisco, there was a city ordinance that limited their law enforcement to focus on criminal laws. That seems to make sense, right? You don't want to give these agencies power to get involved in any kind of political investigations. So the Libertarian Party joined this effort, and they worked with the city council there in San Francisco to pass an ordinance that required the San Francisco Police Department to comply with San Francisco law, not FBI law, and to produce a report about what their activities were within the Joint Terrorism Task Force so there could be some public oversight about what they were doing. So 3 years passed. They were supposed to publish a report every year, and they never did. So finally the city council called them on it and said, we want to see that report. And for whatever reason, I got a feeling they realized that if that report was accurate, it probably wouldn't paint a pretty picture. The San Francisco Police Department pulled out of the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force and suspended their activities. So I think that is a great example of how right here in our own cities and towns, we can challenge the national security establishment, right? That we can use the tools of government right here with our local representatives, with our state representatives, to make sure that the law enforcement agencies that are working with the FBI are complying with standards we set at the local level and not participating in programs that are so aggressive they can actually do harm to our democracy and chill our political discourse. So I'm happy to, I'll send Hisham the letter from the Libertarian Party, but that is one effort that I'd like to see expanded around the country. That there are areas where, and San Francisco actually wasn't the first. In 2005, Portland, Oregon pulled out of the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Several years later, they were coaxed back in. But this is a model I think can challenge those programs, because if the federal government realizes the only way we can work with the states is if we increase our standards and require some evidence of wrongdoing to investigate people, we can bring that in. So I hope you'll look at that effort in San Francisco. I hope you'll look to see what opportunities are here in New Jersey and reach out to civil libertarian groups, to a bunch of the other groups, because I think this is an opportunity where the normal consensus, bipartisan consensus, is a little fractured, and we can reform that together. So thanks again very much for having me.
Two questions. I wanted to know how that lawsuit with that anti-war site worked out, if there was any judgment. The other question is, you talk about pulling out of that joint task force, but what about legitimate investigations with cause of possible criminal activity? Are the various federal and local law enforcement agencies properly sharing information, or are communications still screwed up?
So on the first, the Freedom of Information Act lawsuit was successful in that we were able to get a plethora of documents. Unfortunately, it shows that basically throughout his political career, he was being spied on by the FBI, which shows that, while this is a problem post 9/11, it's always been a problem, right? This isn't a new thing that you give law enforcement agency incredible powers that, big surprise, they might abuse those powers, especially when they get to operate them in the dark. He wasn't seeking damages; he was just seeking the records. But it was amazing because once we realized there was this mischaracterized document in the file that continued to come up like a bad penny, we argued with the FBI, you should just take that out. Right? I mean, that would make sense. It's already misled your investigation and caused all sorts of wasted resources. It should be focused on people who are doing harm. Why do you want this erroneous document in the file? And they fought tooth and nail. They did not want to remove erroneous information from their own files. And if you've been listening to FBI Director James Comey lately, they have an insatiable appetite for data, and they believe that all data is good data, even wrong data. He recently said there is no privacy, absolute privacy in the United States. In his war on encryption, he's trying to make sure that any conversation we have over an electronic device is accessible by the FBI, and they think that the idea that somebody might put some evidence beyond the reach of law enforcement through encryption is just an awful idea that would shake the foundations of our country. And I've often pointed out when I talk about that the technology that has destroyed more evidence of crime than any other is what? The flush toilet, right? And yet we realize that yes, some evidence will be lost and not recoverable by law enforcement, but the benefits far outweigh that risk, right? We allow erasers on our pencils. We allow document shredders. You know, the idea that if it's data, we have to have it and we have to retain it, even if we know it's false, is astonishing. But ultimately, we got them to remove that document. So hopefully, this will be an ongoing problem for Eric. But there are, I'm sure, hundreds of thousands or tens of thousands out there, just like him, who are expressing viewpoints, particularly viewpoints, again, that challenge the national security establishment, are seen as a threat to that national security establishment, and it wants to discredit them and squash them, and the use of their surveillance and investigative activities within the schools they was reached. And your second question was, oh, the Joint Terrorism Task Force. Right, again, you know, where there is evidence of illegality, I want the local police, I want the FBI, I want everyone to focus on that, because that's how you catch drugs, right? I mean, that's what worked for me. What I don't want them doing is wasting time with people who there's no reason to believe they're doing anything wrong, right? I mean, I would always tell young agents when I would teach them the rules, it's called the reasonable indication standard. It's by definition reasonable, right? You don't, we don't expect some unreasonable indication. We want to, if it's not reasonable, you shouldn't be investigating them, because there are bad people out there, right? It's not as if we live in a society that's 100% safe and we don't have to worry about it. Half of the violent crime in the United States goes unsolved. That includes a third of the murders and 60% of the rapes in the United States go unsolved, right? So there are violent criminals running around while the FBI is looking at Eric Garris, while the FBI is tracking protest movements around the country, while the FBI is chasing its tail with these bad radicalization theories, you know, tracking everyone who comes and goes from here and there. It's gathering all our telephone metadata. You know, I think our communities would all be safer if we took a chunk of that money and actually tested rape kits and found the people who did that, actually focused on murders. And you got to keep in mind, that is actually counterterrorism, right? Because you think about Tamerlan Tsarnaev, right? The FBI investigated Tamerlan Tsarnaev, who in 2013 did the Boston Marathon bombing. The FBI was given a warning about him. They did an investigation for 90 days. I would say that, you know, unfortunately, we can't give agents a crystal ball, so they can't tell the future. I don't know if Tamerlan Tsarnaev in 2011 knew that he was going to do the Boston Marathon bombing, right? His intention was to travel to Russia and join a Russian terrorist group. But one thing they don't talk about, and I think they deserve criticism for, is according to the FBI, Tamerlan Tsarnaev killed 3 people in 2011. Right? There was a triple homicide in Waltham, Massachusetts on September 11, 2011, that one of the victims was Tamerlan Tsarnaev's best friend, and family members told the police that Tamerlan Tsarnaev was acting strangely and didn't show up at the funeral, and nobody ever interviewed. The homicide solved rate for Boston that year, Waltham is actually a bedroom community outside of Boston, so it doesn't count in this data, but it just is an example of regionally. The homicide solved rate in Boston that year was 37%. So if we had spent resources to solve the triple homicide in 2011, we never would have had a 2013 bomb, right? When I was working my cases, I wasn't working some, you know, it wasn't like they do today with these elaborate sting operations where we're giving them Stinger missiles and, you know, packages of C4. No, I was investigating what they were doing. They were engaged in illegal weapons transfers, they were engaged in manufacturing explosives, they were engaged in bombing, they were engaged in planning acts of violence, right? They were simple cases focused on the criminal activity, not on your imaginary views of what's going on. So part of the problem is that there is so much bad information about terrorism, and that's both in the intelligence community and in academia. So there's still a lot more information being shared, but just like the information about Eric Garris, it's not always correct. And so that creates an even bigger problem because you're sending misinformation all around, fake news, within the intelligence community.
Yeah, I was brought up and told all crime is local. And I don't really see the justification for the FBI after the ratification of the 21st Amendment. So other than counterfeiting, which is the Department of Treasury, banking, which should be the Department of Treasury, and the CIA, which hasn't worked for America since they were the OSS. Can you tell me the justification for the FBI?
Interestingly, even though Congress failed to write a law that would limit the FBI's authority, it continues to give it jurisdiction and to give it resources to do its work. So obviously, the FBI had an incredibly broad portfolio of federal crimes that they are responsible for investigating. I think it gets dangerous when when you start hearing terms like national security, and when they talk about themselves as primarily a domestic intelligence agency, which is what they say now, that law enforcement is their secondary mission, their primary mission is this domestic intelligence agency. I personally don't believe the United States of America should have a domestic intelligence agency, right? Certainly there is criminal intelligence, there's information about people committing crimes and their associates, but the idea that the federal government feels it has a role in collecting domestic intelligence about people not suspected of criminal activity is astonishing to me, and it's something that we need to focus on more, because again, these Attorney General guidelines, every Attorney General can just change them, and there isn't really enough public discussion about whether these things are needed. And of course, when there is some horrible event that happens, people do want to feel safer. And if we don't know how the FBI is using its tools because it's so secret, the impulse to say, well, give them more, always wins out. And that's where I think, again, if we can come together and make this a priority to challenge the idea that these agencies should have this kind of power.
One more question.
Hi, I'm wondering what kind of overlap you had with the CIA and the IRS, because I believe over the recent years, all three of these agencies have had undue power over citizens, targeting them and collecting information. I was wondering if there was any kind of coordination of effort.
Interestingly, after 9/11, it's funny. It's funny how sort of time works. With people now will think, well, after 9/11, we knew about all these mistakes that the intelligence agencies had made. But that's not actually what happened, right? The 9/11 Commission report didn't come out until 2004, right? So the detail we learned about how the CIA knew 2 al-Qaeda operatives were in the United States, the FBI knew that too, but not their criminal investigators, only their intelligence people. The 20th hijacker, Zacharias Moussaoui, arrested in Minnesota, but the FBI wouldn't allow them to seek a Foreign Intelligence Act surveillance search warrant to search his computer. All these errors we found out only after a couple of years had passed, right? There was a period of time. And in that time, what the intelligence agencies were doing was saying there was nothing. We were handcuffed by these rules, by these bureaucratic rules, and you have to take all the rules away and let us aggrandize our power, let us have more resources, give us more authority, and we'll be able to keep you safe. And so by the time the 9/11 Commission report came out, we already had the Patriot Act. We already had the Director of National Intelligence. We already had all these new state and local intelligence fusion centers. Are you guys aware of intelligence fusion centers? Actually, I did a lot of work with Libertarian groups back in 2007, 2008, when these things were first starting to get funded. But now they're huge operations. These are state and local law enforcement-led intelligence operations that incorporate the FBI, sometimes incorporate the military through the National Guard, sometimes incorporate immigration, sometimes incorporate private companies. Do you know what private companies? Neither do I. That should be a problem, right? I mean, that we have this huge intelligence apparatus in our state that receives almost no public oversight. Since much of the money comes from the federal government, state and local legislators often don't have much control, right? How do they say stop doing that if they can't shut the purse strings and prevent them from getting that money? And they don't have the staff to go in and actually evaluate whether anything that they're doing is effective. The Intercept just published a report that leaked from a North Carolina fusion center, detailed analysis that basically was alerting everybody to the fact that once the election ended, election-related violence would probably end too. Yeah, I think that's probably a good bet, right? We're spending our tax dollars to publish an intelligence report that tells us that. Okay, so again, it's one more way that these groups share information that we don't have any oversight of. So whether it's the IRS collecting the information, where it ends up, whether it's the CIA, whether it's the FBI, whether any of it's correct, it can have real harm on any one of us, and has a natural harm on all of us, right? And any of you have ever tried to Google some thing you were interested in, and you type it in and you realize, oh, that might look funny to somebody, and hesitate to hit enter. That's an example of how that mass surveillance distorts our discourse, right? We should be free to explore whatever we want to explore without the idea that some spy looking at it years down the road might take some inappropriate attention to it. So again, thanks very much for having me. I really appreciate you having me out
All right, thank you very much, Michael. Moving right along, our next speaker really needs no introduction. She traveled all the way from Washington, D.C. to be here with us today. I think it's fair to say she is a YouTube superstar with over 8 million views. She's worked as a policy analyst for FreedomWorks. Her writings have appeared in outlets including the Washington Examiner, the Daily Caller, Rare, Red State, and Town Hall. She has appeared on The Stossel Show with John Stossel and Independence on Fox Business News, and Ron Paul has interviewed her about her political activism for Voices of Liberty. Please help me welcome Julie Borowski.
Hey everybody, so who knew there were so many libertarians in New Jersey? You guys sure you're at the right conference? Because I'm shocked to see all you guys out here. So I just recently had a, oh my god, I'm getting old moment. I realized that I've been involved in the libertarian movement for 10 years, a decade, and that caused me to do some reflection. I thought about all the high moments I've had in the libertarian movements, including when I was 18 years old, finding out what libertarianism was and finding out there was people who were crazy like me. And I learned about things like the Federal Reserve, which I had absolutely no idea what the heck it was before, and just learning about these and meeting all kinds of people from really all kinds of different lives. I met homeschoolers from Utah, I met potheads in New Hampshire, all kinds of people, and I found out how many people in the libertarian movement were creative. They were making YouTube videos, they were doing Ron Paul songs, they were traveling the countries on bicycles, doing Ron Paul sine waves, and all kinds of movements. I got it through Ron Paul, as you may notice, and the Ron Paul debates and all kinds of things, him raising $6 million in one day, the Tea Party money bomb, just all of these high moments, and really made me think, is that energy, there's so much energy back in the day, is that energy still here? And what I've noticed lately, maybe over the past couple years, there's been so much division in the libertarian movements. You kind of have the ANCAPs versus minarchists, the left libertarians versus right libertarians, that kind of division. It seems like we're not as united as we used to be, and that kind of made me think, okay, well, how can we get this energy back? So that's kind of be my focus of my speech today. So I don't want to be a hater up here, but I feel like I need to do, if I didn't say this, I would be doing a disservice. I believe the Libertarian Party needs to elect better candidates. Am I good at So, the 2016 election, the Libertarian Party had such an opportunity. There were so many Americans who hated both Hillary and Trump, and the Libertarian Party could have been that alternative voice. But every time I mentioned the Libertarian Party or Gary Johnson, who I happen to like personally, but every time I mentioned him, people would say, you know, the Gary Johnson thing. And you guys know what that is. The one is Aleppo moment, which is very, very cringeworthy. I would talk to my family members who didn't like either one, and they would say, Gary Johnson is an idiot. I know Gary Johnson's not an idiot. He was the former New Mexico governor, but it was just that moment, just that 5 seconds, and people will say, well, that question kind of came out of nowhere. He gave a good answer once he realized he was talking about Syria, but the news didn't focus on that. They just focused on that, what is Aleppo moment. So I think the Libertarian Party needs to be ready for prime time, and yes, the media is going to take things out of context. Yes, the media is against us, but there is no excuse for that. So really, to elect better candidates, and like I said, I like Gary Johnson personally. Bill Weld, however, I felt like he was campaigning for Hillary Clinton. When I watched him on the debate and they talked about Hillary Clinton as this great public servant, I'm like, oh my God. And Gary Johnson, he said some things, about bakers should be forced to bake cakes for gay weddings, which I don't have a problem with gay people, but I was just like, that's so against libertarianism. And he talked about equal pay, and even though the wage gap doesn't really exist, it was just, I felt like it was pandering to the left. And one thing I think Libertarian Party needs to do is stop pandering to the left and start being unapologetic about libertarian views. One thing that I am afraid of, and I've noticed this over the past couple months among libertarians, is that there are some, especially in my age group, who are starting to go to the alt-right. And the alt-right can mean a bunch of different things, but if you asked me a couple months ago, I would say the alt-right is just a bunch of Twitter trolls. They have frogs as their profile names. They're nothing. But recently, I've noticed people who I used to think were sane, good libertarians in my circle who are going to the alt-right. And I asked them, why are you going to be a white nationalist? And they say, the alt-right is unapologetic. They actually have something to stand for, whereas the Libertarian Party, libertarians, they're pandering to the left. And that just kind of hit me like, I really don't want libertarians to go alt-right. That's ridiculous. But it really made me think, okay, we need to stop pandering to the left. We actually need to focus on economics, and yes, we want to legalize marijuana, but we don't have to, it doesn't have to be the primary thing to say, oh, weed's cool, guys, want the lefties to like us. We actually have to stand true to what libertarianism actually means if we want to keep libertarians actually active in the party. So, nominate better candidates, people who actually represent liberty and who are not embarrassing. The next one I've noticed is that a lot of libertarians are starting to get burned out. And this happens from time to time, but I've noticed that a lot of our alternative news sites are just silly. It's all kinds of doom and gloom, build your bunker, buy emergency food, and stuff like that. Just kind of, it appeals to people's inner paranoia. And yes, the mainstream media is terrible, but I learned this myself, and when you so much attention is paid to those sites, you become a bitter person. You become an angry person. If you want to actually get people involved in libertarian politics, if you come across as angry, people don't want to be around you. How are you going to promote liberty if people say, that guy, why would I want to be like that guy? That guy is just terrible. So I think we need to stop, get off those websites, focus on some more positive things, and have fun with it. One of my favorite Facebook groups is Liberty Memes. If you guys know who they are. They do all kinds of silly libertarian memes, but they actually have a point about them. So I think this is good. I do this in my own videos. I like to have fun. I like to use humor to get the message across because I think people like to laugh. And when you come across as a normal person, if you will, that likes humor, people actually say, hey, I want to join this thing. Have a life outside of politics. This I need to hear myself sometimes. But get some hobbies and actually be a well-rounded person. I look at some libertarians' Facebook profiles and it's just libertarian, libertarian, libertarian. It's just great they have this passion, but what else are you passionate about? How are you going to get people and be like, hey, I'll give this a shot if you just look like you're a cult member, if you look obsessed with it? So get some hobbies, have some fun with it, but not too much fun. Don't strip at conventions or anything like that. That's a little bit too much. I would also say that it's important for libertarians to actually get in the battle. I've noticed this myself when there's this huge debate going across, maybe about Obamacare or free speech, and then I go on social media, and what are libertarians talking about? Libertarians are talking about, should we legalize drunk driving? Heroin to 5-year-olds. Should we be able to sell heroin to 5-year-olds? And all kinds of stuff, and age of consent, our favorite topic. And it's just like, okay guys, these are fun things to debate, but there's actually stuff going on that we could actually put our opinion in that other people are talking about besides us. That's what I try to do with some of my videos. Like, I did this video recently about that football player who wouldn't stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, or the Pledge of Allegiance, a national anthem. And it's such a stupid thing, but it got over 1 million hits. 1 million people watched this thing, and I went into Fidel Castro because he was wearing one of those shirts. I didn't really care about him not standing, but other people did, and I got over 1 million views. So it's really just getting people where actually the battle is, and you may think it's stupid, people are debating over something crazy, but if you actually put a libertarian spin on it, you can get views. Next one I have to get people just the energy up is just to focus on the positive. The internet is huge. Talking to people who've been in libertarian circles for over decades, they always say, it was really hard to get information back in the day. It was really hard to get these books, Rothbard books, Mises, Hayek books. I had to go to the library. Sometimes I had to order books. It would take weeks to get in. Now we have the internet. And it's great because anyone can become a political activist, like myself, I guess. You could just start a YouTube account. You can start a YouTube account in a couple seconds, post videos. People always ask me, how do we start a YouTube account? You just kind of do. Anyone can start. I really had no idea what I was doing. I was in my bedroom. I had a cheap video camera, and I just said my opinions and posted it online. Really huge low barriers to entry, so that anyone can get it, anyone can become a voice in politics. Another thing, you just have to kind of look at it. Yes, sometimes the libertarian movement goes up and down, but I remember 10 years ago when I said I'm a libertarian, people thought I was talking that I was a librarian. So really, we've come a long way in people finding out what libertarian is. Sometimes people have misconceptions about what that is, but I think we've come a long way. Sometimes politics is a lagging factor. There's also all kinds of popular culture that is becoming more libertarian. One of my favorite movie series is Hunger Games, which has a libertarian bent. There was Giver, one of my favorite books from when I was a kid. It recently became a movie. All these kind of libertarian politics, and it's really funny because it's becoming the Snowden movie, for instance, also. These are from liberal writers who are writing libertarian things, and they're becoming really popular. There's also all kinds of global trends to be promising. Poverty's down, teen pregnancy's down, peace. I know sometimes it feels like we're the most violent era of history, but actually we're the most peaceful ever in all history. Another one is to get people more energetic about liberty is sometimes I hear this from libertarians, people who kind of stepped into the libertarian politics and automatically stepped back, and that was because somebody told them that they weren't a libertarian. So I know we have to have some standards. If Hillary Clinton said, oh, I'm a libertarian, of course we could say, no, you're not. But there are some issues where, libertarians disagree, and that's fine. One, of course, is abortion, and I'm not going to start an abortion debate, hopefully, on stage here today, but there is a libertarian case for being pro-life. If you're a libertarian who believes in the non-aggression principle, and you believe that abortion is aggression, therefore you're against abortion, that's a libertarian philosophy. That's consistent. You can disagree with them, but they're not un-libertarian for thinking that. Also, immigration. Immigration, of course, is very controversial among libertarians, and we have debates on that. But I believe that you can be against open borders and still be a libertarian. Look at Milton Friedman. He always talked about you can't have a welfare state and have open immigration. You can disagree with that, but people who say, well, you know, we can't have this huge welfare state, they're coming at it through a libertarian ideology. So I think we could say, you know, hey, we disagree with you, let's have debates, let's have discussions, but to say, you know, oh, you're not a libertarian, I think that's really counterproductive for the party. You know, we look at people like Austin Peterson, who's a pro-life libertarian, he kind of got treated badly from the Libertarian Party, so I think we could say, you know, we can disagree, we can have debates, but to say you're not a libertarian, I think that's wrong. So really, I've been involved for 10 years. I've seen some stuff, but I think we need to just remember why we got involved, and sometimes we need to be reminded of that. So really, I can give some tips on how to get the energy back up is to elect better candidates, have some more fun with it. It's okay to be silly. You don't have to be serious all the time. Be positive, get in the battle, talk about what everybody else is talking about, not these kind of silly philosophical libertarian debates, and you know, don't automatically kick people out. As long as they have libertarian arguments, they can still be libertarian. So I hope, you know, in the future we can say, you know, this is the high point of libertarianism, 2017, and I hope we can go from here. And I like to take a lot of questions for my speeches, so if you guys have any questions for me, that would be great.
Thanks for coming today. Really appreciate it. You personally, did you come from more of a conservative or a liberal background when you started? And do you find that most libertarians you're running to are coming from X or Y?
Sure. So I grew up in a conservative household, a very law and order household. I was about 15 or so when I first heard the word libertarian, and I did not know what that meant. I thought it meant somebody who was super liberal, actually. And I looked into it, and it said people who want maximum freedom. And at the time, I was a conservative, so I thought, who wants more freedom than me? Like, I'm a conservative, I want freedom and liberty. And all of a sudden, I read more about libertarianism, and I read about, you know, legalizing drugs, and of course, I was like, oh my gosh, these people are crazy. But then I read how they approached it from a free market principle. I was like, okay, that doesn't mean they're pro-drug, that means they actually have freedom and a free market principle. And I got more into the foreign policy thing, and I realized, you know, Iraq, I supported George W. Bush when I was like 13 or 14, and I realized, you know, there wasn't what was actually happening in Iraq and how much money it cost, and how many lives were being cost. So I was like, okay, maybe I'm a libertarian. I read more into it. I would say most people I talk to come from a more conservative bent. I'd say I can relate to them more. I do know that libertarians can come from both. There are libertarians who come from a more liberal perspective, but I come from more conservative, and most people that I know, I talk to regularly, come from a more conservative perspective. I think we can just relate to each other better that way.
Thank you.
So this is a contentious question, I guess, in libertarian circles, but you'd mentioned about libertarians tending to be bitter libertarians. Do you think the libertarian movement might benefit from a spiritual component? Because this is often something I don't hear about a lot at libertarian events. It's often taboo to even talk about it.
So I don't exactly know what you mean.
Well, I don't mean religion. Just that a greater purpose than just politics, because it often stops at a certain point, and then we don't think about some of these existential, deeper questions.
So it's always kind of hard to say, you know, what libertarians should do, because libertarians is like herding cats. I think we just kind of have to focus on the principles of liberty, and I think that is kind of a higher calling. I don't think you have to be religious to say that this is a greater purpose. That's how I kind of felt when I found out about libertarianism. I kind of felt like this religious experience. I thought, wow, you know, this whole time I've just been kind of living a very shallow life, I guess, as a teenager, as most teenagers do. And I realized, you know, I can actually have an impact in this world and, you know, spread the message of liberty and have a positive impact. So I don't think it has to be necessarily spiritual, since, you know, we're all about freedom and people have different views. But I do think that we can bring people together from liberty, yeah.
Hello, I belong to the old school. I write letters to the editor. It's a major dailies, which 40, 50,000 people read those letters to the editor, still valid. If I would want to create a YouTube channel, this is a $64,000 question.
Okay.
With inflation, it might be $785,000 question. How do you attract people to your site?
Okay, so you start a YouTube channel. I started in 2011. I had no idea what I was doing. I'm a very awkward person in general, but especially online, talking to a camera, it's very awkward. So I think there's a lot of trial and error. You kind of have to get to know, okay, let's just try this out, put it out there, see how people respond. If they like it, you do more of that, I think that type of thing. I would say focus on current events, like I kind of said about the whole football player. If you can get where, okay, on the internet, there's always an outrage of the day where people are bickering about something. If you can tap into that and make a YouTube video and say, hey, this is my perspective, a lot of people will share it, especially if it's from a libertarian common sense thing. I know a lot of people share my video and say, hey, common sense to this outrage. So I think that works. I also think just be an entertaining person. A lot of and people do these long lectures about libertarian principles that no one besides libertarians care about. So I like to make my videos short and sweet and to the point. So current events, make them short and sweet to the point. Share them on Facebook, Twitter. If you want to tag people who have their own audiences, sometimes they'll retweet you, which helps me a lot in the beginning. So I think it's just trying it out, see what works. People say to never read the comments. I read every single comment I get, because I think there's a lot of constructive criticism in there as well. So read the comments, see how people are reacting to you, and adjust accordingly. The hardest part of starting a YouTube channel is starting that YouTube channel. I've had people for years say, hey, I want to do something, and then they never do. So it's really just put yourself out there and see how it goes.
Hi.
Hi.
Thanks for coming. Quick question. How much do you think clicks turns into votes?
Oh, huh. I don't know. That's a good question. So for me, I don't really endorse any candidates. I mostly endorse ideas and policy, so it's kind of hard for me to say if I'm having an impact in the election. I do know that there are people who reached out to me and say, hey, I became a libertarian because of you. Before, I had no idea what a libertarian was. I was conservative or I was a liberal, and I had no idea that there was another alternative. So maybe they become libertarians and they vote for Libertarian Party candidates or, Libertarian Liberty GOP candidates. I don't know, but I think I'm having more of an impact on the ideas as opposed to the elections.
My background is similar to yours, coming to libertarianism, except that I was born in Jersey, so I defaulted to being a liberal. That and generally, my most important issue when I was about 13 or 14 was that I was generally skeptical of war. As I grew older, I started reading more in economics, and I actually started working, at which point I couldn't really be a liberal anymore. My question is, I generally being that I think liberals and libertarians want a lot of the same end game, though we have completely different ways of going about it. We generally don't want the government telling us how to live and what to do, and we want good economic opportunities. Liberals generally say, okay, so what's the government going to do to get us there? And we generally say, what are we going to do to get ourselves there? So my question is, how, instead of pandering to liberals, do we convince them that libertarian solutions are better than theirs? Because right now it seems like we're working with conservatives a lot more, who, in my opinion, tend to demean us a lot more.
So I get demeaned by everyone online, the left and the right, so I don't know who's worse. I think that liberals tend to be nastier towards me, while conservatives tend to be more condescending towards me. That's just my own view. How to reach out to the left, I think you can be unapologetic about your libertarian views. You can talk about, yes, I am anti-war, yes, I am pro-civil liberties, yes, I am for limiting the Pentagon budget. You can talk about those issues, but talking about, it's not, when I say pandering, I'm talking about how, Gary Johnson talked about, equal pay and stuff, which is not a libertarian principle. So in reaching out to the left, don't become leftist. That's basically what I mean. Be true to yourself and talk about, we have an agreement, a lot of agreements with the left, but don't promote leftist policies because that's not libertarian. So that's what I kind of mean by that.
Thanks for coming. Gary Johnson went from 1% to 3% within 4 years, and part of that probably was discussed with the other major party candidates of Clinton and Trump. But there's probably something else kind of besides that. And if there is something else, and I have a personal opinion of what that something else is, but I'd like your opinion of what that something else is that kind of drove the party kind of to triple its output in the national election, and what can we do to continue that momentum into 2017 and beyond?
So could I hear your opinion first?
Honestly, I think my opinion is the fact that more and more people are getting a little bit outraged kind of for the intrusion of government in our lives. I think that we've gone from an inflection point, maybe not for the majority of the population, but for a large portion. And part of those people kind of went with Trump, but I think that there is that undercurrent there that we can capture, and I think actually we can capture it in Jersey, and I think we capture it in other states and beyond. The trick, though, is how do you contain that? How do you stay true to the libertarian ideals while kind of tapping into what people's kind of ideas are?
I guess I partly agree with you, but I would say that there was a lot of people who were angry who did vote for Trump because Trump was the anti-establishment candidate. 3% is better than 1%, but it's still 3%. I believe that probably we got more this time around because of, people didn't want to vote for Hillary or Trump, but also that just generally people knew more about libertarianism than they did probably in 2012. From 2012 to 2016, I noticed a lot more people talking about libertarianism, and I noticed a lot of conservatives who wouldn't vote for Trump, and they voted for Gary Johnson, which is fine, but 3% is still 3%. How to tap into that, I kind of talked a little bit about it. Stop pandering, be unapologetic. I think, just reaching out to people in general through a positive, funny message is better than sometimes we come across as angry, and you actually focus on what people care about, not age of consent and driving and all this kind of silly stuff. So I think that could be a part of it, just learning about social media. I think the conservatives are great on Twitter. Liberals are usually great on Facebook. If we could tap into that and reach out to people, that'd be great.
Hi, thank you. We're talking a lot about Gary Johnson pandering to the left, and I'm kind of thinking it wasn't just Gary Johnson. I know Rand Paul, he's not a libertarian party, but we've always looked to Rand Paul as liberty, even as a Republican. But even in his campaign, it seemed like he was pandering more to the Republican establishment. So maybe it's easy to say they're pandering, but at the same time you kind of got to think in their position. It might be hard to do it without pandering. So what steps do you think libertarians or liberty-esque candidates could take so they don't have to pander to their establishments or to other sides so that they can stay on point for their message of liberty?
Sure, I do agree that Rand Paul kind of messed up. He started pandering to the establishment. He started voting for sanctions on Russia. He started being wishy-washy on Israel funding, stuff like that. He said things about gay marriage, that it was a moral crisis and stuff like that, where I don't think he would have said that a couple years ago. So that was disappointing to me. I wrote about that too, while he was pandering to the right. I think he lost a lot of libertarians who said, I like Rand, he's done great things in the Senate, but he's just pandering to the right. And when I mean the right, I mean the establishment, and the establishment never liked Rand. So he was kind of like he was trying to have it both ways. He was trying to please a little bit of everyone, and when you try to please everyone, you please nobody. So I would say just to stop pandering in general. Rand Paul messed up, or Gary Johnson I think messed up as well. You lose your base when you stop pandering to the left and the right, and I think people appreciate it more when you're honest and actually say this is what I believe and this is why I believe it, and not altering your opinions to try to please people who will probably never be pleased with you.
Give you one more question.
I have to agree with you. This election was the first time since '88 I didn't vote Libertarian. I refused to vote for Johnson or the other socialists from Massachusetts. And I think it hurt the party, not helped it. That's my personal opinion. And as far as spiritual, Libertarians practice the golden rule, provided you're not a sadomasochist.
Yeah, I agree with you. The golden rule: treat people like you want to be treated. I guess that's kind of the non-aggression principle. Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Julie. And something you said really resonated with me, and it reminds me of a piece of advice that I got when I first ran for office in 2012. And what somebody told me was, and I think this is a lesson we can all learn from as libertarians, especially candidates, what somebody told me was, honey attracts more flies than vinegar. And what does that mean? It means if you have a positive message, a hopeful message, if you can inspire people, you're going to reach a lot more people than if you're just talking about how the world's going to end and the sky's going to fall. And I think that's something that we have an issue with. I mean, if you look at how Republicans and Democrats operate, they operate on fear. Vote for me or this terrible thing is going to happen. I don't think we should work that way. I think we should hold ourselves to a higher standard, and we should say, look, vote for us. Let's work together and look at things that we can achieve together. And before we bring up Larry Sharp, who's going to be our last speaker, I don't know about you, I'd love to hear a word or two from the next governor of New Jersey, Mr. Peter Rohrman.
Everyone, I promise I'll be brief. We have one more speaker left. I know everyone's very tired. First of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out to this event. I've seen some new faces here, old faces here. It's very inspiring to see this congregation here. I feel like I'm home here. I love being in a room full of people that think the same way I do. Thank you. Thank you for coming out here. Also, I am humbled by your level of confidence that you've placed in me. Thank you for nominating me for governor of New Jersey. I will do my utmost to do you proud. I will run a campaign that you can be proud of, that you can tell your friends about. Win or lose, we're going to take some victories away from this. I will give you my best effort possible. And Larry Sharp was talking before. He did a nice little round where he brought in a lot of money very quickly. That was extremely impressive. Thank you, Larry. Now, there are other things you can do to help my campaign, to help local campaigns. You can volunteer your time for my campaign or local candidates. I'm sure there's going to be someone like within maybe 20 minutes drive to your house where you can help someone. Another thing you can do, which is very important, is get on the ballot. Everyone in this room, it doesn't take much to get on the ballot. If you run just a paper candidacy, it helps this party immensely. Last year in Bergen County, we had 8 candidates on the ballot. And because of that, we didn't go into what's called the ballot placement lottery. Republicans and Democrats, they get first or second column by coin flip. 3 through 12, that goes by lottery. It looks like a bingo game where they roll the ball and they pull it out. Okay, you're in the spot there. The Bergen County clerk gave us an entire column. Nobody else was in it except for Libertarians. We look extremely strong when we put out things just like that. To help us do that, we need candidates. Run for freeholder, run for assembly. Running for town council is pretty easy. All you have to do is contact your local chair, north, south, or central. Tell them you want to run. Fill out a questionnaire. You get approved. Go out and get 20, 25 signatures. That's about all it takes to get on for local candidates, and you're on. You help us secure an entire column there and seal our legitimacy. I ask you, not only just thank you very much for all the donations you made today in cash, thank you. Just a little bit more. Help us solidify this party. I ask you, I beg of you, jump on the ballot somewhere. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter, and thank you everyone who donated today. and could be here to share this special day with us. This is a special day in the history of our party. I think it's the most important day in the history of our party. This is something we're going to remember for a long time, but we're just getting started. My hope is next year we can't have this event here because we won't be able to fit everyone. We sold out this event before the doors opened. That's never happened before. Something is going on. People are ready for a different message. People are ready for liberty. In New Jersey, yes, you heard me right. In New Jersey, more people are leaving the state than any other place. People vote with their feet. People understand there's something wrong here, that we have unlimited government, and that with unlimited government comes unlimited corruption. And that's what we have here. People are tired of that. People want something better, and we can give them that message. It is my honor to bring up to the stage next my friend, my colleague on the Libertarian National Committee, the runner-up for vice president of the Libertarian Party in Orlando last year, none other than Mr. Larry Sharp.
Can everyone hear me? Yes, sir. Anybody here kind of like a geek when they were younger? Did they like play Dungeons and Dragons? Anybody? Right? Dungeons and Dragons players? Yep. How about anybody watch the old Lord of the Rings and the Hobbit movies, right? Right. So I'm going to talk to you quickly about the orcs. Anyone know about the orcs? These are the bad, evil guys who always fight the humans and fight the elves and fight the dwarves. But there's something special about the orcs. For those of you who are geeks and played the game, you remember they have a god. Their god is the one-eyed god. Remember the name of the deity?
Grumsh.
No. In Dungeons and Dragons. Go ahead.
Grumsh.
Grumsh, exactly right. Well done. You win. Grumsh is the god of the orcs. He only is god of the orcs only. Why do we care about this? Because Grumsh, in his mind, he believes that orcs should fight each other. He has split his orcs up, and there are different tribes. And the tribes, when they see each other out in the field, they have their own standards, their own flags, their own symbols, their own names. And when they see each other in the field, they yell at each other. They call each other names. And they argue. And sometimes it winds up in actual battle. They fight each other on the field. And Grumsh, with his one eye, looks over and says, awesome. This is amazing. This is what I want. Because Grumsh believes that if the individual orcs fight each other, only the purest will survive. Grumsh believes that in fighting each other, he will make a stronger orcish race because all those people will die and only the purest, strongest orcs will survive. Do the orcs ever win?
No.
Grumsh is wrong. This is not the way to build a strong group. If we fight amongst each other, not only do our best die, but they walk away. Not only do they walk away, there's deeper blood feuds, and they won't help each other in the future. We cannot be the orcs. Grumsh is wrong. We cannot fight each other. That's not the right answer. The purest orc doesn't matter, nor is the purest libertarian. Not the issue, not who we are. Now, if the orcs never win, why in the world do the humans ever get scared of the orcs? They always lose, right? Why do they care? What makes the humans and the elves and the dwarves get upset and worried? One thing only. When one leader decides to unite all the orcs. All of a sudden, they get scared. And the people used to be enemies, Republicans, Democrats, all of a sudden get together and decide they're going to stop the orcs. Well, what does that one leader have to do? That one leader is from one of those tribes, right? He's not a leader of all the tribes, he's leader of one. But he gets enough orcs to understand something. If you believe in me, 80% of the time, not 100, 80%, and you and I are both orcs, we can fight together. I'll say it again. If you believe in me 80% of the time, and we are both orcs, we can fight together. It's that simple. This 80-20 rule, which I'm sure many of you have heard of before, you do business with the 80-20 rule, is what we should be thinking. The people who are running for office, right? Our comedians said how we fight each other all the time, right? We fight all the time, right? The people running for office, the people who are stepping up, the people who are stepping out there, do we believe in them 80%? If we do, we're all orcs. Even though we have 20% that we disagree with. Does that make sense? I want you to understand that the 80-20 rule is what we should be thinking as libertarians that will make us strong, that will unite us so that we can actually beat Republicans, Democrats. If we fight each other, we lose. It's a bad idea. But okay, we're not orcs, obviously, right? If I'm an orc, I'm going to use my sword and my stick and my whip. I'm going to beat people into submission so they can run or be part of my tribe. We don't have that. But we have two tools that we do, and they're important tools for us to really understand. Example and communication. These are our tools that we can use to be that leader that we need to be that person who unites the people around us, in our district, in our party, in our state. Two tools, example, communication. If I am the leader, what is my number one job? Communication. I have to communicate with you. People asked, Julie, what happens if someone thinks X or Y, and how do we change people's minds? What do we do? I'm going to tell you. Keep talking. That's the answer. Don't stop talking. If your communication is shutting them down, you are failing. I'll say that one more time. If your communication is shutting them down, you are failing. I don't care if you're right. I don't care if you're right. I don't care if they're wrong. If they're shut down, you fail. Not just that. Now, I'm not the leader. There is a leader. That leader and I disagree 20%. This guy here, he's open borders. I'm not. What should I do? He's a leader. He's going to go out there and run for Congress. And I want to be on his team. But he's for open borders, and I'm not. What should I do? I'm sorry?
You gotta back him anyway.
Of course I do, because he's 80%. He's libertarian. Yes, he is. Does he understand? And right to Julie's point, I'm going to pump on Julie again. Right to her point. Right? If they understand the basics, they can be libertarian. Does he believe that government is force? Does he believe that we shouldn't use government as force, that force will do things? Does he believe in self-ownership and property? He does? We're on the same team. 80% is my rule. Communication and example. If I'm the leader, and now I'm running for something, well, he's running too. Again, 80-20 rule. Should I attack him? Should I call him names? But he's wrong. I'm just saying, he's wrong. Shouldn't I insult him?
No.
Shouldn't I let him know how dumb he is? I mean, clearly he's dumb. That's how I avoid the blood feud. I just talk. Many of you know last year I ran for vice presidency, and I was the only, thank you, the only candidate that was speaking to every other candidate. Were any of you there? Okay, so you know, at the end, who got every endorsement? Who got every endorsement in the VP slot? Almost everyone. It was me. Because I'm so smart, because I'm so handsome. I am handsome. But no, that's not the reason. The reason was because I saw the other people were running, and I said, I know we're 20% off, but we're libertarians. And we talked, and a coalition could be formed. And that is what we must be doing. Fighting each other is not helping. The 80-20 rule is the issue. Keep that in your head when you're running for office or helping somebody. Now, why does that matter so much? Because in the future, here's what we need. We need as many libertarians in this room and those who you know in the press. That's what we need. We are going to win with two important tools, or two important resources, money and press. With those two things, we can win elections, right? If we give to our people, we give to our candidates our time and our money, and we get press, and we get more money, we're going to rock and roll. We can win here. We can do this. All right. When someone's in the press, again, he decides that he's open borders. I'm not. You back Tim? Tim, okay. He's open borders. I'm not. What happens when I'm in the press now, and I'm talking about him? What must I do? And they ask me about open borders. I've got a problem now, don't I? This is what we did not do last year. We did not do this well last year. We did not have good surrogates. I'm going to give you a tactic for you to consider when you are talking about the people who are running in your campaign. Teach them to begin their sentences with your name. I'm not joking. Teach them to begin your sentences with your name. For those of you who see me in the press, I was supporting the Johnson campaign. If you remember what I said often, the first thing I would say is, Governor Johnson said, Governor Johnson has said, Governor Johnson told me, Governor Johnson has been clear about. Does that mean I have to agree with all of his theories and policies? Of course not. I'm not talking about me. I'm talking about him. I am his surrogate. If I believe in him 80%, then I with confidence can support him. Does that make sense? If I don't believe 80%, I should not be on his team. I should not be on his team. If I believe 80%, I should be on his team. And I can start my sentences with his name and say whatever he believes with confidence. Whatever he believes with confidence. So, again, Tim's open borders, I'm not. I can say, Tim's been very clear. He's open borders. Yes, he is. It doesn't mean I am. It doesn't mean I am. But I need to get him ahead. If I push him ahead, I get 80%. And that's what I want. If I push him ahead, I get 80%. So I want you, as you're thinking about what you're going to do, are you going to run for office, build a team, meet people? Number one thing to remember, 80-20 rule. With everyone around you, every volunteer you bring in, has to understand some basic training. Who you are, where you stand, and then to know to use your name when they start talking. They must use your name. They can feel comfortable, get your name out, and we can have some impact. Any question or comment about that? What, please?
After you have said, Gary Johnson said X, if they ask you the follow-up question, what do you think? How do you answer that?
I love that. And for some of you might have seen my interview on RT, that exactly happened. They tried to get me to beat up on Bill Weld. Right? Often, remember something about the media. This is a little bit off, but remember about the media. The media's job is not to help you. The media's job is not truth. That's not their job. You shouldn't be angry about this. You should just accept it as true. The media's job is to have people watch the media. Understand that is a fact. Their job is to have people watch them. That's their only goal. If that means creating a Aleppo moment out of nowhere, they will try to do so. If that means they can give you a hit piece, they will make you a hit piece. Absolutely. As a candidate, it's a little bit off, but I'm happy to give this tip. If you are a candidate, the number one thing you must remember, you don't have to answer a question. I'll say it again. You don't have to answer a question. As a candidate, you don't have to answer a question. It is okay if you don't. Why is it hard for us? Because we're libertarians. And again, I'm pumping up Julie again here. We want to be right. We want to be right. And what I'm saying is, I don't want to win arguments. I want to win hearts and minds. And people always say, but Larry, it's true. It's the truth. It's real. Right. And here's what I know. People always vote, not their feeling, but what's true and what's real. When someone says, what do you think? Your answer is, that's a great question. You know, there's a lot of libertarians who think differently. Tim, though, what he believes is, and I just answered this question. That's it. That is all you have to do. I do not have, it's not about me. In fact, I think I actually said, it's not about me in that interview. If anyone, it's on my YouTube page. I'm sorry, it's on my Facebook page if you want to see it. I actually said, it's not about me. It's about 1,000 libertarians who are out there running and trying to do X, Y, and Z. I said something like that. I dodged it well. So anyway, the question is what you must do. You don't want to make, you want to make sure that you are not allowing that press person to make you the story that they want. You must make sure that you allow the press person to make the story that you want. Does that make sense? You don't have to answer a question. It's okay. As long as you're giving them some real meat that they enjoy, they'll put on TV. Life is good. Did I answer your question? Excellent. Good. So yeah. Oh, thank you. You're clapping. Please clap. Yeah. I saw it. So that was my entire presentation about today. I know it's short because I wanted to take a lot of questions. But the most important thing I wanted to bring up here was our biggest problem right now. Our biggest problem is unity. That right now is our biggest. We have many problems. Biggest one, unity. If we can begin to get ourselves together and unite, we will be more powerful. If we can stop fighting each other, we'll be more powerful. There's a thought process in the Libertarian Party now. We've had 40 years of failure. 40 years of failure, it's true. And with 40 years of failure, people have said, well, so why have we failed? You know what it is? We're not pure enough. That's the reason. And this is a big problem because we are confusing purity with being vulgar. Purity with being aggressive. Purity with being simple. We can say things in a nice way and still be pure. Now I'll give a silly example. I can say, you are a man. Is that an accurate statement? Absolutely I can. But I can also say, you are a male. Is that also an accurate statement? Yes, different way. I'm still being true, but I've changed the way I say it. I can also say, you are not a woman. Is that still true? Yes. What I want you to stop thinking, and I know many of us do it. Wait a minute, you're using some definition that I'm unhappy about. Therefore, I'm angry at you. That happens all the time. Instead, realize, is the person saying, I want more government? No, we're okay. Is the person saying, you know what, government has the right to own you? No, you're okay. Is the person saying government owns your property? Oh, no, then it's okay. I'm all right if the words don't match my word. I want to, as our comedian said, I want to know my room. And I want to speak a language that my room is going to hear. It doesn't mean I have to water down my principles at all. But can I adjust my language? Of course I can. I can change the way I say the same thing. But Larry, that's semantics. Larry, that's watering down. No, that's reality. That's reality. And I'll give you a good example of this. How many people here, when they hear the word anarchy, think not so bad? Anybody here? Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, not so bad. Anarchy. Yeah, I love that. It's awesome. What does the average person think? It's Mad Max. It's the Purge 3. Oh my God! They're fighting in the streets with machine guns, trying to get gas. Humongous is out there screaming. Right? Exactly. It's terrible. Right? Of course. But if I don't use anarchy, there are people in our party who will be mad at me. Who will be mad at me? When I might instead say something like, well, I'm looking for more of a volunteer society. Well, that sounds nice, doesn't it? Is a volunteer society anarchy? Yes, it is. It's the same thing. Yes, it is. So why are you mad at me? You should not be mad at me when I say that. It's okay to change the language as long as the meaning is the same. But here's the thing we have to understand. The words we choose, there is a connotation and there is a culture and an emotional aspect to every word. Anarchy and volunteer society are the same, but the feeling is very different. The emotion is very different. The culture is very different. And if we start using the wrong words, people will not vote for us, but worse, they won't even hear us. And I say this from my own personal experience. My personal experience, when I heard Gary Johnson speak in 2012, I thought he was a radical. I did. In my world, he was a radical. Now I'm far more radical than he is. It's true. I'm far more radical than he is now. But back in 2012, I was like, this guy, what's this? What? Wait a minute, so taxes should be lower? What? I'm a New Yorker. I live in New York City, raised in New York City. Taxes are awesome. Most of my friends, I'm not joking, most of my friends actively petition for higher taxes. Yes. So I come from that. Gary Johnson's a radical. Oh my God. But that's okay because that draws us in. In the coming years, I hope many of you who are running, many of you in the press, will use the right words in the right way to the most people in. And when they come here, my radical brothers and sisters, it is now your job to convert them. Does that make sense? The less radicals bring them in, and the more radicals convert them, as I was converted. The exact same thing happened to me, and you should be doing the same thing. This is the right sales process for us. What did you say? We're salespeople? Is that what you said? Was that you? Was that salespeople? One of you guys said salespeople.
Well, I kind of referred to multi-level marketing.
There we go. Yes. Yes. So yes, get the bodies in, and we will convert them. Get the bodies in, and we will convert them. When they come here, don't push them away because they're only 70%. Get them to 80 to 90, and it will work. Thank you very much, guys. I'm happy to talk about anything from your campaigning, people you want to talk to, how to raise money, anything you want to talk about regarding your campaigns. I'm happy to give you some insight if you're interested. Also, some questions about me, what I've been doing. I'm happy to take any of those questions you might have.
Okay. Wow. All right, cool. Thanks. Huh? Yeah, because they can't hear me? Okay. Hey, agreed, not 80%, agree with you almost 100% on everything you said, Mr. Sharp. It was really cool. Especially when it comes to branding. Essentially what you're talking about is branding and message, right? So, two issues that you know, I'd like you to address if you can. I know this is like, you know, such a cliche libertarian thing to do, to rip on leadership, but two things. Last year, during all the you know, social justice hysteria that was going on, there was two gentlemen. One of them, I believe, in Minnesota. Another one in North Carolina. You know, and libertarians were very hardcore about Second Amendment rights, right? Both of these gentlemen were shot and killed by police officers, and one of them had a legal carry permit on him. The other gentleman, they said he had a gun and he did not have a gun, but in fact he did also have a legal carry permit, so it didn't matter if he had a gun anyway. Both of those guys were shot and killed. And I was very disappointed in the Libertarian Party's reaction to that. We should have been at the forefront of that. If we're constantly talking about gun ownership and gun rights, we should have jumped in. But I think that the thing got convoluted with the riots and the social justice messaging. Yeah.
Two things I want to bring up here. I'm going to make sure. The people who were shot, they were shot by whom?
Police officers.
Police officers, thank you. And those people, the police officers were criminals?
Attachés of the state, yeah. Police officers, right?
I understand, great. Now, and your issue is, why did the Libertarian Party stand up?
To me, you talk about message branding. I mean, that's something where you could have come to a defense as a marginalized group, yeah.
Wait, why didn't you?
I did.
Why didn't you get more people to do it?
I don't understand the question, sir.
The question is, I don't want to wait for the Libertarian Party. That's the question. That's the answer. I don't want to wait for them. I don't need the. I love Nick Sarek. I don't need him to tell me what to do. I don't. I'm being very forward. I love him. I'm happy he helps us. I want him to keep doing his job. Love him. I don't need him to tell me what to do. I'm on the LNC. You don't need me to tell me what to do. If you see that problem, get out there. Julie's right. Make a YouTube page. Get out there. Absolutely. You should be out there. None of us should be saying, but the LP won't. Never. You must. You must. Be that leader.
Agreed.
You attack LP leadership, I'm back at you, brother.
So that's fine, and I did. You can check my Facebook page. I'm very proud. Yes. The second part of it is you talked about, you know, having your own media wing, branding, messaging, getting the message out. I couldn't agree with you more. You know, it's so low cost again to attack LP leadership. $3,000 you raised today, a green screen, 2 Nikon cameras, you and Julie at a desk. You know what I mean? That's something that could be a not Young Turks type of deal, but I mean, it's kind of the same thing. You can get your message out. I mean, you know, again, so I guess what I'm saying is that the leadership at the top of the party on the federal level, people that I don't have access to and talk to, is this something that they're aware of? Is this something that they're working towards? Because that's a low-cost solution to branding and messaging.
Great question. Here is my answer. As a general rule, no. As a general rule, they are a committee like anybody else. General rule, what's the case? They're a committee and they make errors and mistakes and they fight each other as everyone else does. They're all from different orc tribes. So of course they fight each other. Yes. So here is your answer. If you believe the Libertarian National Committee is not doing its job, you need to show up in 2018 and fix that. You need to show up in 2018 and fix that. If you like what the LNC is doing, show up in 2018 and keep the same people on. If you don't, show up in 2018 and change it. I think you're right. We have some issues with LNC. No question. I'm on it. I agree with you. I agree with you. And I take responsibility for that myself. I should have voted also. I did the fundraiser that night in last year. Did a fundraiser. I was up late that night and I slept through voting. Shame on me. Shame on me. That's my fault. I should have showed up. I should have voted. I didn't. That's my fault. I take responsibility for that. And I hope we all do the same thing. If you can get to 2018, get down to New Orleans and tell the people, this is what I want, this is how I want it. There's one more thing. We have one advantage in our LNC. We are really open to hearing people. Most of the time, we respond. People know me. People know me. I respond. Patrick responds. If you've got an issue or concern, send it to your rep. They respond to almost every email. We spend a lot of time, am I right? Yes. A lot of time answering emails and Facebook IMs and Facebook posts. Those of you who follow my posts, I spend a lot of time talking to people back and forth. I spend at least 2 hours a day on libertarian stuff in some way, shape, or form. So you can be heard. Be more aggressive. People call me up. You called me up and you just called me up. He just called me at 11 o'clock at night, gave me a call. I answered the phone, we talked. So yes, I'm available. A lot of us are available. Thank you for that. But we are available.
Just a question about what's more important, to promote liberty or to promote the Libertarian Party? And I think sometimes there's a difference between the two, where you have a chance to promote liberty and it might not be in the best interest of the Libertarian Party. And I don't know if
I'll give you two different pieces to that. The first one is, why am I a member of the Libertarian Party? Right? Do I have to be? No, and not everyone should be. It's okay. If you want to advance the liberty movement and you have a different way of doing it, go on with your bad self. Please advance the liberty movement any way you think is appropriate. I'm happy to do that. It is my opinion the Libertarian Party is currently the absolute best answer for that. I cannot see a better answer right now than the Libertarian Party, and I'm on board. Full stop, I'm on board. So if they do things I don't like, I'm still going to support them because I feel they're the best answer. So I always want to support the party to the best of my ability. When I don't like things about the party, I tend to keep my mouth shut. I'd rather not say anything bad and just say good things when I do good things. I don't want to foster any pain, any problems. I don't want to help with the tribalism. I don't need to do that. Many of you have been upset with me because I've supported some candidates you didn't like. That's okay. 80-20 rule. I set the example. If they're 80%, I support them. If they're 80%, I will put them on my Facebook page. I will go raise money for them. 80%, I will do it. So I believe you should promote the party whenever possible. And I do it by example. I don't tell you to. I think you should, and I set the example. When it comes to liberty, we don't want to promote liberty at all. That sounds crazy. Not at all. Do you know why? Nobody cares. Nobody cares. Most Americans think they're free. Most Americans don't even know what liberty means. They have no idea what it means. Liberty, yeah, there's no slavery. That's what they said. I'm free. I went to work today. Yes, I'm serious. People don't think that's a problem. They don't believe it. And again, it doesn't matter if it's true. It's what they believe. They vote based upon what they believe. People get upset, well, then they're dumb. Great, those dumb people are going to vote your kids off to Iraq. Those dumb people are going to vote your kids off to Syria. So you can think they're dumb all day. They are not our enemy. They are our brothers and sisters, and we need them. We need them to stop this train going towards tyranny. It's on the road right now, heading right down those tracks towards tyranny. And they like it and they're happy. So I would say I don't want to talk about liberty at all. I want to talk about libertarian answers, liberty-based answers for their problems. What we often do, I'll give you a good example. Someone says, you know, just about this in the back with somebody. Someone says, you know, Black Lives Matters. If you don't like Black Lives Matters, you're a racist. Right? That's the first thing someone will say. We get upset. You're mad. That's not a real thing. That's nothing. You've just dismissed them. You've shut the conversation. You have failed. You have failed. Whether you're right or wrong, I don't care. You just failed. Instead say, hey, how can we find a way to make sure that we have intelligent law enforcement and we don't have one part of our population being imprisoned and being killed more than the other? How do we do that? What I just said is, I respect your concern. I just disagree with your answer. Does that make sense? Yeah. That is what we must be doing. I respect your concern. Even if I don't agree with how you know, they may think it's the biggest problem in America is that. You may think it's that big. Okay, we agree it's a problem. How do we come to the solution for that? How do we fix that problem? Right? People often talk about getting rid of government. It's a big deal, right? You can't get rid of the Department of Education. You can't get rid of this. When you say get rid of the Department of Education, what does the average American think? Schools. Our school's going to shut down tomorrow. My kid's not going to get educated. Who's going to support us? Now, we in this room know, that's not true. Does that matter? No. Thank you. What they believe matters. I don't care if you're right. I can't tell you this enough. In my personal life, my business, professional life, I should say, I train a lot of people. I train leaders, I train salespeople, I train executives, I do that kind of thing. One of the things I teach them is, don't worry about being right now. Good leaders are right later. They accept not being right now. They accept having a conversation. And in the end, getting the right answer later. We must turn our minds from, I'm going to show you how right I am, to, okay, let's talk this out, even though I know the answer already. And that's not easy for us to do, but the best leaders do this. And I'll say it again. Example, communication. So when I come to you and you know the answer, you sort of say, okay, how can we fix this? And if together you and I talk about the answer, even if I disagree, the fact that you respected my opinion, you respected that I had a problem with it, I'm going to win. So I actually don't want to talk about liberty at all. I'm going to talk about the ideas of how freedom can solve a problem. They have a problem? Let's talk about how freedom can solve it. So how we can solve it without using force. How can we solve this without law? Remember, the go-to for most Americans is problem, law. That's the go-to. They put together what is good should be a law. Right? It's the old good for you laws. Right? If it's good, it should be a law. New York, come on. The 16-ounce cup of soda, remember that law? Right? But here's the funny part. And now this is an interesting piece. When it came to 16-ounce soda, Bloomberg was right. To be clear, he was right. The data is in. If you have smaller soda, you will drink less soda. That's a fact. Demonstrable? Repeatable? It's a fact. He's right. He is right. Does that mean it should be a law? To most Americans, yes. And this is what we must break. We have to stop winning arguments and stop winning hearts and minds. Because Americans believe law is just, law is right. So because that is demonstrably true, there should be a law. Why? Because I love you. So I'm going to hit you with a stick and you do what I say. Because I love you. So instead of that, here's the problem with that issue, though. Now that you force someone to do it, now no one wants to do it. But what's the actual answer? The answer is putting that data out there and letting people know that, hey, this is healthier. Whenever you have data like that, good for you laws, you put that data out there and let all the cool places in Manhattan who sell vegan this and vegan that and care about your health, now they can say, because we love you, we only sell 16-ounce sodas. We just turned it into a marketing tool, didn't we? We turned this data, which is real, into a marketing tool. Because some people care about that, right? Some people want to make sure that